There we go. Shut up. Okay. Okay. This Purple Perry guy, I think his minions or himself was in my chat spamming this after the Brandon Buckingham thing, saying that his like medical stuff was all faked or whatever. So, but I have no idea what the extent of that op was. So I don't know, we'll see.
While I was in the hospital on the brink of death, a tornado of retardation was brewing. The internet's attention economy has spawned humanoid cockroaches that will say anything for a few moments of online notoriety. Well, let me introduce you to the most pathetic man on the internet. His name is Purple Perry Gaming. On the same day that I informed my audience that my heart, liver, and kidneys were all failing, this desperate loser took to Twitter to say this: insane. YouTuber and rapper at Buckingham show exposed for faking his hospital GoFundMe scare, recording in a possibly fake hospital set, not showing medical documents regarding his condition, and attached.
Oh, also, wait, hold on. One quick thing. So one kind of annoying thing I run into over and over again, it's not an annoying thing. I mean, I've kind of solved it. But after I do an event, I record everything to an SSD, and then I'll upload it once I get home on Dropbox so that the person has access to the files, whoever I'm recording the event for, whoever wants access to it. However, sometimes, like if I'm traveling afterwards, it takes me a while to, like if I'm not home for a week, if I'm not home for a week, then it'll take me a while to obviously for them to get the files. Okay. Is there a foreseeable downside? I've thought about just like buying like 10 of these to just make like a copy of the data from my SSD that I record to, and then just giving this to somebody after an event. 100 megabytes per second. How long would that take to transfer? I think if I'm doing the ISO recording off my ATEM, the largest event I did, I think, was 150 gigabytes. $150 gigabytes is times 1,000 is that many megabytes, divided by 100 should give me something in seconds, divided by 60. That would be would that be a 25-minute transfer? Use PCIe output, you can go and fucking, it's going to be limited to whatever the write speed is of the drive, this thing. Fuck. Never mind, okay. Would a USB-C flash drive have higher? Yeah, but I don't want to, I'm thinking about a thing I can literally just give to somebody after an event. I don't think I want to be giving away like drives. That's too expensive. Did these get more expensive? Am I crazy? Like, obviously, this would be, like, very fast, but I don't know if, who you want to give it away to? Well, so, like, for instance, so I'm going to London. I'm recording everything there. I'm shooting the event for Pangburn. But then afterwards, he's going to want the files, but it's going to have to wait until I get home to upload everything from the SSD to Dropbox. It would be nice if I could just like give him, here's a drive with everything on it, but I don't want to like just start giving away SSDs. I mean, I could just charge, like pay me an extra $250 for production. I could just give you a drive with everything. Maybe. Are there no cloud-based services for video? No, there are, but but if I'm traveling, I usually don't have access to like a good upload bandwidth. So like, the last time when I did the event at the school we just went to in USC, at the Hilton Hotel, I even paid for the extra strength internet or whatever, but it was still, I think, limited to like 30 megabits per second up, which is fine for any consumer stuff, but uploading maybe 30, 40, 50 gigabytes is too much. You're literally doing his production for him now. Yeah, I am, but what? That doesn't help me. Are tickets still available? I don't know, look at the site. Do you have any old NVMEs that you can put in an enclosure? I think they're all in computers right now. I do have those enclosures though. I wonder how much like a 1 terabyte NVMe drive would be. Ooh, that's a good idea. I have so many extra enclosures because I was testing so many of them to see if they would work with my cameras. Damn. Or no, I think I'm just spoiled by storage. This is probably an okay price, right? 170 bucks. It just sucks to like just give away. I don't know. Whatever. Okay, I'll think about it. So whatever. Can't you lend him to transfer, then take it back at the event? Oh, maybe. I don't know. We'll figure it out.
There's a video of him soy jacking about my IV pump that is battery powered, not being plugged in.
Dude, look at dude, holy shit. It's not even plugged in. It's not even plugged in.
And this tweet is by far his most successful, gaining over 4 million views, showing just how stupid the algorithm really is. He followed that up by posting a photo of my wife and daughter saying, "Brandon, we will be running a train on your wife once you kick the bucket to keep her company. Choo choo." As well as, "Your kid looks mentally disabled. I don't know why you feel comfortable posting pics of him online. Call a doctor about him before it's too late." Mind you, I have never interacted with this Maltese manlet a single time in my entire life. He is saying all this solely because he is desperate for my attention. So today we're going to be addressing this lying freak who has been groveling at my feet for 12 weeks straight like an attention-starved pig. But first, let me tell you about this awesome company that has been helping me recover from being the sickest I've ever been in my entire life. After I got out of the ICU, I could barely walk or move my arms, and I didn't have health insurance until January 1st, but luckily, Merrick was there to help me get better. They ordered extensive blood work for me and gave me a dedicated health coach along with a licensed team of clinicians to evaluate my blood work and provide me with the supplements I need to optimize my recovery. Also, I had been vomiting for months, and Merrick did a comprehensive evaluation of my GI tract and prescribed me the proper treatments to actually stop my nausea and vomiting. Most doctors dismissed my symptoms, but thankfully, Merrick has been there to give me real answers that actually work. I have truly enjoyed working with Merrick Health and strongly recommend anyone.
Oh shit. Wait, really? My video responding to Brandon Buckingham's lies about me, the stream, as well as a month-old video criticizing Brandon, have all been striked for cyberbullying and harassment, so them clearly being satirical and educational. Satirical and educational? Damn. Got him. This Green Gary guy is on the same tier as like Queeman and Justical and everything else, so it's not surprising that Queeman is covering for him. I wonder if Justical will retweet him. Nice.
Who wants to optimize their health to check them out. Now, back to Purple Pussy Gaming. This guy has made 7 videos and live streams on his channel with my name in the title, with his most popular video by far being this one, titled, "Why You Shouldn't Donate to Brandon Buckingham." And the thumbnail is a picture of me with the words liar, fraud, and incubated on it. A lot of my friends over on Patreon messaged me this video and told me that they wanted to see me react to it. Apparently it came out while I was in the hospital, so I figured I would go outside, get some sun, and see what this dumbass has to say about me. Let's get into it.
What the fuck is this? Is this like the director? Is this the like owner of the hospital set that you're using? He's like watching to make sure that you guys aren't ruining his set of a fake hospital?
Never asked for help before, but my heart is currently only working at 15 to 20%.
Oh yeah, is that what the unplugged medical equipment is saying? 15 to 20%?
So yeah, the first 52 seconds of his video is a coming up teaser, which is just a compilation of all the stupidest things he says in the video, I'm assuming. He says my IV pump isn't plugged in. Yeah, I guess he's saying it's a fake hospital. I think he showed an image of my dad. And
I think regardless of what you think about any of these people, I'm pretty sure some of the gun YouTuber guys went and visited this guy, went and visited Brandon. I'm pretty sure my take at the time was him faking this hospital visit would be so unbelievably fucking insane, because what the fuck? Like, you're telling me that all those people were willing to lie about a fake hospital? Like, do you have any idea the implication? That would be like the largest YouTube scandal of all time. If like 4 or 5 other large YouTubers went to a fake hospital set to pretend that this guy was sick. Like, I don't know. What exactly is this guy's content about anyway? Just guns? Brandon Buckingham? I don't know. I feel like he does a lot of random stuff. I guess you would call him maybe like a commentary YouTuber or whatever. Wait, what is this? Total Perry victory. It's staggering that this guy went from MDE superfan to taking the bait from such an obvious troll. Anyone who told Brandon that making this video was a good decision is an awful friend. Oh, God, these guys are so fucking weird. Also, I found out that all these guys, Justical and all of his little creepy fucking rapists on Discord, all of them still go around like almost every single day. Now apparently they're doing it in Loner Box's Discord. They go around and they debate like my history with everybody for hours and hours and hours every single fucking day. What the fuck? They were having like some 6-hour debate on Anne of War, like 2 days ago. I'm like, why? Are you okay? Holy shit.
And asked if it was the hospital director, which is just, I mean, so far that was just really stupid.
They do it in Wix Discord too. Yeah, there's always like, anytime there's like a VC with like 12 people and Justicles there, they're arguing about like, Mr. Girl or Lav or Anna that I like abuse these people or some shit. Yeah.
I don't know.
Is that Substance Guy on Twitter part of their crew because he tweets about you 20 times a day? Yes. And he argues with Hutch and everything too. Yes. Yeah.
I mean, so far that was just really stupid. I don't know.
Medical City Healthcare. What kind of fucking name is Medical City Healthcare? That's like saying this is the doctor hospital. This is the health hospital. What the is this even a real hospital, man? Is this like some fucking set in some fucking TV show?
All right, dude. This might be hard to get through. Why would it be a set? Why would I be on a set? But yeah, Medical City Healthcare is a part of the Medical City Dallas healthcare system. So you could just kind of Google it. I didn't invent the hospital. And yeah, I guess they have branded cups.
An 11-month-old baby who is...
Baby, like, why does it matter? Like, it's insane. Why does it matter that you have a fucking kid? Pull yourself up by your bootstraps, retard. Do your fucking job. Get your fucking wife to open an OnlyFans, you stupid piece of shit. You stupid fucking retard. Put some fucking work in. Don't make me fucking put your bill for your fucking degenerate fucking drug-addled retard fucking Los Angeles fucking networking lifestyle.
Oh, he's saying my wife should start an OnlyFans. What's this guy's deal? What's wrong with this guy? Hopefully everyone from Malta isn't like this. People from Malta should disavow this guy, because this is a bad representation of your country.
My beautiful wife. My beautiful stay-at-home wife. Oh, she's a stay-at-home wife, so she's not busy. Open up an OnlyFans. Get her to open up an OnlyFans. Get your wife to spread her fucking legs so Chris Denark can foot the bill for your fucking surgery.
In some countries, you get killed over saying something like that. I think that when someone is this stupid and hateful and just miserable, all you could do is like hit them with the "I'll pray for you."
Get a job, you fucking deadbeats. Get a job, you lazy loser.
Who I provide for. 4 days ago, I woke up.
I provide for her. She's disabled. She can't. No, get her to open an OnlyFans, and then maybe you'll earn your fucking keep in this fucking world.
What's this guy's problem, dude? So this Purple Perry guy keeps talking about my wife doing OnlyFans, and it made me get on my phone really quick. Pretty quickly, the only thing that I can even find about him that isn't just videos he's posting is an interview he does where this guy's asking him why he follows and looks at lolicon material.
This one's epic. There's one called Iron Lily. That one you could even argue is lowly, but no one called me out on it.
In chat, Bobby B asked, "Did you expect people to question you following them?"
No, I mean, I guess it doesn't matter, but I didn't. But you see what I mean, right? That's
see,
like, this is by far the worst.
Yeah, this is pretty bad.
I stand by it, is my point, you know?
And what's even more ironic in regards to Purple Perry Gaming being into lolicon content is he had this to say about people who watch my videos.
Brandon's pedophile rapist audience.
The pot calls the kettle black, eh? This is a deeply disturbed young boy here. But yeah, good for him. He's standing by his lolicon enjoyment.
I was completely deaf. My feet were swollen.
It's not even plugged in. Dude, look at the dude. Dude, holy shit. It's not even plugged in. It's not even plugged in. It's not even plugged in. It's not even fucking plugged in. It's not even fucking plugged in. It's not even It's not even fucking plugged in. It's like the wires are going to it. The fucking blue wires are going to it. And
isn't it straight up a casus belli? 4 passengers on a U.S. speedboat shot and killed by Cuban Coast Guard, 6 injured, says Cuban embassy. Well, I mean, it depends on whose waters they were in now. Generally, this stuff is an accident. I seriously doubt that Cuba is looking to start a war with the United States.
It's not even fucking plugged in. It's... Dude.
Apparently fake news destiny. Okay, well, there you go.
I think that stupid people will say something over and over.
And now someone said the passenger shot at them. There you go.
Try to make you more convinced of what they're saying. The IV pump has batteries, so it doesn't need to be plugged in. I don't know if I can continue reacting to this.
Yeah, there's no beeping. There's no beeping, but he's connected to it with all these wires. Where is... Like, we have this little thing here. Where does it go? It goes like there? Where does it go? Dude, is this actually a scam?
Yeah, what am I supposed to say to this? This is like colossal levels of retardation.
Like, what's this over here? What's this down here? What are these boxes? Are these like earbud box? What is this?
Dude, like he's looking at the Rode Wireless Go boxes and he's like, what's this? What is that? Oh, he's like desperately looking for stuff to try to prove that I'm not sick in the hospital dying.
Is this even in a hospital, man? Is this even having hospital noises? You know, I've been to a hospital before. Now, mind you, I mean, it's like the main hospital in Malta. Maybe there's like some side hospital. There's no beeping.
I can't imagine seeing somebody sick and in the hospital and reacting this way. It's just crazy.
I almost fell for a scam, guys. Somebody emailed me and they said they wanted me to do some show in Seattle. Or no, I'm sorry. They emailed me to do a podcast, but they were offering me a $4,000 stipend, which usually for podcasts you don't get offered things. Whatever. I'm like, oh, I don't know. Okay, well, are you doing? I don't know what that is, but that sounds cool. So I saw on their thing on the bottom, they said that it was for, they were from San Francisco. I don't remember the name, but I looked at the podcast and it's a real show. And I replied back and I was like, oh yeah, sure. Like, what's the plan? Or do you guys do in San Francisco? Blah, blah, blah. And then the guy emailed me back and they said that they were going to do like a Facebook. It was like a broadcasting from Facebook panel thing that they were doing over the course of a week. And then they wanted me to like link my Facebook thing, I think, to something. I'm pretty sure it was just a scam. And I had to stop and think for a moment. And then I was like, wait a second. Am I about to give away my Facebook account? Not cool. Not good.
What are we? Who the fuck is this? Who the fuck is this? Is this like the director? Who the fuck is this? Do you see this? Who the fuck is this? Is this the fucking owner of the hospital set that you're using? Is this the owner of the hospital set that you're using? Is this like the owner? Dude, what the fuck is this, man?
That's my dad.
Refunding? No. Can I get one? Can I get a request a refund? At Chronic, pay attention. Protect your kindness by protecting your donation. If you're a donor and would like to refund, believe there's been an authorized charge, our team can help. Okay, so Chronic, click contact us, and I guess they'll help you from there. Click contact us, and then when you're talking to the AI bot, say that you have good reason to believe Brandon Buckingham is scamming, and then link them my video, and then link them my video, and then link them my video. What's this? Let's fucking go. Guys, amazing news, guys. We did it, guys. We did it. We did it.
All right, so one of the people, I guess, in his...
What is the... I don't understand what people think, like, trolls are. Like, this guy reminds me of, like, the people who would just steal something from you in real life. And then when they would catch you, the guys would have a camera like, oh, no, look, bro, it's for a YouTube video. It's for a YouTube video. It's like, you just stole something from a guy. Why would you expect him to think this is a troll? It might not even be a troll. Maybe they just try to steal shit and then they'll say it's a YouTube video in case they get caught, you know? It's just a prank, bro. Yeah. Like, what is the troll or prank here?
Just a refund. At Chronic, pay attention. Protect your kindness by protecting your donation. If you're a donor and would like to refund, believe there's been an authorized charge, our team can help. Okay, so Chronic, click contact us, and I guess they'll help you from there. Click contact us, and then when you're talking to the AI bot, say that you have good reason to believe Brandon Buckingham is scamming, and then link them my video, and then link them my video, and then link them my video. What's this? Let's fucking go.
Like, is that a troll? Like, he's telling people how to mass refund donations from this guy's GoFundMe based off a video. Like, all of it's like, it's so stupid. It's so cringe. God, I hate how everybody just like lies about everything on the internet now. Like, Justical and the other guys retweeting was like, bro, it was just a troll video on Queenman. Ugh.
Guys, amazing news, guys. We did it, guys. We did it. We did it.
All right, so one of the people, I guess, in his chat had donated to me. He got them to refund their donation, and he's like super proud of that. You might be wondering, what kind of person donates to a GoFundMe and then revokes their donation? Well, his name is Chronic Sonic, and let's hear what he had to say.
Well, someone said, you're gonna make it through this, and I replied, he won't. Okay. And then the guy replied to me, pray to curse Vishnu, and I replied to him, I'm a Christian. I know Brandon's going to hell. Okay. That's basically what I said.
What's wrong with this guy? It would have been pretty gnarly if I died and this was like what he was saying. But this guy.
Don't we know this profile pic? The chronic Sonic guy? I have no idea. Do we? Maybe. I don't remember any of these people.
I know Brandon's going to hell.
Okay.
That's
I know like
basically
some
what
of the big names, but I don't know anybody else.
I said.
What's wrong with this guy?
But it wouldn't surprise me. All these people are connected. Wait, so was this guy lying about being sick or not? No, there's no way that he was lying about being sick. If he was, it would have been the most insane fucking scam of all time, given how many other large YouTubers were visiting him in the hospital and like taking pictures of him. That'd be crazy.
It would have been pretty gnarly if I died and this was like what he was saying. But I guess, you know, I found, I'll put a video right now on Twitter that someone posted towards Turkey Tom, and this guy's like mocking.
He wasn't lying, he just really sucks as a person. For branding Buckingham, does he? Has he been involved with anything? I think he might be friends with all the MAGA people or whatever, which I guess sucks, but... How do we fix Hutch's cape shit riddled brain? I watched that whole stream. He actually thinks reality is like a Disney Marvel movie. Chill, bro. Jesus. Calm the fuck down. Oh my God. He probably just has a different perspective on how far gone the system is right now.
Someone posted towards Turkey Tom, and this guy's like mocking. You'll see.
Oh, if I survive, it'll be a long way to recovery. You hear that, Tom? Looks like your friend's gonna be a fucking turn-up for the rest of his life. How unfortunate, huh? Heart failure. Oh, he's gonna die. Don't get me wrong, it's really cute you're sticking up for your little friend who got hurt. But I think...
What the... Okay.
It overall is pointless. I think anyone who donates is an idiot.
This whole thing basically confirms the allegations of whippet/drug abuse and started a side discourse on whether or not people should ask for GoFundMe donations if it's for health issues caused by drug abuse that they lied about doing. How do we know that this was caused by drug abuse? I don't even remember what the original thing was. Why do we think it was a drug thing?
Tell him I said reach for the stars. See ya.
All the people that give someone who's in the hospital a really hard time, that they don't even know the person, there's no reason behind it really. I think they're very like sick, dysgenic, evil people that are like miserable and like have some mental or physical deformity that makes them hideous.
And he's in hospital now because he was hitting the scissor up and the fetty too hard. He was hitting the scissor up and the fetty too hard. He's in hospital now. Yeah, did Brandon Buckingham.
How do you know this person? I lightly have engaged with him a little bit because he was mutuals. I think I saw him in in a couple Turkey Tom things. Like when we went shooting, I think he was there. And when we were in San Antonio, it was the same event. I think he was just kind of like hanging out with us. And I think I've crossed paths with him a couple times before, like randomly. Like I know him and Sneeko had a lot of beef. I don't think I have any issues with him. I don't think. He dissed you in the Sneeko video. Did he? Well then, in that case, fuck him. I hope he dies.
Amazing reputation with all these reputable people. No.
Just kidding.
All the people who like Brandon are stupid scum.
I think like a well-to-do, nice person would not say these things, and if you are saying these things, you probably have the like physiognomy of this guy or this other guy, which is, you know,
Jesus.
You can be ugly and fucked up and still be a nice guy. You don't have to be like this.
Is their baby retarded? Almost definitely, but we don't know for 100%. Anyway, I'm telling.
He was part of the crowd who turned the entire interaction you had with them after the Trump shooting stuff. Yeah, but did he do that? I know that like the donut operator and the Brandon Herrera guy, those guys did, but did Brandon do that? I don't remember him tweeting anything about me.
You guys, I've censored this photo. I censored it. That baby looks hella retarded, guys. That baby needs a helmet. Let's just say that. No, obviously they can't help it. It's Brandon Buckingham's fault, really. I'm not listen. Brandon Buckingham's child is hella retarded, okay?
It's pretty brave of this guy to call my 1-year-old daughter retarded looking when he looks like this.
Is he's like watching to make sure that you guys aren't ruining his set of a fake hospital?
When Brandon posted Sneeko's nudes on Twitter, you were pretty upset about it? Oh yeah, I thought that was kind of gross. Although, oh man, I don't want to dig back through this drama too much because I don't remember the thing. What didn't Brandon do that because I think, okay, this is more siding with Brandon than Sneeko because I don't remember the exact receipts on all this, but like, I think Brandon said something to Sneeko about how like, oh, like we're going to run a train on your girlfriend or it was something, but like, I think the context was more just like, you know, I'm going to fuck your girlfriend because she's a whore or something like that. And which is not I think, a good comment. I don't know what they were saying before that, but then I think Sneeko was going around telling people that Brandon said that he was going to rape his girlfriend. And I think Brandon was like, hold on, I never said we were going to rape anybody. And then I think in response to Sneeko repeating that a lot, then Brandon posted the modeling pictures of Sneeko from a long time ago. Something like this. I don't know. This is like 5 years ago, isn't it? I don't remember all this shit. No, this is like 3 years ago, right? 3 or 4 years ago? I don't know.
The good news
The
is they know
producer?
everything I maybe.
Yeah, he's not even pale either. He's like all fucking red in the face. He's like red in the face. Dude, he looks like he just got fucking down from fucking a whole weekend of partying. And he's pretending to be dying.
A few months ago, I was in the ICU. My heart wasn't doing great. My liver and kidneys were struggling. And honestly, I almost didn't make it. Some things you expect, some stuff you don't. But when the unexpected happens due to someone else's negligence, that's when it really matters who's in your corner. There's a reason why you wouldn't make a documentary without knowing the full story. Just like there's a reason why Morgan & Morgan is America's largest injury law firm. They dig into the full story too. Make sure every angle is covered.
Okay, tell me, because I'm a legal retard, I guess. Why are there so many law firms that are like name and name? Like, oh, come to Bonnell and Bonnell. Are they normally like siblings that own it, or is this like some kind of legal meme that I don't understand, or what the fuck?
And if you end up working with them, you've actually got some...
The partner's name. Thank you. I understand it's the partner's names. I'm asking, why do they so often have like the same last name? Father and son? Is that common?
One fighting for you when you need it most. The firm was founded after John Morgan's brother was seriously injured as a teenager, and his case was mishandled. It left John with the realization that a lot of families come to the hard way. If you don't have power, it's easy to get shortchanged. So he built a law firm with one mission, for the people. Today, Morgan & Morgan is America's largest injury law firm, with over 1,000 lawyers, 100+ offices nationwide, and more than $30 billion recovered for their clients. If you're ever injured by someone else's negligence, you deserve to be paid. And if that ever happens, you can check out Morgan & Morgan. Their fee is free unless you win. For more information, you can go to forthepeople.com/Buckingham. Thank you, Morgan & Morgan.
Thank you.
Back to talking about the most pathetic guy on the internet. You know, I don't know if he's just completely stupid.
So I can't tell these are all like Justical Queeman people that are just like floating around in my chat, or people who have bought into this. You know, Brandon was in the hospital because he's shilling hella products in his vids now. Guy needs money for bills. Oh, no, wait, never mind. I just read that totally wrong. Never mind. I interpreted that. Just never mind. Forget it. I'm fucking retarded. Forget it. Just fuck. I'm leaving. Goodbye. Okay. Reset.
Or if he's just like disingenuous and does everything in bad faith. Because there was this image going around of me with a pink-haired girl where I'm flexing money, smoking a cigar, and I have a hospital band on. And the caption is, "He's all right, and so is your money." And this is a completely AI'd photo. I don't know who this person is. They're just making this image to get clicks online and I guess, troll me a bit. And Purple Perry quote tweets it and says, "Holy hell, he's actually bragging about scamming his audience." But I'd like to think he's actually smart enough to know it's AI and he's just like a pathetic dickhead that is trying to get attention by any means possible. Anyways, let's get back to the reaction. I'll say one thing about this video. It's effective at defeating your desire to want to watch it.
I will also
The only thing he said about his illness is that the doctor said he might have TB. Any allegations of drug use is entirely unconfirmed. Okay.
likely need to be on hard medication the rest of my life.
Whoa, wow. I'm a millionaire. I have to pay $10 a month for heart med.
I'm not a millionaire. Dude, my RPM is like $4.50. I'm not a millionaire. I'm not even 100,000-aire.
My RPM. Oh, my revenue per month?
Millionaire. Dude, my RPM is like $4.50.
Oh, he has a lot of subs on YouTube, but he doesn't release that many videos. I seriously doubt his revenue per month is that low, unless he literally has no ads in these videos. He's probably doing okay. I'd be surprised if he wasn't making like 100K a year off his YouTube. Maybe more. These are decent viewership videos. He's doing at least like once a month, at least. But
I'm not a millionaire. I'm not even 100,000-aire. I have expenses. I have a family. It's very expensive to fly 2 camera guys out to film things, right? Pay for lodging and airfare. If I was a millionaire, I wouldn't be making a GoFundMe. And that's why my Patreon members are so important. Speaking of which, the Kia Boys extended cut documentary is up now, which is incredibly exciting, I guarantee. And I just posted the first episode of my new podcast where I'm talking about what it was like for me to be sick, how it affected my
RPM 450 revenue per 1,000 impressions. Gotcha.
family, and how my recovery is going so far. So check that out right now on Patreon.
Yeah, obviously a diagnosis can change, but it's not plugged in. It's not plugged in, guys. It's not even plugged in. It's not even plugged in. It's not even plugged in. What the fuck?
There he is. He's back saying it's not even plugged in. Great video, sick video. This is a fun watch, guys.
My heart is currently only working at 15 to 20%.
Oh yeah, is that what the unplugged medical equipment is saying? 15 to 20%? Is that what the unplugged medical equipment that isn't beeping is saying?
The medical equipment doesn't tell you what your ejection fraction is. That's an echocardiogram. You have to go to like imaging place to get it.
Is this like it's like a tampon like on his hand here? Like on his hand, this looks like what is like a tampon that he just put on his hand? Like what is this? What is this bracelet? What is this fucking... He's so red in the face. It's like fucking... It just doesn't... No.
The bracelet is a hospital bracelet. The tampon on my arm is where they drew blood because my IVs were getting clogged, essentially, because I had been in the hospital for days.
Oh my God. Hold on.
By the time I filmed this video. I don't know what that's called. I'm not a doctor, but that's a thing that happens.
I'm dying. Cough, cough, I'm dying. But don't show people I'm balding. Make sure can I wear a beanie? I don't want people to see that I'm balding. Okay. I used to wear one of those bandanas to hide the fact he's balding. This guy's such an insecure loser. Anyway.
I used to wear a bandana to hide that I'm balding? When was that? I don't...
Damn. How old is he? Wait, does he have a hair transplant?
Holy crap, dude. This is low.
No problem, Miller Delight.
If his breathing was bad, you would hear the many liters of oxygen going into his nose. Well, you're telling me... Wait, Borer, you're telling me that when people's hearts is working at 15% capacity...
If his breathing was so bad, you would hear the 6 to 15 liters per second of oxygen. Okay, I don't know measurements like that, but that sounds like a lot of oxygen. Is that...
Wait, Borer, you're telling me that when people's hearts is working at 15% capacity, they might need help breathing? And you're telling me, Borer, that they wouldn't switch off the machine?
What does it mean when your heart is working at 15%? I don't even know what that means. 15% what? Pulse? 15% of your normal pulse? Or 15% blood pressure? You'd be dead.
Next to him, they wouldn't switch it off? They wouldn't.
Also, I don't remember why, but if your blood oxygenation has to be over... like 90, right? If it's under like 85, don't you just start dying? Why is it that if your blood if your blood is oxygenated at like less than 85, why do you just start dying? Why is that? You can do 88% for COPD patients. Because Dr. Robbie says so? I'd suppose contraction strength. Oh, I wonder when it reaches a certain concentration, does, oh fuck. It's like if you have too much carbon dioxide, it builds up acidity in your blood and keto weird shit happens or something like that, maybe? I don't know if that's true. I don't know. I have no idea. Something like that, maybe.
Wouldn't switch it off?
What is the psychological disease all these internet hater stalkers have? Is it actually schizophrenia or something? I don't think anybody in that circle has like any psychotic illnesses or whatever, but there is some weird kind of like snarky culty, like people spend every waking moment of the day thinking about this stuff, going into discords, talking about stuff like that. I don't know what it is or what does it or why. Lactic acid buildup. I think lactic acid is only a byproduct of anaerobic muscle stuff, which I don't think has to do with blood oxygenation.
So you're telling me, Boer, that they wouldn't switch off the machine next to him? They wouldn't switch it off? They wouldn't just like let the cord dangle? And that's what we would hear.
By the way, it's 92 or under to go to a doctor. 88% or lower, call 911.
Like a machine which is helping him live, as opposed to like dead silence.
Really, the ICU.
Like, don't listen to what this like scamming loser is saying.
This guy's calling me a scamming loser. This is the worst video I've ever made. Reacting to this is like the worst video I've ever made. This is like if you were to go to an insane asylum and then try to debate an insane person, you would wind up sounding crazy. Can you get a shot of that bird over there? That's like the one good part of the video. Can you get a good zoom on that bird? I think it's an egret. See, now we're getting good content. Now we're getting some good stuff.
I don't know. To be fair, I don't know. I don't know what they do in these situations where they don't know what's going on. I feel like it would be louder. I just know it would be louder, dude. He's putting on a strong face. So brave. So brave. Could it be a private hospital since he's so rich? A private hospital where they just leave the cord? I don't know, man. Maybe.
I don't know what to say, guys. He stumped me with his stupidity.
Is there like fake hospital TV set Texas? Is there? Can we find like? Is there like? Does anyone? I don't know. I'm not in the industry. Hospital sets for filming. Does anyone know where he's from, guys? Does anyone know where he's from? Does anyone know? Does anyone know? I don't know. Maybe we could find the set. That would say a lot, wouldn't it? That would say a lot if we found the exact set. Or who knows? Maybe he's faking an illness in order to record in a real hospital. I still think it would be louder. Though.
Why didn't this guy just look up the name of the hospital that I was at? None of this makes any sense. There's like so many insinuations.
I googled the name on Medical City Healthcare. I did Google that. I didn't see anything though.
That's a call to Kiwi Farms? Wait, fuck, sorry, what? I wasn't paying attention. Wait, somebody explain why, like, I would imagine if your blood oxygen, I think they're called pulse oximeters. If it were to read 50, my assumption would be like, oh God, he's only getting like half the oxygen he needs. But my understanding is like under like 85 or 88 or whatever, you're basically like dying. Why does it not scale like that? Or what happens when it gets to, why is it that when it's below, like, look up the O2 dissociation curve. Is it because once it reaches a certain amount, some kind of exchange doesn't happen with, is that why? Just link me a fucking PubMed thing. Link me something.
Say a lot, wouldn't it? I would say a lot if we found the exact set. Or who knows? Maybe he's faking an illness in order to record in a real hospital. I still think it would be louder. Though.
Why didn't this guy just look up the name of the hospital that I was at? None of this makes any sense. There's like so many insinuations.
I googled the name on Medical City Healthcare.
Did I mention that Daddy got?
I didn't see anything though.
I was a victim of some.
Medical City Healthcare, the hospital I was at, is actually the first result that comes up.
I didn't see anything, and now it's not loading. God damn it. He's like, yeah, guys. Even if I'm faking, I'm still dying. So you need to give me the money. Even if it turns out that it's because I'm doing fentanyl, you should still give me the money because I have a freaking hot stay-at-home wife who refuses to do any work or pick up any of the slack, and I have a kid that I don't know the name of. You know, it's Brandon Buckingham and all his friends, but mostly Brandon Buckingham, believe that if you're poor, you should just die. That's what they think. I don't think that.
Yeah, for the record, I don't think if you're poor you should die, and I think that having healthcare regardless of your financial bracket is good. I don't know what he's just making stuff up.
So this guy's like a druggy retard, and we have to foot the bill, really? I'm not allowed to say it on YouTube, so you don't have to admit that you're like a drug addict freak. The problem is, this guy enjoys doing drugs more than he enjoys taking care of his kid, and now he's making that your problem by making you donate.
So if what he was saying is true, and I am just like a hopeless drug addict that is like destroying my health and doing so many drugs that I'm about to be dead, does that then make it okay to like mock me and make fun of me in that situation? And then he's saying, I don't care about poor people or the downtrodden people. Yeah. That's good. That's really good. That's nice.
Isn't drug addiction and abuse the same thing? Yes, but the thing I'm trying to point out to Anon, okay? The thing I'm trying to point out is that loser right-wing freaks like Brandon Buckingham and his besties don't like calling people immigrants. They call them illegal aliens, right? That's what they say. I am saying that I do not want to use empathetic language for Brandon Buckingham because he refuses to show any empathy or whatsoever or anything along those lines, and neither do any of his associates or anybody in a similar situation.
I've actually never commented on immigration or illegal aliens, and this is all just a complete fabrication by this guy who's trying to paint me in a negative light to fulfill his little sick and twisted fantasy. So yeah, that's cool.
Right? Like I could sit here and be like, oh, it's sad to be addicted to drugs. I could say that. Does Brandon feel the same way? No. He thinks that if you're addicted to drugs, make sure to show up when Brandon is filming so he can make money off of you. That's what he thinks.
Okay. Hemoglobin binds up to 4 oxygen molecules, and then as more and more oxygen binds, the shape of the thing changes, all the hemoglobin or just something. To bind the first oxygen is very difficult, and then when more and more are bound, apparently it gets easier, so this is why it has to be above a certain percentage. Something like that. Okay. The hemoglobin saturation curve. That's why. Okay.
Again, I have no idea
Okay.
what he's talking about. And just as an anecdote here, one of the people that was featured in one of my drug documentaries about Kensington, Philadelphia, actually got sober after the experience. And then I later reconnected with him, did a GoFundMe for him, raised over $6,000 and gave him $7,500 to help his continued sobriety journey. So it just makes no sense. I also spent my Thanksgiving in 2024 giving out over $8,000 to homeless people on the streets of Kensington. So yeah, I just, how can I respond to these things when they're just made up, just bullshit? It's just completely dumb. This whole video just sucks and is stupid.
Wait, what's this? In loving memory of my big brother, Kyle Delaney. Wait, so his brother also did a GoFundMe scam? That's crazy.
Bro, he's talking about my dead brother now. Yo, this guy is like way out of bounds. Way out of bounds. I don't know. What do you guys at home think about this? He's essentially saying my wife is a whore, I'm a drug addict, I'm a scammer, I'm faking everything. My brother's a scammer, my dead brother that is. I don't even know.
This guy's totally a Christian, guys. Totally.
And he's mocking my religion as well. He's mocking Christianity. He's also mocking that I make rap music. Has this guy made any rap music? Is he angry because he's tried to rap and he just like sucks at it? Let's figure that out here.
Organs don't work. My organs don't work. My organs don't work. My organs don't work. I went to the Middle East. We talked to Turkish. I talked to Sam. He gave me. Fuck.
All right, this guy is retarded, confirmed.
Totally, totally. Real Christian, not a fucking loser, suburban, white boy that wants to be a rapper whatsoever.
Does this guy hate white people? He's saying I'm a suburban white boy. What's someone from Malta? What are they? Are they not white? What the hell is he? Is he Jewish? What the hell is he? What's the point? You're a suburban white boy. What's the point there?
Wait, he's saying he's in the ICU right now? Wait, he's saying he's in the ICU. He's saying he's in the ICU. Is this what the ICU is usually like, guys?
Guys,
Is this what the ICU usually looks like, where it's like there's a bunch of space, there's no noise or anything?
stay-at-home wife who I
It is not an ICU bed.
4 days ago I woke
Is
up.
this what they do in the ICU? They put you with the puppy pee mat and they have the unplugged heart monitor and everything? Is that what they do? He's saying this is the ICU. He's saying this is the ICU. I am forced to stay in the ICU as the doctors try different medications to get my heart pumping semi-normally again. Dude. Insane. This is not the ICU.
So this guy's an ICU expert. He's saying it's not an ICU bed. Dude, I don't know enough about the ICU to tell you what bed is usually in there, but this is definitely in the ICU.
What happened? Did I miss something?
Wait, he's saying he's in the ICU right now? Wait, he's saying he's in the ICU. He's saying he's in the ICU. Is this what the ICU is usually like, guys?
Guys,
Is this what the
guy is
ICU usually looks
obsessed.
like,
Holy
where it's like there's a
shit.
bunch of space, there's no noise or anything?
stay-at-home wife.
Why did I end up watching this? Well, because he's getting attacked by these people. I think Child Logic is getting kind of like controlled by these people. It's just good to spotlight it. Otherwise, when I bring it up in the future, I sound a fucking schizo. So it's good to have like a record of keeping track of this. Because the way that these people operate is they kind of like, they coordinate everything in these little Discord chats and then they come out and it looks like a genuine thing is happening where a bunch of people are feeling a certain thing on social media, but it's like all super coordinated by these people. It's very fucking weird.
It is not an ICU bed.
4 days ago I woke up.
Is this what they do in the ICU? They put you with the puppy pee mat and they have the unplugged heart monitor and everything? Is that what they do? He's saying this is the ICU. He's saying this is the ICU. I am forced to stay in the ICU as the doctors try different medications to get my heart pumping semi-normally again. Dude. Insane. This is not the ICU.
So this guy's an ICU expert. He's saying it's not an ICU bed. Dude, I don't know enough about the ICU to tell you what bed is usually in there, but this is definitely in the ICU. I have medical paperwork showing that I'm in the ICU. Is that a snake? Yo, get a shot of that. Is that a real snake? This guy has a big snake. You just catch that snake? Yep. Is that a rattlesnake, is it?
No, it's
The
just
fuck is this guy? What the fuck? Bruh.
a rat snake.
Oh man, I want nothing to do with that. Holy shit.
I was gonna say, aren't you supposed to hold it behind its neck? But I don't know why I would say that. I have no idea if that's true or not. Maybe if you do that, maybe it wraps around you. I don't know. But okay, damn.
Yo, look at that. That is horrifying. I don't want to be near that.
I mean, it's working for this guy.
Holy crap.
Wait, can all snakes like move through water or swim? Or if you drop a normal snake in the water, will it just die?
Oh my.
An anaconda, that snake would be in the swamp.
My
That's a
God.
good picture for you right there.
Yeah.
Did you see the Wick TV thing with Ogre Boy versus Hutch mods? Nope.
There you go. You want to say anything to the people?
Do you know how to identify a venom snake? Yeah, you make it bite a friend first, then you wait 30 minutes to see what happens.
You just caught that thing?
Yes, sir. Ain't no thing. I'm gonna take it home and keep it as a pet.
Really?
Yes, sir.
Yo, that was awesome. Thank you, sir. This video is crap. That was cool, though.
That was awesome.
That was really cool. Highlight of the video right there. So thanks for...
And there's one thing these people all have in common is they know drama commentary and are poor and have no morals. Is it coordinated money-making effort, or are they actually this retarded? I don't think they make much money off of it. It's not like they've got like huge income streams, but I do think they really enjoyed the moral superiority. Like a very cringe thing, especially in Gisticle, where his server was like dedicated to kind of like exploiting women via whether it was like a room with people posting nudes, or it was Gisticle always having to have some girl on stream to like be sexy, whether it was Lav or Kelly or whatever, like Kelly, turn on your cam, like shit like that, or whether it was his manipulation and abuse of Cherry, like yeah, but all of it is justified as long as the enemy they have is like evil enough. So for me, I'm like their ultimate evil bad guy. So whatever behavior they engage in is always justified because I'm somehow more evil, you know.
Staying tuned, you guys. I'm going to be releasing on Patreon a Patreon.
When you hold it by the tail, snakes are bound by an ancient and magical pledge to not be able to reach up and bite you. Okay.
On podcast with my brother, where we're just going to sit down and have casual conversation. So if you guys want to check that out, that'll be on my Patreon here pretty soon. The Buckingham podcast, we're going to be talking about what it's like for me to recover and all that kind of good stuff. And we'll be doing those every week, whether we're playing video games or just chatting about stuff like the Jeffrey Epstein files. We have good stuff coming on the way. So I really appreciate you guys watching. We are going to continue walking at the park on this beautiful day, and we will see you next week. Thank you guys so much. I'm really happy to be alive, happy to be making videos, and I am happy we saw that cool snake and that egret. So that's it. Peace.
I am overweight. That is true. That is just true. And like, I thank you.
Okay. Is this good form?
During the Super Bowl, millions of Americans watched a cute commercial about neighbors teaming up to find a lost dog. Aww. But they also saw cameras everywhere. Cameras that track and talk to one another through AI.
Oh, Jesus. Are we thinking, is this AI or what's going on here? The words are real, so it looks like it's not AI. But... okay. Is he dead? Or what happened? What was the fuck, I don't know what the weight was, but there was some guy who was doing a powerlifting competition and he dropped it. And he got up and everything, but I'm pretty sure, didn't he die like an hour or two later? Like, wasn't he... I don't know how long he lasted after, but... When a snake swims, it sort of uses the same force diagram as a wing. If you wanted to draw it and see why snakes get forward momentum slithering side to side. Okay. Well,
who terrorized
Cuban boats shot at an American boat and blew it up. Apparently they shot first, according to Cuba. Who knows? Maybe it's like another Tonga. Fuck, what am I thinking of? In Vietnam, didn't we kind of sort of fake a boat getting shot up in order to justify going in there? What am I thinking of? Tonkin? The Gulf of Tonkin? Seems like all the justification MAGA needs to run a coup in Cuba. I don't think they would just go in and capture. Is it fucking Raul? I don't even know what the fucking leader is. I don't think they would. They're not sophisticated enough to do coups. Our current government is too retarded.
As their campaign scoop, Dems working on secret report found Gaza cost Harris votes. Top Democratic officials who worked on the party's still secret autopsy of the 2024 election concluded that Kamala Harris lost significant support because the Biden administration's approach to the war in Gaza actually was learned. I want you to understand something. This autopsy report is probably not going to be as critical as it should, because I suspect that even the autopsy is still being conducted by consultants that have the same exact approach. They have the same investment. Like, they want to make sure that the Democratic Party still.
Who keeps unbanning Marathon? Please, I'm not playing this fucking game. I don't play a new game every month. Why? Stop. Whoever keeps Marathon and Deadlock, add to the ban list. I'm not playing these games. Stop taking them off my auto ban list. Holy fuck. No, I'm not playing a new game every month, all right? I play a game, I get obsessed with it for 6 to 12 months, and then we leave, okay? Jesus.
Hires them, so they're not going to go super hard. But the very fact that even this report was so daggering, so blistering that they did not choose to reveal it is insane. It means that...
Insane. Or it could just be that a lot of people don't release their internal research because they don't want to make it available to everybody else, but, you know, whatever. What is this?
Crime.
3 months ago.
Did I mention that Daddy got... I was a victim of some crime. Did I say this?
Some boomer crime?
Well, I'm supposed to do Amy Poehler's podcast. I say about that? So I was supposed to do Amy Poehler's podcast.
In LA?
Yeah, her assistant reached out and, you know, she was like, hey, we'd love to have you on Storytime with Amy.
Yeah, it's a big podcast.
Yeah, big
right?
podcast. And I know Amy from back in the day.
Sure, you do. You know a lot of people.
I love Amy. I've known Amy for many years. I haven't talked to her in a long time, but I love her.
Been busy.
I've been busy.
She's been busy.
She's been busy being super successful. I've been busy.
She's busy counting money. You're busy
doing what I'm doing. So she, but it's cool because, you know, I know her and we've always had a great rapport.
Yeah, it's not though.
So her assistant reached out and so we talk. They give me a list of questions and all that. We go through it, and I have to do it like you have to do because we're gonna actually. I found out it was gonna be a Zoom first because she does it. So somebody comes on the internet and then talks about the person there, and I was like, it's a surprise. It's probably like a friend of mine. So I was like, okay, great. So they have to make sure that your camera is all, you know. And I was on my phone. He goes, well, we want to do it on a laptop. He wants to do it on a laptop. Of course. On my phone. I'm like, okay. So I schedule that, and I get on. Now I'm on, and now I got to do it through Facebook Live. You know, I don't know how to do any of that. So he's got me on Facebook, and I'm like, oh, Jesus. And I'm doing this thing. And he's like, okay, do you see it? I'm like, I don't see anything. He goes, you want to screen share so I can help you with this. So now I'm screen sharing with the guy as he's trying to configure my Facebook thing so I can get to a point where I'm there. And then
oh, shit. I wonder if this is the same scam.
20 minutes in, as I'm clicking everything. I'm like, you know, and he's going, okay, so this is really good, and just make this. It's no problem. I'm going to help you this one. No, take this. It's great. All of a sudden I go, wait, so when are we doing the podcast? He goes, this Friday. We'll reach out to you. And I go,
oh, this was just a test run.
I go, oh, this Friday. Okay. All right. And he goes, yeah. I go, how are we going to do that? So is Amy, okay, so I'm going to do the same thing as, yes. I said, where are you located? He goes, I'm in Los Angeles. I said, where in Los Angeles? He goes, you want my address? And I was like, no.
The area.
So I was like, okay. And I just, you know, anyway, so we configured the thing, and I'm, okay, Friday.
It's a test run.
Oh, yeah,
Rehearsal.
Yeah, and I'm waiting. My producer for my podcast, I did it after I was done with my podcast. And my producer calls me and goes, hey, did you,
Getting
you know
a
that Amy Poehler podcast? Do you know it's a scam?
Oh,
no, not shit.
Bubba, he goes, they've been scamming people. I was waiting to do the podcast, and it never happened. And I'm like, hey, where's that? I'm waiting.
Is E33 DLC still on your to-do list? I'll probably play it on my flight over. Apparently there's not that much stuff or whatever, so I don't know. We'll see.
What do I do?
Oh, dude, I'm so grateful for you. I've always wanted to meet somebody who got scammed by those podcasts.
And when I say I got scammed, I got scammed so hard, I gave them all my information. I had to call a cybersecurity expert, a dude who really knows his shit, who was like, oh yeah, and he saw what they did, and he goes, so the good news is, I think that these guys were just trying to get access to your followers so they can spam and do a lot of stuff, but they wanted access, they sell access.
Did you change all your passwords?
Dude, he went on the dark web. They have all my passwords. They have all my fucking everything.
You changed everything, right?
I changed everything. But he was like, how do they know that? He goes, hey, they sell all this stuff. You're just not, it's not like you're that, it's like, you know, but just know that you anything you have is available out there.
Well, it's supposed to do that.
Yeah.
But,
I mean, but I got, dude. I even texted Amy, and I was like, I DM'd Amy. I was like, hey, I'm supposed to do your podcast. I'm waiting, but nothing's going on here.
She say anything?
No, I didn't. She didn't even get my.
She had no clue.
Meanwhile, but it's been going on, and somebody else who's a comic, I can't remember her name, she got taken too.
Well, they probably knew your special came out. You're probably doing some PR.
Exactly.
So they timed it
the
up.
way they did it was so good. Gave me like all the questions. Like, you know, Amy can't wait to talk to you. They know somehow that I know her. They do their research. It made sense. I was like, of course you'd have an assistant reach out to.
Yeah. Twitch partner Lacari has been unbanned after 1 month, 2 days, and 21 hours. King. Wow, Godseed, right, guys? I have a thing I'm doing in like 7 minutes. What else is going on? Woman accidentally takes man's bag, accuses him of stealing. Oh no. Or wait, what? Oh.
I swear to God, I will murder. This is my school. Is that your ass? No, it's
Oh no, bruh.
Let her go. Let her go. Let her go. Oh, fuck. Let her go.
Well, wait. Do we know whose bag was whose? Hold on, because now this guy sounds a little crazy. Although he did just get fucking decked in the face for free. Now he sounds like he's trying to talk like Darth Vader, but his ID was in the bag, yeah? So? What? You don't do that? Slip your wallet into a bag you're trying to steal so that when the pulley, that's what they call him in London, they call him the police, the pulley, come, you're like, look, that's my bag. I don't know what the actual story is for this, but the possibility, assuming she's not just a thief, is that when older people start to develop dementia, if they live on their own, if their children are gone or they don't have anybody watching them or taking care of them or they're not married, when they start to get these symptoms and they start to like go outside, they can start to do increasingly unhinged things without anybody to check them on it. I don't know what is going on here though, but. It looks like they're holding two bags that look similar. Does she not realize she's holding her bag? That's what I thought when I saw them sitting. Like here, it looks like maybe she looked down and it looks like he's taking her bag because it's on top of hers, but like they're outside. This is way too long for them to not realize that, no? Okay, well. Whoa, flashes boobs, not good.
Drafted 8th overall out of Michigan, this German forward plays alongside his brother and has averaged over 19 points per game for the Magic since 2021. A lot of reasons that this cannot be Thanos Antetokounmpo, I suppose. I have no idea who you are. I'm going to type a German name, Franz, and I'm going to assume that Franz Wagner plays on the Magic. What the fuck? Are you fucking trolling me? Holy shit! Thank you, Franz Wagner, for having the most emblematic German name I've ever heard in my entire life. Oh!
Not the pressure plates. Mexican streamer shows the city after lockdown. For because of the attacks or whatever that were going on. Jesus Christ. Is that a BBL? Or... All right.
Silver! You fucking madman, Silver. You fucking madman. Wait, can I not just... Ha! Oh! Oh! Dude, I saved everyone. Ah!
We can talk about this. I think the entire tradition
well,
should
good.
be
We're going to
abolished.
disagree right off the bat.
Are now below $2.30 in most states. That's objectively not true. In fact, according to AAA, there's not a single state where the average gas price is below $2.30, and the real average nationwide is $2.97. Trump also said that he's brought $18 trillion in investment into the country. Not sure where he got that one, but even his own White House's rosy projections and claims only claim $9 trillion brought in investment, and that's if we take those claims at face value from the White House, which we shouldn't. Trump also said that the man who killed a Ukrainian refugee in North Carolina entered the country through open borders, but he was actually an American citizen. You get the idea. These are just a few examples, but frankly, the fact checkers have had to work overtime after the deluge of falsehoods and incorrect statements in the president's speech. Yes, politicians' speeches are always full of false claims and spin, but Trump really does do a lot more of this than most other politicians, and frankly, I will always find it kind of insulting the way he seems to have normalized just looking us in the eye and insisting to things that are not true. But Trump also pulled something of a political masterclass when he challenged the Democrats and asked them to rise and applaud if they agreed with the statement that the government's job is to protect American citizens, not illegal immigrants. And then somehow they thought this was a good idea. They all sat silently down.
I'm inviting every legislator to join with my administration in reaffirming a fundamental principle. If you agree with this statement, then stand up and show your support. The first duty of the American government is to protect American citizens, not illegal aliens.
There's your next Republican campaign ad. And frankly, normal Americans are going to see that clip and reach the same conclusion that President Trump did when he said, "These people are crazy." As is the case with most State of the Union addresses, the whole thing was basically political theater. And I honestly think we should go back to the pre-1913 tradition where they just sent a letter to Congress and didn't do a whole speech. The night served to probably change 0 Americans' minds about the trajectory of the country and isn't going to materially affect even a single citizen's conditions. But it did provide fodder for attack ads and get us, once again, all at each other's throats. Other than that, it was really a wonderful evening. That's just my take, and the debate is only just beginning. All right, joining me now, we've got Conservative Talk Radio host Ari Hoffman and Stephen Bonnell, aka Destiny. Guys, thanks for being here.
Great to be here. Thanks for having us.
Thanks for having us.
So, Stephen, I'll come to you first. I imagine that there's part of that you agreed with, but part of it you probably didn't agree with. Just give me your big picture thoughts on Trump's address. I'm sure you watched it.
It's very difficult to do this, but I mean, looking at where we're at right now politically in the United States, I think one point you brought up, we've just kind of normalized having our government lying to us in the most ridiculous ways possible, even if it's a thing that they are seeing some success on. Like, are we really to believe that 0 illegal people made it into this country over the entire, what was it? He said the last 10 months, actually, like 0 people. Just the idea that he can just say whatever, and then the fact that he has these same, rehearsed talking points that he uses over and over again. This country used to be dead, and now it's the hottest place in the world, and, blaming Biden for the things that he inherited that he doesn't like, and then taking credit for the things that are going well, like the stock market. I don't know. I'm very tired listening to Trump and then listening to the ways that people around him try to defend every lie or crazy thing that he says by saying it's all a joke or it's all ironic until it's not, and then they defend the thing anyway. And to the larger point, you mentioned something about how, wow, it was crazy that Democrats didn't stand up when Donald Trump said that the government's job should be protecting American citizens. I think I would feel pretty disgusting if I had to stand, or if I watched a Democrat stand up for that when the president sent ICE to Minnesota, murdered 2 American citizens, and then basically shielded those officers from any and all liability and shipped them off somewhere else. I'm just saying, in terms of if that's the government's job to protect American citizens, it doesn't seem like it's playing out very well right now in front of the American people.
Yeah, let's come back to that second point, obviously, about the Democrats, and just kind of start with the big picture message from Trump. I certainly agree with you. I find it frustrating how he says so many things that simply aren't so. But Ari, I saw that you shared some posts, and I think it was a New York Post article or something, calling it maybe the best ever or a really good State of the Union. Make your case for why you liked what you heard.
I always love the State of the Union. I don't care which party's president is giving the State of the Union. I love the theater. Maybe that's because I'm a drama kid, but either way, I love it. I think it's a lot of fun. I think it's very entertaining, but you also get to see what the messaging is of the party that's in power or who's in the White House. And I think what this was for the Trump administration was a reset. Hey, remember all that stuff we promised during the campaign? Here's what we delivered on. Here's what we're working on. And here's why you voted for us in the first place. Trying to keep that message going with so many attacks on it, sometimes it's hard to have that megaphone. Now, that actually gives some credence to your argument that we should abolish the whole thing, because why do taxpayers need to pay for a giant campaign commercial? I find it fun. I find it entertaining. And it's the one time a year I think C-SPAN is actually fun to watch. I like when you see the different camera angles of who's reacting, but also I think it also shows how civility is completely out the window. Do you remember a few years ago when Barack Obama was giving the State of the Union address and Senator Joe Wilson stood up and called him a liar? He had to apologize, and there was huge public pressure on him for saying that. And ever since then, it's been going downhill, downhill, downhill. You had Marjorie Taylor Greene yelling at Joe Biden. Now, last night, you had Rashida Tlaib chanting KKK while the U.S. hockey team is in the room and everybody's chanting USA, USA, USA. I mean, we're looking at the both extremes of our political parties on display in the room. And I think as much as I love the speech, and as much as it seems like 63% of Americans, according to CNN, approved of the speech, I think what we're seeing is, as opposed to uniting, we're seeing our country become more and more divided. And I'm not sure how you really fix that, but I don't think it's divided between Democrats and Republicans.
But Ari, can you, when we're talking about civility or division, I feel like we can't really talk about that without at least acknowledging a large portion of that Donald Trump has spearheaded the decline of, no? Would you acknowledge that?
I don't agree that that's where it started. I think it started with Barack Obama trying to save his second term and cobbling together this whole different groups of different people and telling them, here's who to blame, here's who to blame, here's who to blame, here's who to blame, and attacking everybody under the sun. I think that's where it really started. And I think Trump came along and said, well, if this is the game we're going to play, then I'm going to play it, and I'm going to play it better. I'm not saying he's free of blame at all. I just think he's better at it. And when you look at the civility, the point I was about to make was, I think last night when you saw who stood up for what, and you see that the Democrats couldn't stand up for anything, even common sense, what you're seeing is there's a real disconnect between the Democrat Party and the average American. I think really what you saw on display last night was common sense and the far left insanity that has taken over the Democrat Party.
Well, all right. So, Stephen, I'll come to you on this question of the civility and decline. I have a feeling you have a slightly different view.
I'm sorry. Can I just get a refresher on the what was that Obama reference?
Which one are we talking about?
Obama was telling us to blame all these groups of people. What are we referring to there?
Back in 2012, when Barack Obama was having real trouble after passing Obamacare, what he did was he took a whole bunch of different disaffected groups. Let's not forget, it was Barack Obama who was pushing all the Black Lives Matter narrative heading into right after his reelect. In addition to that, this is stuff that he's been leaning on. Anytime there was something with race, he doubled down on the wrong side of it, took the wrong side of it every single time.
Okay, I'm not hearing anything. I'm just trying to. What was the like? What did he say?
You
Or
want to
what
talk
was?
about Michael Brown? You want to talk about George Zimmerman? You want to talk about him supporting Black Lives Matter, the organization that also had anti-Semitic undertones? Where do you want to start with that?
So in terms of anti-Semitic undertones, I'm pretty sure that Donald Trump literally sat with Fuentes for I think it was in Mar-a-Lago to have dinner, let alone all of the other insane associations with him. Elon Musk is a white identitarian neo-Nazi machine on X, and he had a prominent role in the White House that was, by the way, a monumentally epic failure. Doge, which was a thing that was promised to us that was over the last year. I noticed that Donald Trump didn't say anything about that. He talked about putting together a new fraud team that was supposed to be headed by J.D. Vance. I don't know why we would have any faith in that when Doge was probably the biggest failure I've ever seen of a government anything initiative in the past 20, 30 years that I've known of. The idea that the president of the United States, Barack Obama, giving his opinion on some things in what was generally a very reserved way, and to say that that is what started things, and then compare that to Trump, who nicknames derisively every political opponent he has, is just absolute insanity to me. But I mean, it's in line with the current conservative thought of trying to blame literally anybody but themselves when the current political environment is just absolutely all of them. Yeah.
Funded terrorist organizations like funding Iran, gave money back to the Palestinian Authority so they could continue their pay-for-slave program. And you're going to lecture me about Donald Trump, who's solving peace in the Middle East right now. You're going to call him an anti-Semite, especially
Just curious.
when he has Jewish grandkids?
Yeah,
Give me a
sorry, the
break.
Middle East isn't my strong point here. How many times are we going to get peace in the Middle East? Because I was told that the Abraham Accords were peace in the Middle East, and then the October 7th attacks happened, and then I was told that we just had peace in the Middle East again after the first Iran bombing, or after the Hamas thing, but then we bombed Iran,
guys,
and then I was told that peace in the Middle East was there, but now we're about to go to war with Iran. I'm just curious, when are we going to get the final peace in the Middle East, or is it always like a transient 1 to 2 year thing?
Sorry, guys.
Yeah,
We're not going to go down the Middle East rabbit hole. I think we could do, a 2-hour podcast on that and only scratch the surface. I also think we're probably not going to solve the great debate over the collapse of American civility. But I do wonder, let's talk about this second question, right? To
Well,
me,
just as a quick thing, I'm sorry, because I didn't answer the question. If you look at the 4 years of Biden and you look at the prior 4 years of Trump, or even the first year of Trump here, and you're trying to pretend that there is even remotely the same level of civility shown, you are the problem in American politics today. Like, there is something that is deeply and fundamentally broken about you as a man, as a person, that is rotting the inside of the country. And at some point, we'll grapple with that, or the country will collapse. So we'll see what happens in 3 years, I
Thank you
guess.
for illustrating the point on civility when you say there's something fundamentally wrong with me.
yeah, let's not go there. Let's not go there.
I stand by my comments. It is absolutely true. To compare Biden, who said he wanted to be a president for all Americans, who increased the Secret Service allotment to President Trump, or to Trump while he was running for president, as Donald Trump strips Secret Service protections away from people he doesn't like, as he targets law firms he doesn't like, as he gives nicknames to people he doesn't like, who can't even condemn violence across all sides after the Charlie Kirk assassination, but instead says that violence on the left is disorderly and terrible, but violence on the right is in response to that. It's unbelievable.
Assassination after the Democrats were saying, well, he said some really bad things. I'm sorry he got shot, but he kind of deserved it. After the entire
Which Democratic leader said that? Which Democratic leader said that? Which Democratic leader said that? The entire left. So it should be really easy to name a single Democratic leader.
Okay, guys, I'm going to reel us back in here. I'm
Okay.
going to reel us back in here. I think we'll leave it there for that. I get your
Let
point.
the record show that he had no response to that, but okay, go ahead.
I think if I was going to talk about the State of the Union and say one unifying moment, was actually both sides did stand and applaud when Trump condemned political violence and the shooting of Charlie Kirk. And I did appreciate that, though we can obviously talk about the broader way that was handled, and it was far from ideal. On this specific point, though, Stephen, I have to say, I am very critical of Trump's handling of immigration. I think obviously he's overcorrecting from the Biden policies, which were, their own problem in a lot of ways. But this moment where he says, please clap and stand with me if you agree that we need to put the safety of Americans before illegal immigrants. And then you have the Democrats sitting on their hands silently. I mean, what are they thinking doing that? And how is that not like the perfect wet dream of every Republican political operative for the next 10 million attack ads? I think that's going to land with
Because
people.
Donald Trump has used this excuse of illegal immigrants to attack American citizens. We've got now hearings where judges are have issued release orders for American citizens that have been illegally detained by ICE who aren't being released weeks sometimes after. Sometimes they're already shipped out of the country. You have the whole Alex Preddy thing. You've got the Renee Good thing. Regardless of whether or not you think it was a justified or unjustified killing in both those instances, that's federal troops going to, or federal officers going to a state and killing American citizens. The idea that you're going to talk about illegal immigration and how we should protect Americans over illegal immigrants, but you've used that same talking point to what seems to be bring harm to American citizens, it rings hollow. And I wouldn't stand for it either.
What? So why can't Ari? I'll come to you in one sec. Ari, yeah, I'll come to you in one sec. But it's like my perspective is that Democrats need to seize the high ground and say we agree we need to protect Americans over illegal immigrants, but there's a right way and a wrong way to do things, and we think Trump's doing the wrong way, and then outline their own vision. But it feels like you're just giving a gift to Trump when you sit on your hands. They got up to applaud for banning congressional stock trading, which I don't care too much about one way or the other. But it's like if you're going to get up and applaud for that, but then not for the basic statement of protect Americans before illegal immigrants, it just feels like an own goal to me, Stephen.
I mean, you can view it that way, but I mean, if you've seen the president utilize that same rhetoric to attack American citizens, I don't know why you would support him when he says it. It just doesn't make any sense to me. We need to do something about protecting American citizens over illegals, and then we've seen how that's played out now in a historically horrendous fashion. Why would you stand by this guy and support him when he says, those empty words?
Ari, your take.
Because of somebody like Washington State Trooper Christopher Gadd, who was killed by an illegal alien who was driving drunk in the middle of the night at 104 miles an hour on a freeway. And because of Laken Riley, and because of all the other Americans who were killed by illegal aliens. And yet the left doesn't want to acknowledge that at all. The left doesn't want to acknowledge that ever happens. Instead, they just want to not stand for protecting Americans. It seems like the left has no problem with this whatsoever. And if you don't want to get killed by a federal agent, you shouldn't start attacking federal agents. And the left shouldn't be weaponizing kids and sending them out into the streets, like here in Washington State, here in the Seattle area, to go after federal agents or police officers for that matter, because this is nothing new. This is something that's been happening since 2016 out here in Seattle. This is an ongoing problem where the left doesn't like law enforcement, where the left doesn't stand for Americans because they would rather stand for illegal aliens. This is what they are about. And I have never heard anybody on the left talk about any of the people who were killed by illegal aliens. I've never heard them talk about the angel families. It seems like the left's perspective is, well, we want a whole bunch of people coming into this country and we want open borders and we want them to keep voting for us. And we have no problem with the issues that are happening here with the mail-in ballot system, where we have multiple documented, recorded cases of them voting and nobody doing anything about it whatsoever. They said, well, you know what? If we want to keep this to make an omelet, you got to break some eggs. I haven't heard any of them talk about that at all.
You're casting, Ari, so, Stephen, I'll let you respond in one sec, but when you say the left, you are casting with a very broad brush there, and you even had some Democratic members of Congress who voted for the Laken-Riley Act. For example, I think John Fetterman voted for it. So, I mean, you surely would acknowledge that not all Democrats are open borders lunatics, no?
I would say that John Fetterman isn't. I'd say you have a hard time naming any others that aren't. Because John Fetterman disagrees with the Republican Party, 80, 90% of the time? But I saw him stand up on some common sense issues last night when nobody else did. I've seen him say, hey guys, we're looking like idiots. John Fetterman acknowledged the fact that, yes, they did give campaign fodder to Republicans for the next cycle and possibly the one after that by not standing up for common sense things. When you have Rashida Tlaib chanting KKK instead of USA, when the U.S. hockey team comes into the room, in one of the rare bipartisan moments when most people were actually standing, now you've just killed the fact that the left was standing for Team USA. And this kind of shenanigans didn't play well with the paddles during Netanyahu or any other, or with Donald Trump with people wearing white. It doesn't play. It just looks petty to most Americans.
Yeah, Stephen, your thoughts on that?
I don't even, this isn't even like real politics. I don't know what the conservatives are doing. First of all, to his credit, it is really hard for conservatives to imagine Democrats not being lockstep on things because they are literally part of the Trump Borg mind. So I don't think they can even fathom having a disagreement in party because Trump will excise that person from the party immediately if he even detects any type of insubordination whatsoever. First off. Second off, nobody loves dead Americans to illegal immigrants more than conservatives. And you can tell this because, and I made this prediction a year and a half ago, and it will come true by the end, there will be no comprehensive legislation done whatsoever to approach or address any of the issues related to the border or illegal immigrants in this country. Donald Trump is doing a big show of force right here for the first year. I called it a year ago. Anybody that was intelligent could have called it. Nothing will happen. Nothing will change. We're going to go to the end of his term. There will be no legislation addressing the backlog of asylum seekers, addressing the shortage of funding or staffing for crucial immigration-related things that would help us cut down on the amount of illegals in this country, because all of it is a horse and pony show for conservatives that like to drag out the same two corpses over and over and over again whenever they want to virtue signal on the issue and then do absolutely nothing about it, which is basically the conservative MO for everything, whether we're talking Doge or no new wars or 90 deals in 90 days or whatever. Every single thing is a lie. Every single thing is a virtue signal. Progress is non-existent on any of these issues. I don't even know how a conservative takes themselves seriously when they're talking about any of these problems whatsoever. You would acknowledge that if we get no legislation or no reform or anything of the immigration system in the next 3 years, because Donald Trump killed the bill, he killed the Langford bill that was actually going to take a good approach to our asylum system and increase the amount of judges available, increase the funding for border security, increase the funding for judges to go through the backlog.
He did do that.
Yep, and that got shot down explicitly because Trump said he wanted to keep it open as an election issue. Ted Cruz said it himself on the floor. That's not coming. We're not getting any legislation. We're not going to deport the 30 million illegals. Yeah, is this not a monumental failure?
What do you need the legislation for when we've sealed the border without spending any more money? The legislation that Stephen wants
30
is
million.
the one that grants asylum to 11 million illegal aliens minimum that came here during the Biden administration. The Democrats have said as much themselves. And I'll say something else is that when the Democrats had control of stuff, I didn't see them passing any rules. The truth is neither party wants to solve this. And why does neither party want to solve it? The same reason they don't want to solve Social Security, the same reason they don't want to solve Medicaid, because the second you solve it, it's nobody's campaign issue. And I think the problem is that Stephen and I aren't living in two different worlds. Stephen wants the left to use it for their purposes. I may want the right to use it for our purposes. And unfortunately, we don't have anybody who's common sense getting in a room and saying, okay, you want to solve border immigration, then how about something like this? How about we say, all right, if you never committed a crime and you've never been on any form of welfare whatsoever, but you came across the border illegally, maybe we can find a path to citizenship. But anybody who commits a serious felony against this country, or who is living off welfare and came to this country just to get the welfare, maybe we don't grant it to you. And maybe we could get in a room and have that discussion. But from what Stephen's saying, it sounds like he has such hatred for anybody who supports Donald Trump or anybody who's a Republican, he'd never even want to have that conversation with somebody like me.
I think a lot of Republicans would revolt at that idea, though, of amnesty for anyone. So I'm not sure that's even a viable proposition. What you're describing is my position and has been for 10 years of a middle ground solution.
This is the position that conservatives will assume as a mask whenever they're confronted with somebody who actually wants to talk about immigration, which conservatives are not prepared to talk about, because you'll say all of this now, and I'm curious, if I go through your broadcast or your social media feed, am I going to see you expressing extreme disdain for Donald Trump attacking DACA? Because DACA is basically exactly what you're describing. It's a program that monitors people in the United States that have no criminals.
And hear how often we criticize Donald Trump on my show. In fact, we have an entire segment called When the Right Gets It Wrong. So making assumptions about a show that you've never listened to in writing that you've never read is quite an assumption. All I hear from you
it's very interesting that you just wait, hold on. Let me just clarify. Yeah, let me just clarify. Hold on, because you didn't respond to what I asked. Did you attack Donald Trump for attacking DACA?
All you've been doing.
He's not going to answer. He's just crying.
Because I support Donald Trump.
This is Trump derangement syndrome right here.
Because I'm a Republican.
It's actual grown children.
Drone.
He can't.
Because I support Donald Trump.
I think he's broken right now.
Didn't you say?
Is there like a reset button on the back of his neck or something? Can we? Okay, wait. Did you criticize Donald Trump for attacking DACA?
That's a valid question, Ari. What have you said over Trump being against DACA?
I don't support the DACA program.
There it is. Do you see how I accurately called out the filibuster? Do you see how I knew? Do you see how I incepted? Do you see how simple the conservative MAGA brain is? Do you see how easy that was to call? I'm good on that one. Go. What's the next question?
If somebody is 9 months pregnant, flies into France, does their kid get to become a citizen?
Well, birthright
I don't know, and I don't care. I'm not French. I'm sorry. Hold on. Which French laws do you want to copy right now? What else do you want?
No, I'm giving an example of a random country. Why is it the United States of America has to do something that no other country does?
Like our freedom of speech? Like our Second Amendment? What else do you want to get rid of in the United States that doesn't match up with European countries? Please let me know. Give me the list.
That's the one. Okay, that's what the direction you want to go down. You want to talk about DACA? Let's talk about DACA.
Okay.
I don't think that just because you are here in this country with a parent who has no connection to this country whatsoever and you're born into this country, we should necessarily do it. However, that's not a decision for you or me to make. That is something the courts can make. And if
That's
Donald
great.
Trump wants to attack it,
That's a
he
great,
can
and that's
attack
great.
it.
It's great that you have that opinion, and that's fine. But I wish you would have just said that before, rather than all this blah 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 about, well, maybe if you've been here and you haven't committed any felonies and you're not on welfare, because clearly that was all BS. I wish you would start with the position you honestly hold right now. Now, you made this complaint that we can't have a conversation about immigration, and I agree we can't. But it's because of people like you. You wouldn't give your honest opinion initially.
Guys,
People like
all right.
you, the Borg drone, right? People like me. I see why civility's out the window now.
Let's move to this next part here from the actual State of the Union, because I don't know that we're going to solve the DACA debate or litigate all of France's policies. But the actual moment here where Trump referenced transgender children being transitioned or socially transitioned in schools without the knowledge of their parents in some blue states, and then Democrats responded in a similar fashion. Let's watch this. I'll play the clip here.
But surely we can all agree no state can be allowed to rip children from their parents' arms and transition them to a new gender against the parents' will. Who would believe that we've been talking about this? We must ban it, and we must ban it immediately. Look, nobody stands up. These people are crazy. I'm telling you, they're crazy. Amazing, Governor. Boy, oh boy. We're lucky we have a country. With people like this, Democrats are destroying our country, but we've stopped it just in the nick of time, didn't we?
All right, so mixed thoughts on that, because he's definitely not accurately describing the situation in these different areas where some of these policies are in place. Forcibly confiscating people's children and transitioning them against their will isn't really what we're talking about, but obviously there is this ongoing battle over whether kids should be allowed to do these irreversible medical transitions that I think most people find really insane and objectionable. And then there are these states like California and New York where they even have these policies statewide where you're not even allowed to require teachers to notify parents if a child starts socially transitioning in school or going by different pronouns. So, I mean, this struck me as a moment where they're totally talking past each other. I don't see how Trump can really complain about civility when he's pointing at the political opposition and calling them crazy. But I guess, Stephen, your thoughts on this. This does seem like an issue where Democrats are going to struggle to appeal to the public if they can't even agree that, like, hey, maybe kids shouldn't be medically transitioning.
Yeah, I mean, I was a little disappointed, given that I feel like he didn't bring up the trans stuff as much as I would have liked, given that we're staring at potential war with Iran, given that we captured the leader of a foreign country, given that he is trying to tariff every country in the world even more than he was before after the courts ruled against him. I wish we would have gotten a little bit more trans stuff. I feel like we were lacking that this time, but I'm glad that he managed to hit those talking points a little bit. I honestly don't care that much. I cannot imagine obsessing over trans people. Every crazy trans person I've ever seen in my life has been somebody that conservatives have dug off of Twitter and decided to platform on their shows to show how crazy it all is. Personally, I think that if you want to talk about whatever trans stuff there is for kids, it should probably be a conversation between a doctor and the child and the parent. And I don't know if the school is involved in that. If you want to talk about school stuff, usually that comes down to school superintendent, local elections, and it should be dealt with there. I don't know what the dealing with at the federal level is. But I know how obsessed Republicans are in getting in between people and their health care, like they are in terms of banning abortion. So I don't know, maybe that's a conservative talking point that they just like to go over a lot.
Yeah, I think the problem is it's a lot of it's not health care. And I think this functions as something of I agree with you that it's not an issue that's affecting most people's lives, but it's something that many people view as a sanity test. And they're telling me, and when you have a party that stood behind, or a lot of people in the party stood behind 16-year-olds and 15-year-olds getting double mastectomies, thousands of times.
I think that this is. I personally, I agree with the late Kirk that this is kind of an 80-20 issue. I think that the problem is that conservatives just don't think trans people are real at all, which I think is a silly position. But
I've always supported, to be clear though, I've always supported trans adults' right to live.
Yeah, but who cares at that point? If you're female to male and they're saying that you can't do anything until you're 18, or I'm sorry, male to female, you might as well, you're fucked at that point anyway. You're never going back.
I don't think that's true.
It is true.
Blair
It's
White
absolutely
transitioned
true.
after 18.
Yeah, but not all of us have $150,000 for facial feminization surgery and soft puberties as whatever. But regardless of the issue with that, this is an issue. I would say that it is a healthcare issue, regardless if you want to view it that way or not. It should probably be a conversation between the parents, the children, and the medical providers. It might be in the future that we decide that all forms of this should be off the table and it's not important. But I mean, like, that's a thing that the medical establishment is slowly figuring out. In the UK, they've rolled back some of their stuff. I think in some recommendations in the US have rolled back stuff. Most people don't support surgeries for adolescents. That's a really extreme position, even among people that support trans people. And just hearing about medical advice being lectured about that from a side who we have like record numbers of measles outbreaks in the country right now because conservatives don't believe in vaccination anymore. I just can't take that argument very seriously. I'm sorry.
All right, I'll bring in Ari here for your take.
So how is this a federal issue? Senate Bill 5599, which was passed in the Washington State Legislature 2 years ago, allows a child who says, well, my parents don't accept me for how I am, to run away from home, be hidden by the Washington State government, by officials, by the Department of Youth, Children, Family Services, by their schools, never inform their parents of where they are, and then give them an abortion or transition them. That is law. Right now, 16 states, including Idaho and Florida, are suing and hoping to take this to the Supreme Court to stop it, because what they're worried about, and what we've seen cases of in Idaho, is kids running away from home and ending up wards of Washington State. That's why this is a federal issue. You may not think that this is something that happens a lot, but it is happening way too frequently here in Washington State. I know since the beginning of the year, there's been at least 3 cases where we have seen this exact thing happen. And one of the reasons they're rolling this back across the U.S. is because there was a lawsuit. And the lawsuit was basically saying you guys had no science behind this whatsoever when you guys decide to transition this kid. So then the Plastic Surgeons Association of America says we're not going to do this anymore. Then the American Medical Association says we're not going to do this anymore. And things started changing because it wasn't based on any science. It was based on ideology. This is an 80-20 issue, and you just saw a real-life version of the commercial from the campaign. Democrats are for they, them, Trump is for you. That's what he was trying to do in that case there. Is this something that happens frequently? No, of course not. But it is something that illustrates the extremism that has overwhelmed the left these days.
Stephen, I'll come to you for your response to that. But I do think that is the problem with saying, like, oh, it's just a non-issue. It doesn't affect a lot of people. It's a sanity test. You have hundreds of Democratic members of Congress signing amicus briefs to the Supreme Court saying that 12-year-olds should be given puberty blockers. I mean, I think of my mom, who is a life...
Puberty blockers is... Sorry, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Let me flesh this out, right? Like, my mom voted for Kamala. She voted for Obama. She voted for Biden. She's going to vote for the Democrat in 2028. But, like, there's this big middle of this country, and she will hear that and think, like, that's crazy, and the Democrats are out of touch with us normal people. She'll still vote for them, and I think a lot of people will, but it's an isolating issue, Stephen.
Sure. I think that there are aspects of the trans stuff that the Democratic establishment should have pushed back harder on. I don't think it's necessarily the puberty blocker stuff. I think the athletic stuff, was an obvious one for college or Olympic level stuff. I think that was really silly of the Democratic Party. I think that the science is out on or figuring out what the best way to deal with people that are trans, because when you're trans as a minor. You don't just become trans when you are an adult at 18. I think the science is out on that. For regardless of whether or not we want to say it's ideologically informed, there is much more scientific evidence related to puberty blockers for minors than there is that mRNA vaccines cause Jeffrey Epstein's DNA to control your brain, or that the vaccines for measles or whatever, it has dead monkey parts that's going to cause everybody to die. Like, there's way more evidence on the side of the trans stuff than all the insane medical monkey crazy stuff that comes out of the modern day RFK Jr. camp. So I just hearing Republicans talk about
kind of whataboutism, right? Because like both
it's not whataboutism. It's if you have a problem here that's a massive problem that is going to be a massive detriment to our country. So, for instance, defunding education, defunding labs, defunding certain research. All the mRNA vaccine research was defunded in the United States. If you're defunding all of that, okay, that's fine. But if you're defunding all of that, and we're starting to see measles outbreaks happening at record numbers all across the United States, we're on the verge of losing our status as a measles eliminated country. But you want to talk about, I'm sorry, what was this? 3 kids from Idaho that ran to Washington? The focus makes me question what the actual priorities here. It doesn't seem to be healthcare. It seems to be ideology.
Of minors who've been affected by some of this stuff. But Stephen, what I would say is there was no RFK Jr. in Trump's first term. The kind of anti-science Maha extreme wing did not emerge or have any kind of power or cachet in the first Trump administration.
Sure.
The reason it does now, I think in part, is that the scientific establishment and the kind of liberal media consensus and the Democratic Party on COVID, on gender, on other things, you had the top science journals coming out and endorsing political candidates over Trump. They burned their credibility. They made people stop trusting the expert class.
But that's not true. When you say they burn their credibility, why is it that their credibility is damaged because of things that conservatives want to talk about constantly, but the conservative credibility is never damaged? That doesn't make any sense to me. RFK Jr. has made... We just went through a whole 6-month period of believing that Advil causes autism or whatever, right? Where's the credibility hit from that? It's nowhere.
Wasn't it Tylenol?
I don't know, whichever stupid conspiracy or whatever. Maybe I.
But I'm saying that we got there because people became unmoored from trusting experts and from the kind of establishment. And there's a healthy dose of self-reflection about how much arrogance and how much they got wrong that caused that.
I think that that's true. I think that it's good to stop and figure out what did you get wrong in a messaging thing. I think that's always important. Or maybe there's a position that was a little bit out of step. I think that's important to understand. But it's also important to understand Americans were not fixated on trans issues because trans issues were coming up everywhere in their lives. They were fixated on trans issues because conservatives are losers on every single policy ground. So they have to choose the most esoteric world to fight in, which had to do with trans kids. And that's why we're getting posts and blogs about like a woman who wants to make her 4-year-old a fucking trans person who 90% of Democrats are going to look at like, this person's fucking crazy.
Democrats also didn't take it off the table the way they could have by
I agree with that. But it was put on the table by Republicans, to be clear, right? Kamala didn't spend any time talking about trans issues when she was running for her 107 days or whatever. It was brought up by conservatives over and over and over and over and over again.
After it had been introduced in policy and in media and in culture over the previous decade. Ari, I want to bring in you here. Give us your thoughts on everything you've just heard.
I'm trying to figure out which part to actually weigh in on. Are we talking about medical science? Are we talking about trans? Are we talking about that? I just come back to my original point, is that when the Democrats are on the wrong side of an 80-20 issue, like transing the kids, then they have a messaging problem. We want to discuss vaccines. You want to discuss this? How about this? During COVID, they kept the schools closed longer here in Washington, and we had a massive learning loss. And there was no excuse for that whatsoever. The science didn't show that at all. And when they could have reopened them, they refused to because the teachers' unions didn't want to go back to work. And it would have been so easy to just say, you know what, we were closed for 2 years. We're going to add an hour to the school day to make it up, or we're going to add extra classes. They didn't do that at all. In fact, they refused to put in any extra time whatsoever. So now we have an entire learning loss. You talk about the economy here in Washington. I keep coming back to Washington because it's what I know best. The amount of businesses that closed because they said, oh, you can't stay open for these hours. You can't have these kind of customers. I had a business that was in the event rental industry, completely destroyed by all this because you couldn't have events for 2 years here in Washington. As you said, the medical community here burned their credibility, especially when they had documents showing that the vaccine was not stopping the spread, but you had governors like Jay Inslee telling everybody that it did, and if you didn't get the vaccine, you were going to kill everybody because you voted for Donald Trump. If you want to talk about the medical community's trustworthiness, it doesn't have any left to burn. So when I see the RFK thing, who I'm not a big fan of at all, when I see all that, I go, can't be any crazier than the stuff we had before, and that's what most Americans look at. Right now,
well, I think it could still be crazier, actually. Like,
what I'm saying right now is, for me, I go, this one's crazy in this one's crazy in this. Why should I listen to any of them right now? As my esteemed colleague said just a few minutes ago, the decision should be between parents, child, doctor. And yet, anytime the government gets involved, whether it's the right or the left, they're using it for political reasons. But I think here there's a messaging issue that's very, very clear that the Democrats are taking the extreme side because they're afraid of their extreme base. And I think that's working in Republicans' favor. I think Donald Trump knew he had a messaging problem, especially with what's going on in Minneapolis. And what he did was try to reset it last night by reminding everybody why so many independents voted for him for the first time, because it looked like to so many of them that the Democrats just went completely off the rails.
Stephen, all right, I'll give you the final thought here.
I don't even know what to say. I mean, it's astounding to me that people will do this thing. Like, I just heard it, and I know it's a lie, of like, well, I don't know if I could trust either side. But if you look at them publicly, they will spend all of their time defending the dude, blasting TRT and drinking unhomogenized milk or whatever, claiming that it's going to be our gateway to health in the future. Or you look at measles cases springing up across the United States, and then you have these idiots like Joe Rogan that don't know the difference between measles and chicken pox. And then you have people who are crying about the economic harm caused by COVID lockdowns, which people might not have gotten them right, but at least there was a reason for it. I wonder if they make the same complaints about the tariffs that are happening for absolutely no reason, that are hurting basically every single part of our economy. Thankfully, we are buoyed right now by healthcare and AI. But I mean, it's a very deeply unserious political environment with a bunch of deeply unserious people. And hopefully after midterms, when all of these same people pretend that they never liked Trump in the first place, because that will happen, and that will be the position. Well, I was never a big supporter of Trump, and they'll scrub all their old Twitter accounts and everything else. Hopefully we get back to some kind of world where we can have actual conversations about these issues.
All right, guys. Well, we will leave it there. I appreciate both of you for participating in the spirited conversation, and hopefully we won't have to deal with another State of the Union for an entire additional year, because I hate it. Can we agree that it should be abolished? Quick lightning round.
I don't have a strong opinion on it. It's good in theory. I mean, I think it's okay to have it in theory, yeah.
Boo. All right, guys.
I don't think we agree on. It's fun. I like the fun.
Is the fun in the room with us? I missed the fun part last night. I just wanted to scream at my TV, and actually I watched it this morning. I didn't even watch it last night because I need double speed to deal with this shit and skip over the minutes of clapping. But guys, we'll keep. I guess we'll follow with interest whatever comes next. Thanks to both of you for coming on.
Thanks for having us.
But it's just so, I can't talk to any of these people. What are we even talking about, bro? All right, what is this? What? I don't understand. This is the industry in 2026. These people are actually real and dead serious too. I love it. Hashtag marathon partner. Is he a troll? I don't even know. Don't know, don't care. Why does this guy always talk like a World of Warcraft NPC? True. What is this? This guy bet the house against Elon Musk and Doge and won. Easiest money ever. Alan Cole put his life savings, all $342,195.63, into a prediction market wager. He insists he's not really a betting man. Cole is a 37-year-old tax economist with Ivy League degrees, a mortgage, and a young child. Until Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency came roaring into the nation's capital last year, he was largely a plain vanilla investor, or as he puts it, a normal, conventional Wall Street Journal reading adult. But Musk's boasts and his eager fans brought an unusual opportunity into the burgeoning U.S. prediction market. People willing to bet that the world's richest man would transform and shrink the federal government. Cole took the opposite position, one he didn't see as a gamble at all. If federal spending in each quarter of 2025 exceeded federal spending in the fourth quarter of 2024, he would win big. He viewed the transaction as a sure thing. The government published the final 2025 figures. It wasn't even close. The lowest spending quarter in 2025 was $66 billion above the bet's target level. Cole collected $473,000 for a profit of more than $128,000, or 37%. In 1 year? Nice. Damn. University of Nebraska Omaha public safety security cameras show the moment two vehicles fell into a sinkhole on Tuesday. Fuck. What do you think this is? Is this this is eastbound and that's north-south maybe? Do you think? My guess is like 60th and Farnham? What's the intersection? Does anybody know? I have no idea. Farnham? Is that near Dodge? I don't remember. Focus on red car. There are 3 red cars. This one? Oh, based. We love our potholes. Or sinkholes, I guess, here. Damn. How weird would you feel if you're like in your car? You're like, Those guys like, oh, let me go ahead and 67th and Pacific, gotcha. Wait, what's the beep? Wait. Is it gone? I don't know what that was. Something in my apartment? Maybe the AC? I don't know. Who's the purple car? Jesus. Wait, what? Gets out, looks, goes back. King.
Crazy. He's a fucking psychopath. Like
Is he
the amount for migrants is crazy. There should be $0 for illegal immigrants.
But
zero.
I don't think you can have zero, because if they're going to be there, they're going to be. You have to feed them. You have to do something with them. Like literally, if
like yeah. What do you think? Like, let's assume that they come, there's no money for them at all, and they're just like starving to death on the street. What do you do? Like, what? You have to do something with them.
If you don't feed them, they're going to be robbing stores. They have to. Human beings need food. What are you going to do?
Get them jobs.
How are you going to get a migrant a job?
Get him a job in Guatemala.
Wouldn't you rather give him
epic
food than a job? I don't want them taking American citizens' jobs.
Well, the whole thing's a mess.
The whole thing's a mess, but the point is you can't just throw them away.
Right.
That's the
Unless
problem.
you're going to remove them from the country.
Like, oh, that level 1 thought. The very first question I probably should have thought of before having such an extreme position.
Right, unless you're moving.
Good point.
Even if you want to put him in jail, that's not cheap.
Right, that costs a lot of money.
Right, so what are you going to do?
He's a fucking psycho.
Okay, we're going to watch this video, and then I'm going to see if this brings up anything relevant, and then I'm going to start to organize around my talking points, I think. Oh, and then I have 2 more things I need to go through quick, hopefully.
Just taking place in Bangladesh.
How is Farage getting away with so many lies?
Breaches of electoral law, Russian interference, foreign funding from billionaires and crypto. Deeply worrying and pretty authoritarian, Orban MAGA-style anti-women's rights and abortion agenda, violent rhetoric, close ties to convicted criminals. He just gets away with again and again and again and again.
People assume that Farage is a bit of a bullshitting rogue, and therefore when all this stuff happens, it's sort of rolled into the general picture.
Trump created a media landscape that gives up on proper scrutiny, and I think we're seeing the same develop with Farage. This is a network, and Farage is fundamental to that network. I just wish our bloody media would grow up a bit and start to join a few dots.
Wow.
Welcome to the Restless Politics Question Time with me, Rory Stewart.
And me, Alistair Campbell. And Rory, we're going to talk about Nigel Farage and reform. We're going to talk about elections in Thailand, as we promised last week, but also in Bangladesh. Fascinating election just taking place in Bangladesh. We're going to talk a little bit about Munich, and then I know you want to, having been sort of pretty vile about Keir Starmer on his Munich speech, you want to be nice about him in relation to something else. So we've got lots to get through, but where do you want to start?
I'm going to start with a question from Alison Cohen. How is Farage getting away with so many lies?
Well, it's not just lies. I think Farage gets away with murder. And I think the rise of Reform UK, or what Chris Mason of the BBC likes to call the rise of Reform UK, has actually happened despite and in part because most of the media largely play down, not just the lies, but the controversies and the scandals. We're talking about breaches of electoral law, Russian interference.
Hold on. This guy. This guy. This might be the one. This might be the one that you gotta give me. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit, okay? Holy shit. People in chat are saying William Dafoe. That's not what I'm looking at. That's not the guy I'm looking at. I'm thinking, I don't know what the actor's name is, the guy that played Bishop in Alien. This guy. You gotta give me this one. Come on. You gotta give me this one.
Most of the media largely play down, not just the lies, but the controversies and the scandals. We're talking about breaches of electoral law, Russian interference, his role in Brexit, foreign funding from billionaires and crypto. Deeply worrying, and shout out to Natasha Devon on LBC at the weekend. Pretty authoritarian, Orban MAGA-style anti-women's rights and abortion agenda, violent rhetoric, close ties to convicted criminals. We're seeing this with Trump. Trump created a media landscape that gives up, frankly, is slightly giving up on proper scrutiny. And I think we're seeing the same develop with Farage. Now, first of all, let me say, I'm not tarring everybody with the same brush. Pippa Crerar of The Guardian took me to task recently for saying the media are too soft on Farage when papers like The Guardian from time to time really go for them. But there are so many stories, Roy, that if these were about Labour politicians or even Tory politicians, it's not just a right-left thing, they would never be out of the news. And there's another common link, which is hugely underplayed, and that's Epstein.
Stop, I'm muting links. Crip Mac dissed you. Okay, I won't fight with any Crips.
I told you and Destiny, you remember with the blue hair?
Yes.
Which I remember you really liked the blue hair.
Yes.
You were the first person that I shared that with.
Yeah, Destiny, I remember her with the blue hair.
No, it was a guy.
Are you sure?
Yeah. He's like a pretty famous streamer.
I don't remember that.
But some people do think he's a girl. Like, just based on the name. You don't remember that?
I don't remember. You're going to show me a clip?
Yeah, I'll show you a picture of
That's strange on these shows these days.
Just a guy named Destiny. I know this kind of...
Okay, thank you. I feel dissed.
And Steve Bannon, both jailbirds, like George Cottrell, the man Farage calls, like a son, and whose book on money laundering he and other key reform figures attended. But let me just go through a few. 17 breaches of the parliamentary rules by Farage. 17. I don't know how many times you broke the rules. I suspect it was 0. Nathan Gill, I've been banging on about this for yonks and yonks and yonks. There was media interest in Nathan Gill for one day only, the day he went to jail for taking bribes from Russia. The whole crypto world, I think we just don't understand just how deep they are into this. Farage's use of a private company to pay corporation tax on all his outside earnings rather than income tax, which means it's 25%, not 40%. And surprise, surprise, says he won't publish his tax returns if he becomes prime minister. And, then there's all these things that just get forgotten in the midst of times. Farage claimed he never met the Russian ambassador, but he did. He claimed that he bought a house in Clacton, but he hadn't. Aaron Banks, his right-hand man, the bad boy of Brexit, said he'd had one boozy lunch with Russian officials. Then it was 2 or 3, then it was 4. It turns out it's almost a dozen. Richard Tice, we'll come on to working from home later. Richard Tice, who works from home in Dubai with his lovely wife, Isabel Oakeshott, he had relations with this Russian guy and didn't declare them until the journalists got hold of it. I mean, maybe he was going to register it, but the truth is that he didn't register it until Hope Not Hate, the campaign group, got hold of it and challenged him over it. And then just this week, before you kind of come back at me on some of this, just this week, this pattern of admission and dismissal. So you kind of say, no, we didn't do that. Oh, yeah, well, maybe we did, but does it really matter? And that's helped get rid of an apparent electoral law breach in the by-election taking place in Manchester. And just this week, another one. Repeatedly, Farage, this is his kind of line of the moment, going on radio, going on television, going on social media, saying that 1 million people in Britain cannot speak English, okay? When he knows that is untrue, because he's actually written the true figure in an article in the Daily Telegraph earlier. It's actually 161,000. So whether you go, his warm words for Putin, his apologies for Russian aggression, if you poke the Russian bear with a stick, he'll respond, his endorsement of Andrew Tate, his meeting with Assange, his fundraising to support, get this, a Russian-backed campaign to split California. Now, Farage didn't know at the time necessarily that this was kind of Russian involvement, but it is nonetheless a bit weird. The thing about the press and the media, part of the strategy, this is Natasha Doven made this point in LBC, part of Farage's strategy at the moment is to keep calling press conferences. So the press trot in, and either he gets on the news saying how bad Labour are being that day, or he throws out some new little sort of fireworks. So the other day it was, let's stop all this working from home nonsense. Brackets, one of his big backers is a big office space guy, probably totally unrelated. I'm just asking the question, as Nigel might say. This episode is powered by Fuse Energy.
Most of us are buying energy in the dark, not knowing what it costs.
Whoa.
You wouldn't do that with your weekly food shop, but with energy, you're often charged first and only find out the number later.
When you don't have that clarity, you usually end up paying morenergy.com/politics.
We'll go check it out.
But here's the thing about working from home. His home, work-wise, is Clacton. He's never there. His wife worked from home when he was an MEP. It's the hypocrisy that he just gets away with again and again and again and again. And if you think about when I was a journalist, the local government, let's take local government. We've now got these reform councils, lots of defections, lots of cronyism, lots of stuff, lots of absolute incompetent people doing incompetent things. It barely figures on the national news. When Labour had, do you remember the loony left?
I remember the loony left.
You remember the loony
Don't
left?
happen.
Wasn't it? It was like, all the CND stuff and all the kind of, so the loony left became a national media story. Why is reform in local government not getting any national coverage, given we have the rise and rise of reform, and they're basically saying this guy's nailed on as Prime Minister? So is it a fair point, Rory, that this lot get away with murder compared with the other people who want to be Prime Minister, such as Keir Starmer?
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's definitely true that somehow you get a sense that different standards are applied. And it is worrying because it's a little bit like Trump. I mean, I think part of the reason he gets away with it is that it's sort of priced in. People assume that voters assume that Farage is a bit of a bullshitting rogue. And therefore, when all this stuff happens, it's sort of rolled into the general picture. And part of the problem for Starmer, I guess, is that Starmer came in on a big message of a sort of moral campaign, challenging the Conservatives, bringing seriousness to government, bringing rectitude. And therefore, it's a more appealing story to a journalist to point to sort of hypocrisy and say, this guy sets himself up as a saint and here's all this stuff going wrong. I think the second thing is that, to be fair for a second, and to try to play the other side, what you're talking about is a very worrying pattern. And, we can develop that a bit. I mean, you didn't talk that much about the funding, but I think one of the things that worries me most is our rules in Britain are so lax in terms of who can give money. You don't actually have to be a British citizen to give money. You just have to be on the electoral register, or you'll have to have a UK company. So that theoretically, Elon Musk could put, people have been exploring this, how could he possibly put £67 million into a campaign through some UK company?
Well, he's now backing Rupert Lowe, apparently. Farage is not quite... He'll end up backing Tommy Robinson, I suspect, and Tommy Robinson, of course, is backing Matt Goodwin in the Manchester by-election. So, but the funding, you're right about the funding.
Thank goodness, still,
Wait, is that true? Does Tommy Robinson back the Goodwin guy? Wait, does Goodwin and Tommy Robinson... That's one of the two things I wanted to go over today, is some Tommy Robinson stuff. Is that true? They have like a friendly relationship, or
Matt Goodwin in the Manchester by-election. So, but the funding, you're right about the funding.
Thank goodness, still, we are not in a situation of Farage actually breaking the law. Right? These things are him, conflicts of interest, breaking of parliamentary regulations, staying very close to the wind. But so far, he's not been convicted of a crime. And the parliamentary commissioner has said that he thinks these things are inadvertent. But you're completely right. The general pattern of populism, polarization, post-truth, strange links. I mean, we haven't talked much about these extraordinary revelations of the fact that when I was in Theresa May's government, it turns out that Steve Bannon, right, Trump's big kind of right-hand ideologue, had relocated to Britain and was there cheerfully sending emails saying, I'm meeting Boris Johnson, I'm meeting Nigel Farage, and we're just about to bring down Theresa May, and I've just written a speech for Boris Johnson for his resignation. It's all the stuff when Boris Johnson resigns as foreign secretary and they're trying to trigger May to go. I had no idea. I wonder whether Theresa May was aware.
I very much doubt it.
And then where was Dominic Cummings in all this? Because, of course, Dominic Cummings is a figure very much part of the same ecosystem, the same polarizing Brexit, tech bro ecosystem, which Steve Bannon's adjacent to. And of course, he becomes Boris Johnson's chief of staff. So what's all that story? What's that moment going on? Because I came quite innocently into that leadership race against Boris Johnson when Theresa May fell, without any idea that somewhere in the background were these sort of extraordinary figures like Bannon floating around. And of course, in retrospect, presumably Dominic Cummings pushing Boris Johnson's campaign from the beginning.
And the thing about Bannon, of course, if you remember when Brexit happened, and in a rare moment of candor, Nigel Farage was being filmed and turned to the camera and said, here's to you, Steve Bannon, you did this. So that's been going on for a long time. And of course, Steve Bannon, like a lot of these MAGA people, there is an element to him of being a complete bullshitter. And therefore he wants you to think that I can bring down Theresa May, I can get Boris Johnson into power, or what have you. But the truth is, Steve Bannon is fundamental, central to this international network of Orban. You know, we were in Munich the other day, Rubio makes his speech, all the European diplomats go, wasn't that wonderful? He didn't tell us we were terrible. What's the first thing he does? He gets on a plane, he goes to Slovakia and then Hungary to see Orban, to say Trump wants Orban to win the Hungary election. This is a network. And Farage is fundamental to that network. And what he does, what he manages, because of the sort of cheeky chappy, having a fag, having a pint, sort of, you know, just being a kind of cosplaying man of the people, is he manages to sort of dismiss this stuff like Trump does. They all learn from each other. You and I were in Davos. Nigel Farage was in Davos. And Nigel Farage was doing lots of interviews saying, oh, back Donald Trump on this and Keir Starmer's terrible, what have you. None of them, so far as I know, have actually done it. None of the broadcasters who happily had him on air have actually asked the questions and found the answers. Well, who paid for you to be there?
I think if you looked at his past carefully, he wasn't there under his own name. He was actually there as a sort of plus one, as a sort of assistant to a British Iranian businessman.
Yeah, yeah. And then you have all this stuff about he's got these links to the crypto world. And then, again, back into Epstein. Epstein, Peter Thiel, celebrating Brexit. This is just the beginning. Epstein and Bannon, Bannon boasting about having all these European parties that are going to do well in the European elections. We can stop any of the regulation for crypto. So I just wish our bloody media would grow up a bit and start to join a few dots, instead of just thinking that Farage is a useful guy to get on day after day after day and say the government is terrible. He did it with the Tories and now he does it with Labour, and that's how they use it.
We also need very, very quickly to get clear campaign finance reform.
Which the government are talking about, aren't they?
They're talking about, but it's not coming through. I mean, if we genuinely are facing a risk of Nigel Farage taking over, we need to build the institutions now to protect democracy properly.
Yeah.
And that means we need to stop non-British nationals being able to pour lots of money in. I personally think, actually, we should stop private individuals and trade unions being able to pour millions of dollars in. We should be following the South Australia model. We should put very clear rules about crypto. Crypto's a very...
What? Is South Australia a part of the UK or something? What the fuck is South Australia?
It's being able to pour millions of dollars in. We should be following the South Australia model. We should put very clear rules about...
Oh, it's a state in Australia. Okay.
Crypto's a very strange thing. Very difficult to trace. What are the origins of things? We should have much clearer views on declarations. I mean, what we're seeing again and again, part of this stuff we're seeing with Farage, you know, who's paying for his trips, how they're being declared. We saw this in spades with Mandelson. You know, people not declaring getting on private planes, and then completely changing the way in which ministers are trained on security. So I was very surprised when I became a minister and when I ended up eventually on the National Security Council, that I didn't get anything like the briefing that I got when I was a diplomat. So when I, you know, as a 21-year-old, joined the government, there were very, very clear training around the Official Secrets Act, the sensitivity of information, how to protect sources, how to make sure there weren't conflicts of interest. Certainly in my day, ministers simply didn't get the same seriousness and depth that people reinforcing that they're dealing with the most sensitive information in the world that could put agents' lives at risk, that could allow wealthy bankers to make millions of pounds. So absolutely with Farage, but I'd also like someone to come up with a solution. I mean, as well as us identifying the problem, how do we put the principles and policies in place now to make sure that our politics is cleaner in the future than it is now?
The fact that it needs to be cleaner, there's no doubt about that. And, you know, Gordon Brown on the back of the Epstein stuff and Peter Mandelson came out and had all sorts of proposals. As I said at the time, I worried that was sort of tarring them all with the same brush, like, you know, Pippa Crerar, I think I do sometimes with the media. But let me just give you another example of the sort of the double standard here. Let's imagine that I, or Peter Mandelson, or somebody who was associated with New Labour, wrote a book called How to Launder Money. And let's imagine that Tony Blair, Gordon Brown, Keir Starmer, David Lammy, Yvette Cooper all turn up.
Okay, this is just going to be a video complaining about the state of UK politics. I don't think I'm going to get anything new from this, right?
Up at the launch of our book, How to Launder Money. So George Cottrell, who is this guy that Nigel Farage says is like a son to him, who's been...
Okay, quick meme. What is this?
Roger Waters.
Oh, Roger Waters. Okay, like this is at the Coliseum in LA. Like, you know,
how many years ago?
80,000 people. 20 years ago. I don't know. Whenever he went out and did the wall, his extravaganza of the wall. Okay. And some of my crew guys were on the gig. Yeah. And I'm sitting behind the thing with the ultimate spot, with the front of house strip, the front house mixer, and some of the lighting guys I knew, some of the and the monitor guy was our guy. God bless him, he passed away, and a lovely guy. And he got me great. You know, he set me up. And so I'm the second or third tune, man. His mic went out. His lead vocal mic. Now you're talking about a production that had to be $100 million production. It was like so
How many
over the
people are on
top.
stage?
Well, I don't know how many. They're all hidden all over the place, you know? When you have a show that...
I don't care about that much. Okay. Charlottesville riots. I want to talk about fascism. I'm in the human room. Don't care. All right. The Unite the Right rally was a white supremacist rally that took place in Charlottesville, Virginia from August 11th to 12th. Marchers included members of the alt-right, the organizers' stated goals included the unification of American white nationalist movements and opposing the proposed removal of the statue of General Robert E. Lee. Okay, wait. Wasn't there a more normal march right before this? Or was this literally the only one there? There's no way this was the only one there, right? Wait, fuck. I thought there was a normal one the day before, and then this one was next. Oh shit, that makes it even worse. if that's the case. Wait, hold on. Charlottesville riot, or Charlottesville march, Robert E. Lee. Um, 2017. I don't know what I'm... March? Riot? Was this really the only...
Hello everyone. This is a video...
Oh god. Timeline of the 2020 protests in Charlottesville and the political fallout that followed. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I don't know any fucking Nazi symbols ever. Apparently, everything is a Nazi symbol. Should I recognize anything here? Is this a fucking? Isn't this just like the some Confederate bullshit? I don't know. There's between the Confederate shit and some KKK and fucking Nazi shit and. Neo-Confederate groups.
Stay to the side.
10 o'clock Friday night, hundreds of white nationalists storming the University of Virginia, protesting plans to remove a statue of Confederate General Robert E. Lee. The overnight violence spilling into this morning when marchgoers and counter-protesters clash again, hours before the Unite to Right march was even set to begin. Just after 10:30 a.m., the crowd growing in size. Local and state police in riot gear responding in force, but the violence escalating. Just before noon, Virginia's governor declaring a state of emergency. Just before 2 p.m., the situation taking that deadly turn.
You can see the silver 2010 Dodge Challenger barreling down the hill toward a sea of targets with little time to react, slamming to a stop only after it hit a van and another car. Locked in, That car shifting in reverse, screeching back down the street to get away. One person, a 32-year-old woman, left dead. 19 more rushed to the hospital, 5 in critical condition. The suspected driver, 20-year-old James Alex Fields Jr., is behind bars.
The first response from the White House came not from the president, but the First Lady. She tweeted, "Our country encourages freedom of speech, but let's communicate without hate in our hearts."
We condemn in the strongest possible terms this egregious display of hatred, bigotry, and violence on many sides. On many sides.
Senator Ted Cruz put out his own statement calling the attack a grotesque act of domestic terrorism. Senator John McCain tweeted, "White supremacists aren't patriots, they're traitors."
Racism is evil, and those who cause violence in its name are criminals and thugs. But you had many people in that group other than neo-Nazis and white nationalists, okay? And the press has treated them absolutely unfairly. Now, in the other group also, you had some fine people, but you also had troublemakers. I think if we continue to create jobs at levels that I'm creating jobs, I think that's going to have a tremendously positive impact on race relations. I do.
And the hurt is still there. That's what
2
community
years
members
later.
in Charlottesville are saying 2 years after a deadly rally changed their community.
It was today in 2017 when James Fields Jr. plowed multiple people down with his car, killing Heather Heyer and hurting dozens of others who were protesting against white supremacist groups.
10 News reporter Magdala Lusat joins us live tonight where that tragic incident happened. Magdala?
The pain is still felt here. The city has closed this road down. Behind me is a memorial where a handful of people have been stopping by to leave flowers and notes for Heather. Many of them telling me today they have not forgotten what happened here. 2 years later.
Bad memories. What happened?
Aaliyah Jones finds it hard to...
One people, one nation, and immigration.
We're honoring the founding fathers who were white. We're honoring all of the great white men who are being smeared and defamed and torn down.
This march was also for another white nationalist rally expected to draw thousands. Were there tweets or were there things back then on, it would have been like Parler or whatever else from any like white identitarian or white nationalist or neo-Nazi leaders that were making calls for people to join this or anything? Do we have any of that? Oh, Gab maybe might have been back then.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States. Security on the outside.
From W.
Okay, what the fuck is the Tiki Torch thing also? Is this like a KKK thing or what is the origination of the Tiki Torch thing?
High energy, high anti-communism levels, huh?
You will not replace us! You will not us! You will not replace 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 us!
Okay, so this happened in the twilight hours of the 12th, right? So like past midnight or the night of the 11th, twilight hours of the 12th. When was Heather Hayes, I guess, ran over? Was that earlier on the 11th? Heather Hayes, death. Wait, is it not Heather Hayes? Heather Heyer? This was on August 12th. So it would have been the next day. It said the date. It said when she died. It didn't say when she stopped. Jesus, fuck. Okay. That's okay. That's all right. We're good. We got it. Okay. Former Proud Boys recruit and Charlottesville resident Jason Kessler obtained the original permit for the Unite the Right rally and briefly became a national recognized figure in its fallout. His stature in the movement and in the broader culture collapsed in the years that followed. Spencer. Baked Alaska. Jesus Christ. Why do you have to look like this as like a white nationalist or whatever? Why not? Like, holy fuck. You look like the guy who's cast to be like the racist dude in some fucking movie made by, fuck! I can't remember the guy's name. Ah, fuck. I had a better joke there. Who's the guy who did Black Klansman? He's a famous, he makes movies about like civil rights issues and all this bullshit or whatever, right? Am I making this up? Spike Lee? There we go. Fuck! Life imitates art. Okay. Trump. Good people on both sides. So when did he make this comment? People on both sides. Is this... So if this is the morning of the 12th, that's rough. What is the date on this? This is August 15th. Okay. Are they going to refer to the... Because with their... So after the night of marching, on the 11th to the 12th, these were the Tiki Torch marches. You had more protests or riots or marches the next day or days, because Heather Heyer was hit on the 12th. Perpetrated on August 12th. Were there more marches? Maybe. Could Trump have been referring to it? This video was on the 15th. Destiny, that's me. Trump's full press conference following the Charlottesville. Wait, this is a year later. Trump made the statement at 3:45 p.m., 2 hours after the vehicle rammed the crowd. Wait, really? Trump, hold on. No, I'm looking, the both sides comment is what people get really, really triggered about. That there's a lot of fighting about. Konstantin has made a video about it. Okay, so on the 15th, he's defending his comments that he made on the 12th. That's what it is. Okay.
You're putting what you're calling the alt-left.
Okay, so this was the 15th.
And white supremacists on the same moral plane.
I'm not putting anybody on a moral plane. What I'm saying is this. You had a group on one side and you had a group on the other, and they came at each other with clubs, and it was vicious, and it was horrible, and it was a horrible thing to watch.
So the only possible thing he could have been referring to here would have been on the night of the 11th, right? Is there any other possible thing? Now, I know there were counter-protesters that showed up, for sure, but it was all of the Nazi, neo-Nazi people and everything else. There's no other march you could have been referring to, right?
And it was vicious, and it was horrible, and it was a horrible thing to watch. But there is another side. There was a group on this side, you can call them the left, or you've just called them the left, that came violently attacking the other group. So you can say what you want, but that's the way it is.
On both sides, sir, you said there was hatred, there was violence on both sides.
Well, I do think there's blame. Yes, I think there's blame on both sides. You look at both sides. I think there's blame on both sides, and I have no doubt about it, and you don't have any doubt about it either. And if you reported it accurately, you would say.
Neo-Nazis started this. They showed up in Charlottesville. They showed up in Charlottesville.
Excuse me.
Protest.
Excuse me. They didn't put themselves down as you, and you had some very bad people in that group.
Charlottesville. They showed up in Charlottesville.
Excuse me.
Protest.
Excuse me. They didn't put themselves down as you, and you had some very bad people in that group. But you also had people that were very fine people on both sides. You had people in that group, excuse me, I saw the same pictures as you did. You had people in that group that were there to protest the taking down of, to them, a very, very important statue and the renaming of a park from Robert.
Can somebody find me, where are the three conservatives to watch me? Can somebody find me anything of that? Were there any other marches or anything prior to that wasn't the Unite the Right people that were marching or protesting for the Robert E. Lee thing? Was there anybody else marching there?
Robert E. Lee to another name. No, George Washington was a slave owner. Was George Washington a slave owner? So will George Washington now lose his status? Are we going to take down? Excuse me. Are we going to take down statues to George Washington? How about Thomas Jefferson? What do you think of Thomas Jefferson? You like him? Okay, good. Are we going to take down the statue? Because he was a major slave owner. Now we're going to take down his statue. So you know what? It's fine. You're changing history. You're changing culture. And you had people, and I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis and the white nationalists, because they should be condemned totally. But you had many people in that group other than neo-Nazis and white nationalists, okay? And the press has treated them absolutely unfairly. Now, in the other group also, you had some fine people, but you also had troublemakers, and you see them come with the black outfits and with the helmets and with the baseball bats. You had a lot of bad people in the other group too.
Unfairly, sir, I'm sorry, I didn't understand what you were saying. You were saying the press has treated white nationalists unfairly? I didn't understand what you were saying.
There were people in that rally, and I looked the night before. If you look, there were people protesting very quietly the taking down of the statue of Robert E. Lee. I'm sure in that group there were some bad ones. The following day, it looked like they had some rough, bad people, neo-Nazis, white nationalists, whatever you want to call them. But you had a lot of people in that group that were there to innocently protest, and very legally protest, because, you know, I don't know if you know, they had a permit. The other group didn't have a permit. So
the permit that has to be the Unite the Right people, because those are the ones who got the permit, unless there's another permit, right?
Let me tell you this. There are two sides to a story. I thought what took place was a horrible moment for our country, a horrible moment. But there are two sides to the country. Does anybody have a final? Does anybody have? You have an infrastructure.
What makes you think you can get an infrastructure bill? You didn't get health care.
Well, you know, I'll tell you. We came very close with health care. Unfortunately, John McCain decided to vote against it at the last minute. You'll have to ask John McCain why he did that. But we came very close to health care. We will end up getting health care, but we'll get the infrastructure. And actually, infrastructure is something that I think will have bipartisan support on. I actually think Democrats will go along with the infrastructure.
Hey there, thanks for checking out.
The KKK rally in Charlottesville on July 8th. Okay. Jesus.
wasn't terribly different. It wasn't terribly different from what he's said before. It has a lot of kumbaya and a lot of kind of nostalgia to it. We need to rediscover these bonds that we've had together. I mean, I don't, does anyone really believe that?
You don't believe that was a condemnation?
Of me? No.
Why?
Because I'm not the KKK. I don't engage in violence, and I don't want to rule over other races. So it's not
That was a message about racism and violence that resulted in the death of a young woman. How could you be in two minds about what he was trying to say?
Look, I mean, I'm not in two minds. I mean, it's just he was saying vague statements that don't have a lot of meaning, to be honest.
Okay. I want to bring this up to Konstantin because we don't realize it over here on the left because we don't talk about this much, but a lot of people on the right have a very strong feeling that this entire event was misrepresented and that Trump was actually very critical of the neo-Nazi people there. And this is one of the biggest moments in media when they realized the left all lies. That might be this clip. Is it this one?
Fine, call me right wing.
No, fuck, I don't think it's this one. Oh my God.
For years, I've aggressively rejected the label of conservative.
Fuck, does anybody have... It's a 6-minute Konstantin clip. That he posted on Twitter, or video.
And right wing, not only because it was being used as a smear in elite discourse, but also because it doesn't accurately reflect how I think. My political journey is best summarized by this cartoon from my friend Colin Wright at Reality's Last Stand. That said, being right-wing was never a term of insult to me because it has never occurred to me that half of every country in the world is evil. What we should...
Oh, thank you.
Hey, it's me.
On August 12, 2017, a neo-Nazi deliberately drove his car into a crowd of left-wing protesters in Charlottesville, Virginia, killing a 32-year-old woman called Heather Heyer and injuring 35 others. America and the rest of the world were on a knife edge. The victims were assembled to counter the Unite the Right rally, a demonstration against the proposed removal of a statue of Robert E. Lee, a Confederate general. And
oh, okay. So this is how he gets away with it. So that's just a fucking lie, right? Is there any, can I see, marketing material or something having to do with the Unite the Right, who it was? Because he's just saying it was a general protest rally, but I mean, we've seen the videos. Where... Protesters and counter-protesters began gathering as early as 8 a.m. Emancipation Park. White nationalist protesters again. Some white Confederate flags. Other posts. The Goyim no. The Jewish media is going down. Video? What do we got? March on Charlottesville, Virginia. Unite the Right. Are these is this fucking a Nazi bird or the fucking thing or whatever? Yeah. Show me, link me what the symbol is or whatever. Pan down and look at the people. Yeah, I see all your Pepes, right? These are Pepes. Called the Reich Sadler. Is that what that's supposed to be? Hold on. Okay. Is it? It is, right? Are you sure it doesn't? It's not some other fucking bullshit ass symbol or whatever? Because they don't have the swastika thing, but maybe that's to keep it a little bit more mask on. Fuck. What was Soy Pill's video on this? I had it up and now I closed it and I don't know what it was fucking titled.
President Trump.
1524. We'll run through that real fast. It's Trump's Fine People hoax.
Hey, it's me, the Soy Pill. Sorry for everyone that wanted the Donald Trump is racist video. Instead, I threw a dart at the Santa list of racist things he's done, and we're doing that one. 8 years after Charlottesville, and I still hear this line being used. The Fine People hoax, referring to the media lie that Trump called neo-Nazis fine people. Newly approved White House press member Tim Pool included it in his embarrassing sycophantic question, wow, the media sure is mean to Donald Trump, isn't it, Mrs. Press Secretary?
Many of these organizations that are represented in this room have marched in lockstep on false narratives, such as the Very Fine People hoax, the Covington smear, and now what's being called the Maryland Man hoax. I'm wondering if you could comment on the unprofessional behavior, as well as elaborate if there's any plans to expand access to the companies.
How embarrassing.
You would think that we could stop talking about Charlottesville, but it will probably be a pivotal moment in the history books, as it's allegedly the impetus for Joe Biden to run in 2020.
He said there were, quote, some very fine people on both sides. That's why today I'm announcing my candidacy for president of the United States.
And it's the time that white nationalism reared its ugly fangs in public before becoming the stupidest version of itself. But the Fine People quote is not a hoax. In fact, the Fine People hoax is a hoax. And I'll show you why. I shouldn't have to make this video. YouTuber Sean has 2 very good videos on Charlottesville, but for some reason, they didn't take for a portion of the beanie population. Is it because he's British? Because the only people who watched it already agreed with him? Does some of you need a non-British, slightly bridge-building approach? Actually, that's a good idea. First, I want to make an appeal to you Trump supporters who think the media unfairly reports on Trump. That's right. I'm going to plug my nose and defend Trump for 60 seconds. Liberals, close your ears. You know how everyone says that he mocked this disabled reporter?
You gotta see this guy. I don't know what I said. I don't remember.
This looks really bad. He's flailing his hands around in a way that suggests imitation of Sergei Kovaleski and his congenital joint condition. But I actually don't think he was calling that guy out specifically. He's done it multiple times since.
They said, Senator Cruz, what do you think of waterboarding? I don't want to talk about it. Get heated.
So some say that that's him trying to obfuscate the reporter example. But he also did it a month before.
When you see the president of the bank, I mentioned the word regulated.
And to someone else in the same speech before the reporter.
I watched the general recently on television, and they said to him, what do you think about it? I said, I was just very dumb.
It seems like this hand-shaking stim is a thing that Trump does for many people, regardless of their joint health. So he probably wasn't singling this guy out. It turns out he makes fun of all sorts of people by flailing around and pretending he's physically and or mentally disabled. It's like if he called everyone he hated retarded, and then one day called a mentally disabled reporter that he didn't like retarded, which is better? So now that I've established my shareability, before we get to Trump's comments, it's important that we talk about the background of the Charlottesville protest, because it adds vital context to his comments. The Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville was a protest against the city's removal of the statue of Confederate General Robert E. Lee. It was part of a movement to remove multiple Confederate statues in response to the 2015 Charleston shooting of a black church, which, despite what my racist uncle told me, was inspired by racist hatred for black people, and not this Childish Gambino music video that came out 3 years later. Some people argued that by taking down statues, they were erasing history, and it was part of the left-wing greater movement to rewrite narratives and change language to fit their worldview. But no one was asking us to forget the Confederacy existed. It was very specifically about the statues. Imagine you had a school bully, and every day he beat you up, gave you swirlies, stole your lunch money, hit on your hot mom, and then he got hit by a car or something. So his dad commissioned a statue of him in the middle of the school quad. And every day you had to get up and see that brutal reminder of all the trauma he caused you. Now imagine, instead of bullying just you, he bullied every black person in America. And by bully, I mean enslaved and tortured and brutalized and fought to the death to keep it that way. Can you see why these statues are kind of fucked up? Why a bunch of people don't really like having them around? Now it's important to note that these statues weren't put up right after the Civil War to commemorate these men's brave dedication to preserving slavery. Here's a timeline of when Confederate statues were built. Wow, it really is a graph for everything. You'll see 2 spikes of statues being built. One in the early 1900s during the establishment of Jim Crow laws, and the other in the 50s and 60s during the Civil Rights Movement. Many of these statues were funded by the Daughters of the Confederacy, started by actual descendants of Confederate veterans. Now I could do a whole video on these assholes, but their greatest moments include promoting the Lost Cause movement, aka the idea that slavery was actually super cool and the Civil War was about states' rights, restricting their membership to whites only, and lionizing and honoring the KKK. I understand people who see these as an important part of American history, but just know that most of them are there to spite black people getting rights. And we're not going to start redacting history books like the Epstein files that Trump will never release. Germans do a pretty good job of remembering the Holocaust without 10,000 Hitler statues. I think we can do it too. So other than these angels, what other groups were opposed to the statue's removal? The Unite the Right rally was incepted and organized by Jason Kessler. Kessler is a neo-Nazi who was so racist that the Proud Boys had to eject him.
The alt-right is a threat to the establishment. We're talking about people who run media. We know that there's disproportionate Jewish influence. We'll talk about the fact that there are biological differences in race. White people have a right to...
Kessler is the guy who got the permit, right? That's what we saw, I think. He was the one who got the permit.
Organize, and that if we don't do so, we're going to be replaced and we don't have a future for our people.
And with regards to the Confederacy, said, our entire country would be better off if the South had won the Civil War. His rally had a legal background of being a hate rally. It was initially barred by the city from being held in Lee Park due to safety concerns, but a judge ruled the day before that the city wanted to move the rally because of the white nationalist views of Kessler, and not just for safety or logistics, and that it could be held in Lee Park, a decision supported by the ACLU, which, for those of you who don't know, famously fight for even the most bigoted of views to be expressed under the First Amendment. Now at this point you may be thinking, okay, so a neo-Nazi organized this thing, but I, or others I know, don't like the removal of statues, and just because we align on those things doesn't mean that we're neo-Nazis. And you'd be right. Am I a Nazi because I like dogs and Hitler liked dogs? Of course not. I'm a Nazi because it was the only way to survive prison. But this is why it's important to look at the timeline of events and who was participating. I bet you're already frustrated looking at all this background information and realizing that you never had the totality of information on your side. It's so hard to choose who to trust between the mainstream media and this one guy with a beanie. What if instead you didn't trust one source but looked at many different sources at once using ground news? Every day, ground news gathers thousands of news articles from around the world and organizes them by story in one. Voices have focused on the humanitarian milestone. They even have a blind spot feature so you can see what one side of the media is covering and what they're ignoring. Boy, am I glad I went to ground.news/the Soy Pill. I got 40% off the Vantage plan. And I feel way smarter than all the other guys who just get their news from TikTok and that little boy who shouts things on the corner. It sounds so good, I want to say it a second time. Ground.news/the Soy Pill. Just rolls off the tongue. Great work, Jimmy. Stay informed. August 11th was the night before the planned protest at the...
Wait. Let me use the restroom real quick. Hold on.
Statue. And the night of the infamous Tiki Torch rally. Hundreds of neo-Nazis carried flaming torches and marched through University of Virginia's campus. We know they're neo-Nazis thanks to them saying neo-Nazi things like Jews will not replace us,
Jews will not replace us,
and blood and soil.
Blood and soil! Blood and soil!
Brawls ensued between these neo-Nazis and the counter-protester students, and the next morning, Trump tweeted out, "We all must be united and condemn all that hate stands for," which is a very vague platitude, and may or may not have something to do with the fact that a large portion of the white nationalist alt-right base supports him, especially considering that he appointed Steve Bannon, proponent of the alt-right, as his chief strategist. And he has a history of reluctance to denounce these groups, like when he struggled to denounce the KKK until reporters rubbed his face in it.
Will you unequivocally condemn David Duke and say that you don't want his vote or that of other white supremacists in this election?
I don't know anything about David Duke.
I guess the question from the Anti-Defamation League is, there are these groups and individuals endorsing you. Would you just say unequivocally you condemn them and you don't want their support?
Well, I have to look at the group. I mean, I don't know what group you're talking about. Certainly I would disavow if I thought there was something wrong. But you may have groups in there that are totally fine.
Okay, I mean, I'm just talking about David Duke and the Ku Klux Klan here, but...
I don't know, honestly, I don't know David Duke. One of the great memories of all time.
Now, August 12th was the day of the actual protest, and there's not exactly statistics on the views of every protester here. Really, I don't even know how you'd find this out. Just go around asking people, "Hey buddy, Heil Hitler?" No? How about you? Heil Hitler? Oh yeah, this guy knows what I'm talking about. It may in fact be true that some people just really wanted to preserve the statue of slavery defender Robert E. Lee. Perhaps the non-Nazi people didn't see these specific promotional posters that featured the names of neo-Nazis like white nationalist Richard Spencer or white nationalist Mike Enoch. Maybe they never
Oops, I didn't even read the names on that poster. I was so busy looking at the iconography. Wait, link me that poster again?
questioned that the movement they were supporting was being promoted by David Duke of the KKK, also a scheduled speaker.
Honestly, I don't know David Duke.
Maybe they missed the headlines ahead of time from the media that said, Charlottesville prepares for a white nationalist rally on Saturday.
That's a good one. Wait.
I'm from the media that said, Charlottesville.
Stop. Let's see, featuring names like Richard. I wonder if he's going to fight me on this. Richard Spencer, Mike Enoch, and Jason Kessler, who at the time, all of these people were pretty openly like white identitarian, white nationalist types. Pivotal moment for the pro-white movement in America. God damn. Okay. I've got the link. If you posted it in chat, I've clicked the link. I know you guys don't think I click any of the links, but I clicked them. I promise you don't have to post a link 30 million times. I promise you have clicked it. Okay? Jesus. All right. NDGG shot. Okay.
Charlottesville prepares for a white nationalist rally on Saturday. Maybe when marching around that day, they didn't notice that they were side by side with white nationalist groups like the actual KKK, Identity Europa, the Daily Stormer, people Nazi saluting, people holding Nazi flags of various varieties, people chanting things like gas the kikes, race war now. Now call me crazy, but if I went to a Bernie Sanders rally and saw one, if not all of these things there, I would leave and denounce Bernie Sanders as a virulent anti-Semite. Who long has as the 1% owned the vast majority of slaves. I'd also like to highlight this quote from Robert Trakinski, a self-described statue defender, who said, "I live in the Charlottesville area, and I know very fine people who oppose the removal of the monuments based on high-minded notions about preserving history. I'm one of them. So I know that we weren't there that night. Only the white nationalists were there." And this is where we can finally bring Trump's first vocal comments in. 2 hours after his vague tweet, he held a press conference, which he opened like this.
We condemn in the strongest possible terms this egregious display of hatred, bigotry, and violence on many sides. On many sides.
Notice that everything up till many sides is what was written on his paper, and he himself added the many sides part because he personally felt the need to make that equivalence. This is before the fine people comment, and may in fact be worse, as he's drawing some false equivalence between people there to counter-protest a rally organized by neo-Nazis and neo-Nazis. Now, what bigotry existed on the counter-protester side, we aren't sure, because Trump didn't say. But if someone can provide me with footage of the BLM tiki torchers running around chanting "Jews will not replace us," let me know and I'll amend the video. Trump also said,
"We must love each other, respect each."
Are there any, so he talks about like all the violent people with bats and everything. Is there video footage or is there hospital records or anything? Did anybody on the right get like injured or killed or anything else besides the Heather Heyer thing?
Each other and cherish our history and our future together.
Notice he slips in that history bit, as if to chastise the counter-protesters or anyone who wanted these Confederate statues down, and give credence to the idea that wanting to keep them up is just about preserving history. Just to remind you, neo-Nazis organized this protest, and they want these statues up because they lionize the enslavement of black people. And finally, when the reporters asked him to denounce the white nationalists, he ignored them and walked away.
Mr. President, a number of the white nationalists.
Mr. President, do you want the support of these white nationalist groups who say they support you, Mr. President?
Mr. President,
have you denounced them strongly enough?
Neo-Nazi magazine, The Daily Stormer.
What day was this? What was the date of this?
Statues up because they lionize the enslavement of black people. And finally, when the reporters asked him to denounce the white nationalists and neo-Nazis. Now, what bigotry existed on the counter-protester side, we aren't sure, because Trump didn't say. But if someone can provide me with footage of the BLM supporters running around chanting "Jews will not replace us," let me know and I'll amend the video. Trump also said,
"We must love each other, respect each other, and cherish our history and our future together."
Notice he slips in that history bit, as if to chastise the counter-protesters or anyone who wanted these Confederate statues down, and give credence to the idea that wanting to keep them up is just about preserving history. Just to remind you, neo-Nazis organized this protest, and they want these statues up because they lionize the enslavement of black people. And finally, when the reporters asked him to denounce the white nationalists, he ignored them and walked away.
Mr. President, a number of the white nationalists.
Mr. President, do you want the support of these white nationalist groups who say they support you, Mr. President?
Mr. President,
have you denounced them strongly enough?
Neo-Nazi magazine, The Daily Stormer, was pleased with Trump's response, saying he refused to even mention anything to do with us. When reporters were screaming at him about white nationalism, he just walked out of the room.
Fuck. Is this website still up? That's a good quote. Is the Daily Stormer still up, or did that... This was all on August 12th. Okay. Stop. Is this archive site down? Whatever. Anglin. Is that like a white nationalist guy? Or an author of the Daily Stormer? Oh, Andrew Anglin. Is that him? founder.
They were happy he didn't call them out and felt bolstered by it, just like the Proud Boys when he told them to stand back and stand by.
But are you willing tonight to condemn white supremacists?
I'm willing to do anything. I want to see peace.
Then do it, sir.
Say it. Give me a
white
name.
supremacists and
white
supremacists and right
Proud Boys. Stand back and stand by.
Now, up until this point, Trump has not called neo-Nazis fine people, but it's not a hoax that he refused to denounce white supremacists, drew an equivalence between neo-Nazis and counter-protesters, and gave legitimacy to a protest that was organized by neo-Nazis. And I think this alone is enough to disqualify him from any sort of legitimacy going forward.
But I'm not done yet.
So most people were rightfully upset, including people on the Republican side who put pressure on Trump to not make such a limp-dick statement that barely even addressed the actual problem. Republican Senator Hatch said, "We should call evil by its name. My brother didn't give his life fighting Hitler for Nazi ideas to go unchallenged here at home." Chris Christie said, "Everyone in leadership must speak out." Ted Cruz, fucking Ted Cruz, called on the Department of Justice to investigate and prosecute the car ramming, calling it a grotesque act of domestic terrorism. Do you know how weak your statement has to be for me to use Ted Cruz as a good example? Ted Cruz's family doesn't even like Ted Cruz.
Not a day goes by that my mom is not lifting me up in prayer.
That's right.
For hours at a time.
So 2 days after doing absolutely nothing to call out the neo-Nazis specifically, Trump finally caved to pressure and read this statement off of a teleprompter.
We condemn in the strongest possible terms this egregious display of hatred, bigotry, and violence. Racism is evil, and those who cause violence in its name are criminals and thugs, including the KKK, neo-Nazis, white supremacists, and other hate groups.
He repeated the violence line without the on many sides part, and overall denounced the racism and hate groups. But even after that, the question remained, why did it take him 2 days to say this?
That was August 14th.
His statements were also wooden and hollow. As opposed to Trump's usual rambunctious speeches, it gained him the reputation of authenticity and telling it like it is.
What he and Kamala really think of our supporters, he called them garbage. No way. No way. Racism is evil. 250 million Americans are not garbage, including the KKK.
It's almost like he's being forced to say it, like a child whose mom makes him say sorry.
Go on.
Sorry. People might point to this speech and say, see, he said the thing you wanted them to say, which in isolation is good, but knowing how long it took him to say it, how clearly forced and inauthentic it seemed compared to his other speeches, and what he said right before this left many unsatisfied, especially when he refused to address the context. Even Richard Spencer dismissed Trump's second statement as hollow and said that he believed that Trump had not denounced either the alt-right movement or white nationalism. And finally, 3 days later, we come to the Fine People speech, which was supposed to be a speech about the economy, but reporters were finally able to ask him questions. Notice that when repeating his original statement, he leaves out the many sides part again, almost like he knows how bad it looks.
As I said on, remember, the Saturday, we condemn in the strongest possible terms this egregious display of hatred, bigotry, and violence.
But after fighting with the reporters for a while, he just couldn't help himself. So here's the famous clip with all of the context.
And you had some very bad people in that group, but you also had people that were very fine people on both sides. And you had people, and I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis and the white nationalists, because they should be condemned totally, but you had many people in that group other than neo-Nazis and white nationalists, okay?
And this is the crux of calling it the Fine People hoax, because while most of the media accurately reported on his statements, some people referred to this moment as Trump called neo-Nazis fine people. Yeah, he did call out
white nationalists, because they should be condemned totally, but you had many people in that group other than neo-Nazis and white nationalists, okay?
And this is the crux of calling it the Fine People hoax, because while most of the media accurately reported on his statements, some people referred to this moment as Trump called neo-Nazis fine people. Yeah, he did call out white supremacists directly in this speech. And yeah, he didn't verbatim say, I, Donald Trump, love Nazis and Hitler and the KKK, and think they're very cool actually. But this is to ignore all the context I just showed you about who organized it, the speakers, the flags, who actually murdered someone, and everything else that happened in Charlottesville that made it blatantly obvious that this was a white nationalist rally populated by almost exclusively white nationalists and maybe some very blind and deaf statue lovers. None of that is in dispute. In the face of all that, Donald Trump said that there were fine people on both sides, when one side was neo-Nazis. And on top of that, he also said,
there were people in that rally, and I looked the night before, there were people protesting very quietly the taking down of the statue of Robert.
Oh, wait. This is before the car accident. How do you salvage that? Who did he see the night before? That was the tiki torches. Who could he possibly be referring to there? What the fuck? What was he talking about?
Sides, when one side was neo-Nazis. And on top of that, he also said,
there were people in that rally, and I looked the night before, there were people protesting very quietly the taking down of the statue of Robert E. Lee.
So even when referring to the night before, August 11th, the rally where the only people there were the neo-Nazi torch-carrying ones, he still said that there were good people on that side. And cherry on top, he knew that they had a permit.
I don't know if you know, they had a permit.
You know, the one that
the one that Kessler got, right?
was held up due to Kessler being a neo-Nazi and approved after acknowledging that despite him being a neo-Nazi, he should still have the right to protest.
When I make a statement, I like to be correct.
If Trump supporters still want to cope here, I guess you can stay believing that he's genuinely so stupid that even the entire intelligence apparatus of the White House couldn't convince him of something so plainly obvious. And now that man is running the country.
There was no way of making a correct statement that early.
So notice the trap of the right calling it the fine people hoax. The media narrative was never Trump said verbatim that neo-Nazis are fine people. But if you didn't read these articles and you just heard the fine people comment, you may have just repeated the idea Donald Trump called neo-Nazis fine people. Like Adam Conover, who knows absolutely nothing about this, giving Tim Pool a win.
The very fine people hoax?
I remember the line, yeah.
Trump never called Nazis fine people.
He said there were very fine people on both sides.
Except the neo-Nazis and white nationalists who should be condemned totally.
He said that?
Holy shit! You don't read the fucking news! This is what fucking blows my mind!
No, I just don't have
Even though, as per Tim's usual reading skills, he did not scroll down to read the paragraph that said this. Editor's note.
The Snopes thing is crazy. I cannot believe that Snopes even wrote this fucking article.
Some readers have raised the objection that this fact check appears to assume that Trump was correct in stating that there were very fine people on both sides of the Charlottesville incident. That is not the case. This fact check aimed to confirm what Trump actually said, not whether what he said was true or false. For the record, virtually every source that covered the Unite the Right debacle concluded that it was conceived of, led by, and attended by white supremacists, and that therefore Trump's characterization was wrong.
You don't read the fucking news!
Obviously, it's good to give the context and to discredit people like Tim Pool as bad faith liars. Oh hey look, it's a picture of Tim Pool trying to hide his face while he sits with several neo-Nazis, some of whom were at the Charlottesville rally. But it's also important to recognize obviously, it's good to give the context and to discredit people like Tim Pool as bad faith liars. Oh hey look, it's a picture of Tim Pool trying to hide his face while he sits with...
Okay, hello?
Oh, dog, can you hear me?
Okay, there's one thing that drives me fucking crazy that is part of my personal martyrdom when it comes to fighting, fake news, bullshit, stuff that I will never give up, like the J6 insurrection stuff, COVID stuff, whatever, okay? Another one of these is, I don't know if you're aware of this, I think you are, because I'm watching a video you made on it, and I know you've talked about it before, but you understand the entire, liberal media establishment completely capitulated on the very fine people comment?
They capitulated insofar as they said, hey, actually he didn't say this verbatim.
Yeah, there's fact check sites and most liberal media's yeah, we fucked that one up. Who could you tell me in the strongest and the most steeliest of steelmen possible, who the fuck was Trump referring to when he said there were some very fine people there the night before Heather Hayes got ran over? Who could he have possibly been referring to when that was the Tiki Torch marches, the Unite the Right Kessler? Who? Can you tell me who?
Oh, yeah, I don't think there's a good explanation for it. I think the only perfect possible steel man, oh my God, I'm stacking layers of
charitability and everything.
Bullshit. Yeah, it's got to be, someone went up to Trump. He didn't even see it. This is like the Renee Good video. He didn't even watch the thing. He just heard, hey, some people just want this statue to not be taken down. And so he didn't even know what the fuck was going on. That's like the most charitable reading of it. But otherwise, no, it's fucking completely undefendable.
For the same people that want to say that the majority of BLM riots were riots or protests were riots or whatever else. Yeah, I don't know. It just seems, I don't know, because I'm searching, I'm searching, okay? I have the Unite the Right stuff, which I know Kessler got the permit for, who is, I don't think Kitchen or Konstantin will fight me on him being a fucking white nationalist. All the promotional material for the Unite the Right rally, some of it is outwardly literally has fucking neo-Nazi symbols and shit on it, and it's all featuring Mike Enoch, fucking Richard Spencer, back when he was mega white nationalist.
David Duke.
Yeah, I just don't know.
Well, here, let me give you one charitable possible explanation. This is in my ignorant phase in 2016, I would go on the Donald, and just because I was so anti-Hillary brain poisoned, I would reading anti-Hillary stuff, and the way that it was portrayed there was not a white nationalist rally, to my knowledge. It was hey, these fucking crazy libtard SJWs are going to take down this statue, maybe we should go and work on it. And so, yes, there was a lot of promotional stuff that, if you even were paying attention at all, you would see it's fucking crazy. And if you were there, you would be insane not to see all these Nazis. But I can understand that there was some non-zero amount of people there who didn't know before they got there, and that were promoted in a way that they didn't think so. In fact, the propaganda line at the time...
But you would never say that, right? I'm sure there were some people fucking... I don't even know. I'm sure there were some people in some fucking ISIS camp or whatever that had no idea that, or something, but so maybe there were fine people in there. That's just, in every possible way that I look at this, I'm treating Trump not a fucking retard, and there's no possible way that you could look at this the night before and go there were good people on both sides of this. It's this was a
exactly.
far right, It was neo-Nazi. It's not even like far right. It was like a neo-Nazi march with neo-Nazi leaders, and that's just what it was. And there were people there for that.
Yeah.
And then, okay. Second question was, are there any? I keep hearing this thing, and I might even repeat this because I kind of believe this. But is there any evidence that like Antifa showed up in force with baseball bats and was like injuring people or beating people up? Is there video footage? Is any of this? Is there any evidence that it's actually happening?
I didn't see any. I think they're just kind of projecting the like Antifa always shows up and beats us up from like the Battle of Berkeley narrative onto every single rally. So anyone that goes and defends and says, "Oh, we hate you. We're gonna shout at you from across the police line," or the people that surrounded the car when he ran over Heather Heyer, it's like, "Oh, that's Antifa." They're being
Is there video
violent.
footage
So,
of
no,
his car being surrounded and
knowledge.
him being like scared about that? Is that?
Not that I know of. No. I'm just saying like that they're projecting the, every protest I've seen on YouTube has been Antifa being violent towards the right. I have not seen any footage of even Antifa at that rally. It could exist. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right.
I'm also very, it's been about a year since I looked at this, but that video I did a lot of research. I watched a lot of like raw video footage, and I also recommend just watching the Sean, what's his name?
Yeah, he's got like an hour video
Sean
on it.
vids. Yeah.
I don't know if I'll dive that for a bit, but Konstantin is one of the people who pushes I used to be on the left, but then I saw how much they lied. And then this is always like one of the big things that they point to is like how much the media lied about this, which like it seems, Okay.
Well, I mean, the big gotcha is like fucking they pull up the Snopes article, and the Snopes article is like, hey, despite the fact that he didn't say these words verbatim, like it is still very clear that there were not good people on both sides, and therefore this is an untrue statement. So even their like, hey, you're wrong article doesn't prove them right. Like Tim Pool like brought that up and then didn't even read the explanation like one paragraph below because he's fucking stupid. But yeah. There's no defense, so good luck. All right, who's Konstantin? Is this like I keep seeing?
You know that he's the guy from trigonometry or whatever.
I don't know that. I'm not
really.
I'm online, but I'm in a bubble.
Good for you then. It's good.
Hey, I'm permabanned on Twitter. How do I get off? You're permabanned from stuff.
Damn, permabanned on the new Twitter. If I knew the answer to that, then Connor would have gotten unbanned. Has Connor gotten unbanned?
I wished. I don't know. I didn't know he was banned, but that makes sense. I haven't seen him in a while. I'm permanently banned for calling for the. I'd say I celebrate the death of a fictional homeless person I made up for a joke, and they're like, "You're calling for violence." So I don't know why that's.
What was
not
the comment you made?
Nazis are. So someone was like, "You celebrated Charlie Kirk's death. If he wasn't that important, like why would you celebrate?" And I said, "Hey, I'd celebrate if the homeless man who keeps sexually harassing me was dead, but he's not important." And they were like, "Oh, you'd celebrate a death of a person." Banned. So
I think Twitter has like an explicit rule against that, so it might have been a bait comment or something maybe, but
God damn it, he got me. That son of a bitch. All right, well, I'll see what I can do. I think I already failed the appeal, but at least it's not YouTube.
Well, good luck. Bye.
All right, have fun in your debate. Bye.
Oh, Jesus. Wait, really? Even Gavin McInnes. Wait. This is August 12th, 2017. This is 2 hours after Heather was hit, or a few hours after. The so-called race war in Charlottesville is all white people. It's more a racism war. Glad hashtag Proud Boys disavowed. Okay. Is there like, what's like the best video footage from start to finish of that happening? Heather was killed at 1:41 Eastern time. Oh, was it? Okay. I should have that. Wait. Oh, so then, do they not have the time zone for this tweet? This tweet must have been in PST then. Because this was at 11. Oh, this is PM too. I'm retarded. Forget it. Never mind. I'm thinking noon, 12 p.m. Just kidding. Forget everything. This PBS documentary has the footage of her being killed. You know what? This is a watch people die clip. We're gonna find this. Nice. Show me the footage. I don't trust these sites. Okay. Oh shit.
Go.
Is the entire thing like a minute and 9 seconds? There's nothing before this? Or... Damn, okay. And then he backs up. What are you watching? The Heather... What do you think I'm watching? What have we been talking about for the past 2 hours?
We found a group of resistance, a large group marching.
Fuck, even my mom told me that the guy's car was surrounded and he panicked or whatever. But Jesus. It doesn't seem like it though. It seems like the guy just saw like a crowd of people and fucking... Okay. Okay. Oh my god, a drone captures it. Okay. This thing was driving. I don't know what this guy was doing or whatever, but then the... Wait, this isn't the car, is it? It's the one from behind, or... Oh wait, I actually don't know. Now, hold on. Wait, who linked me this video? This isn't even the... Or wait, actually, hold on. Fuck. I don't think that this red car is plowing through. This is not the car. There's a, it's a Charger that smashes into him from behind, or a Challenger that smashes into a line of cars. I think it's a white car and then this car, I think. He full-on guns it, hits him from behind, and then backs up and pieces the fuck out at maximum fucking speed. I don't like this video. Oh, fuck. I actually hate this video so much because I wonder how many people saw shit like this, 175K views. Because this video makes it look like if you're the red car, you're trying to work your way through a crowd and people are like attacking you. But that wasn't the case at all. For like 20 seconds beforehand, this red car is moving very slowly and people are moving aside and it's getting through fine. But the reason why it flies forward here is because there's a challenger that comes smashing into them from behind at high speeds that pushes this and the car behind it forward, I think. Like the video you're looking at? Okay, don't go surfing on this website or don't cry to me when you get fucking traumatized. I don't think I'd ever seen that video before, though, until I just looked it up right now. This might be the worst video I've ever seen in my entire life. This makes it look like it was the red car or the white car. What the fuck? Like, this car that's smashed in the back right here is smashed because the car that actually did this is the one that hit this car from behind. Wait, now I'm curious what they show in the frontline video.
Domestic violence before Charlottesville. But kind of a multicultural Rob Rundo's group.
Because I should just look for Heather.
Dodge slam to break it. Then at 1:45, the brawling turned into something else. An act of terror.
Oh, there you can see it. Yeah, that's what this is. Okay. Fuck, the idea that this guy... I don't know how many narratives you guys heard about this initially. I had heard that this guy's car was surrounded. He got nervous. I heard that Heather Hayes just died, or Heather Hayward died of a heart attack. It looks like it was just a super premeditated. He knew these marchers were here because these other two cars were already making their way through the crowd just fine. And this guy fucking gunned it. This guy gunned it hardcore into the back of that vehicle. And then he threw it in reverse and he fucking slammed out of there. Yeah, it was like...
Then at 1:45, the brawling turned into something else. An act of terror.
From behind. And then he throws it in reverse and gets the fuck out.
A gray Dodge slammed into a crowd of protesters. 20 people were rushed to the hospital. 32-year-old Heather Heyer was pronounced dead.
Heyer. COVID, by the way, in 2017. What do you think about that? Just kidding. I'm sorry. I'm just kidding.
Did she see him coming?
I used to be a Sargon fan, and I used to believe all that until I started looking at videos and reading stuff much, much later. Yeah.
She was deaf in one ear, so, damn it, I wasn't gonna cry.
I mean, probably would have heard it. I don't think deaf in one ear means you're retarded. I'm sorry, I'm just kidding. I'm being autistic right now. Hold on. Sargon of Akkad. Heather. Hey, I wonder if... Does he even have YouTube videos anymore? God. Sargon of Akkad and Dave Rubin. Gamergate, man. That's the real moment our culture went off the rails. It was Gamergate. I think Sargon might have been the one who went by the heart attack thing, yeah. Okay.
with several neo-Nazis, some of whom were at the Charlottesville rally. But it's also important to recognize these rhetorical traps and make sure that you don't play into their narrative. The further away this event becomes, the harder it is to know the context without watching a video like this, and the easier it becomes to lie about it. And maybe you yourself don't remember exactly what happened. That means, one, when they bring this up, pay attention to the way they framed it. If they say something like, Donald Trump never banned all Muslims from coming into the country, your immediate response can't be, yes he did, because technically he didn't. He just said he wanted to, and then did a travel ban on several predominantly Muslim countries because that was as close as he could get without it immediately being struck down. You can't let them get away with that shit. The second thing you have to do is read the fucking articles. Please, for the love of God, just read the fucking articles. People keep asking me, how do you know so much? I don't. I just read the fucking articles. It's not that hard. It's all on your phone. You stare at it all the time anyway. You can even picture-in-picture Family Guy clips and Skibbity Toilet in the corner, and everyone who doesn't do it will think you're a genius. You'll be the town hero and have lots of sex and your skin will glow and people will move out of the way. Hey, move over. We got a fucking article reader over here. I'm almost at 100,000 subs, which means there's plenty of them to trickle down in my segment, Oops, All Ladders. Today's feature is Downtown Dialogue, who made a great video about voting that mixes street interviews with actionable goals. He seemed to put a lot of effort in, so no one tell him that I would have promoted him if he posted a 20-minute black screen that just said, vote. If you want to be featured on Ladders, email me at thesoypill@gmail.com with the subject line, Ladders, and your channel name. As always, thank you to my patrons. And seeing as it's Pride Month,
The following people are gay.
Ash, Anita Bonghit, Astra Cosmos.
Okay.
Of a statue of Robert E. Lee, 35 others. America and the rest of the world were on a knife edge. The victims were assembled to counter the Unite the Right rally, a demonstration against the proposed removal of a statue of Robert E. Lee, a Confederate general. And the attack acted as a climax to the nation's increasing polarization and paranoia about President Trump's links with the so-called alt-right. At a press conference in the immediate aftermath, President Trump made a series of incendiary comments, including saying that there were very fine people on both sides. Like many, I was horrified and outraged by the fact that instead of trying to bring calm, Trump chose to further inflame a highly volatile situation. But not nearly as horrified and outraged as I was when I later discovered that this was all an elaborate, orchestrated media hoax. In actual fact, at that very press conference, I later discovered that this was all an elaborate, orchestrated...
He links a Politico article here. Trump's comments on white supremacists. Politico. Is this just a this is just a transcript of the August 15th? Okay. Sargon heart attack.
I mean, I remember when...
Oh, I remember this guy. Millennial Woes.
When Charlottesville happened. It was just... I mean, they were apoplectic about what was going on. There were these violent right-wing maniacs just looking for violence, and then when the car thing happened, it was just like a gift from God for them, because that's the evidence.
Just to jump in on the car thing, as I understand it, I thought Heather Hayes or Hay or whatever her name was, I thought she died of a heart attack.
Yes, it looks like what happened is that he was shocked by seeing the car crash happening and had a heart attack. It's a really sort of... I know, it's horrible, but it does seem a very dramatic reaction to a car crash.
It's more that the alt-right are being blamed for someone having a heart attack. Someone in tremendously bad physical condition has a heart attack, and suddenly the alt-right has murdered someone. This is something I'm surprised the alt-right doesn't make a big deal out of, to be honest. I would have thought that would...
Well, we try to.
Yeah?
Well, exactly, we try to. Or they in America do. I mean, they're trying to... But of course, then you get accused of politicizing a tragedy. Well, and of course, every side accuses the... Yeah, I mean, everyone does this. It's a sort of natural thing to do. And you accuse the other, you're politicizing a tragedy. But in this case... they really didn't do anything wrong.
But the alt-right, the mainstream media could just have
no one did anything wrong,
policy of non-engagement, and that would be more successful for kettling the alt-right than it would be promoting them. But, I mean, Richard Spencer is only a household name because of the media. Otherwise, I mean, is Richard Spencer controlled opposition? I'm genuinely curious.
I certainly don't think that he is.
Everything that the alt-right wants is within the grasp of the alt-right. There are structures in place that the alt-right can manipulate to their own advantage, and there are arguments with people who will be opposed to them. You've got
demonstrated media hoax.
Wait. Aerial footage shows Charlottesville attackers' attempted escape and troopers' relentless pursuit. Whoa. Incest? What was that?
It installs in minutes, and if it doesn't deliver the best shower experience you've ever had, we'll give you all your money back.
92% of our customers see better skin and hair in just weeks. So
What?
head to askin.com to filter your shower water with us today.
Oh my God.
White supremacist James Fields Jr. beginning to serve 2 life terms this week for driving his car into counter-demonstrators after the Unite the Right rally in 2000.
I linked the helicopter POV. It's shit, but both helicopter pilots died that day in a crash? What? Like unrelated or...
2017.
Only on News 4, we're now able to show you some of the key evidence prosecutors used to argue for that life prison term.
Northern Virginia Bureau Chief Julie Carey joins us with a view of the chaos from that day that we haven't seen before. Julie.
Pat, Leon, it is the view from above, from the Virginia State Police chopper, the chopper that crashed later that fateful day in Charlottesville, killing both on board. You'll hear one of those troopers' voices in this story. But what that video shows is that in his final hours, he was determined not to let James Fields get away.
Hold on.
Video from the ground. The Unite the Right protesters had cleared out of Charlottesville, the counter demonstrators marching together in a joyful mood until this. Listen as the state troopers watching from above see James Fields' car barreling down 4th Street.
Oh my God, that car just drove through him. What? Really?
What? This guy sounds like he's like 17.
In the chopper, Trooper Burke Bates and another state trooper. Their sudden mission is clear in their conversation, keeping Fields' car in their sights, making sure he doesn't get away, keeping their camera trained on him.
Yeah, I need left. Nope, I got the car.
Command to all units, there's a car driving around near the parking garage.
I lost him. No, he's right underneath us. I just lost him.
Stay on it.
I lost him.
And we're trying to get back on him.
Where'd he go? I got him. Where?
We're back on him. It's about 2 o'clock.
They notice a police car in pursuit on the ground. Fields keeps
at all.
driving, the broken bumper hanging off the front of the car that just minutes earlier struck and killed Heather Heyer and injured 24 others. The state police chopper continues to follow Fields as he pulls over, starts up again, the bumper falling off. Then Fields finally brings the Dodge to a stop.
He's got his hands out the door, or out the window.
3 hours later, with Bates and now a different trooper on board.
Wait, does this look like somebody had the same character in the character creator and like stretched the head?
Lieutenant Jay Cullen, the chopper began to spin and crash to the ground.
Jesus Christ, guys.
Chopper began to spin and up.
He's got his hands out the door, or out the window.
3 hours later, with Bates and now a different trooper on board, Lieutenant Jay Cullen, the chopper began to spin and crash to the ground, killing both men on board. Some of Bates' final hours spent making sure a racist killer was brought to justice.
Well.
All right.
It's
so
not all
that's
right.
one pair of glasses.
Okay, anyway, sorry. Back to this.
All an elaborate orchestrated media hoax. In actual fact, at that very press conference, President Trump made it clear that his comments were describing peaceful protesters who opposed the removal of the statue, saying, "I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis and white nationalists because they should be condemned totally." But the media cut his comments out of context and ran headline after headline claiming he was defending the very people he just condemned. His comments out of context and ran headline after headline claiming he was
Okay. This is Trump defends white nationalist protesters. The Atlantic. Fuck. Does this article not exist? Hello? Nope, we got it. Okay. President Trump defended the white nationalists who protested in Charlottesville on Tuesday, saying they included some very fine people while expressing sympathy for their demonstration against the removal of a statue of Confederate General Robert E. Lee. I mean, this is true, right? Nothing is incorrect about this article. I'm trying to think of how I would phrase this.
defending the very people he'd just condemned. To this day, millions of people believe this lie. Last week, I saw it again here in Britain, when the Labour Party clipped comment by Matt Goodwin, Reform's candidate in the upcoming Gorton and Denton by-election, out of context to claim he'd criticised Manchester when he was in fact criticising the Conservative Party conference, which had been held in Manchester. Criticised Manchester.
This is what Reform's latest candidate thinks about where he is standing to represent. In his own words. 3.
I was lucky enough or unfortunate enough to be in Manchester a few days ago, and the energy in this room is 10 times what it was in Manchester. So, congratulations.
Does anybody have a clip of what this full... where this is from? I was referring to the dying Tory party conference that was held in Manchester, as you know.
Times.
Matt Goodwin conference? Is that what you call?
Need to stand.
Okay, it's this one. Right in the beginning. Oh, okay.
Thanks, Paul. Thank you. Well, good afternoon, conference. I was lucky enough or unfortunate enough to be in Manchester a few days ago, and the energy in this room is 10 times what it was in Manchester. So, congratulations.
Where was he a few days ago?
I've never had this many people in any of my university lectures, by the way. But in all seriousness, you should not be here.
Was it a Tory party conference? Is that... I'm guessing he was at the Tory conference?
You should not be here. Why do I say that? I say that
because we shouldn't have these problems today in society that would necessitate you guys to come out.
Because had the ruling class in this country understood what Brexit was really all about, lowering immigration, leveling up the country, controlling the borders, pushing back on tax and regulation, reforming the institutions, giving people a voice.
Okay, whatever.
Manchester, millions of people believe this lie. Last week, I saw it again here in Britain, when the Labour Party clipped comment by Matt Goodwin, Reform's candidate in the upcoming Gorton and Denton by-election, out of context to claim he'd criticised Manchester when he was in fact criticising the Conservative Party conference, which had been held in Manchester. This time, the media didn't have to lie. Our politicians did it for them. These dirty tricks are sadly part of the ugly game of politics.
I feel like we're putting a lot of things together here. Like, this is like when you're talking about lies and misinformation, I mean, none of it is good. But this is like this sounds like a campaign thing, right? Like these guys are campaigning against each other, so they're taking quotes and everything. I mean, like I guess technically, I guess I'm assuming that he wasn't actually talking about Manchester. He just meant the energy in the conference, the Tory conference he was in Manchester or whatever. But like, this is not like statements on COVID or lockdowns or the truthfulness of the media or whatever. Also, it's a political party making one statement against another. But okay.
The Conservative Party conference, which had been held in Manchester. This time the media didn't have to lie. Our politicians did it for them. These dirty tricks are sadly part of the ugly game of politics. More troublingly, they are now increasingly spreading to the arena of public debate more broadly. During my appearance on Question Time last week, the usually decent Labour Minister Douglas Alexander tried to pull a similar move on me. Unable to respond to my criticism of his government's failure on immigration and the attempt to demonize millions of normal British people who dared to notice that failure, he instead tried to suggest that I'm a bigot. You said Rishi Sunak isn't English because he's a brown Hindu, was his retort. This is a skillful lie on several levels, the purpose of which was to deflect attention away from his and his party's failings. Here's how it works. First, he deliberately concealed from the viewer that my comments were made in a discussion of the difference between British and English identity, so that it looks like I was saying Rishi Sunak doesn't belong.
I don't like how the bonger people, you guys are stuck like 10 years in the past. You can't just be racist like we can in America now. But like, he's making it, I don't even know what the fuck, like if I wasn't listening, or I guess I would have to go back to attuning my ears to like the dog whistles or whatever. The comment was whether or not you could assume an English ethnicity, or whether or not English is a distinct ethnicity that's different than British, which is just a national identity. I don't even know if I feel like you guys are too scared to even use the word ethnicity or race. I feel like I don't hear it at all, but you're like clearly alluding to it a lot, but you never actually say it. Even in that conversation, because I watched like the 10-minute cut of him having a conversation with that other guy about Sunak. I think one time maybe somebody said ethnic or ethnicity or race, but otherwise you guys just you don't actually say the word. It's very fucking weird.
Alexander tried to pull a similar move on me. Unable to respond to my criticism of his government's failure on immigration and the attempt to demonize millions of normal British people who dared to notice that failure, he instead tried to suggest that I'm a bigot. You said Rishi Sunak isn't English because he's a brown Hindu, was his retort. This is a skillful lie on several levels. The purpose of...
Like, that's kind of true.
Bigot. You said Rishi Sunak isn't English because he's a brown Hindu, was...
Like, I don't think brown people could be English for Konstantin, right? That's true, right?
His retort. This is a skillful lie on several levels, the purpose of which was to deflect attention away from his and his party's failings. Here's how it works. First, he deliberately concealed from the viewer that my comments were made in a discussion of the difference between British and English identity, so that it...
Like when you say British and English identity, that makes it sound like these are two similar things. So like a British identity would be if you're on the island of Great Britain or across the UK, I guess. And then an English identity is if you're from England, but they're not. You're talking about a different thing in kind. You're talking about a national versus like an ethnic identity, or cultural or whatever versus an ethnic identity. I don't know if he ever says that in this, though.
It looks like I was saying Rishi Sunak doesn't belong in Britain. That's not what I was saying. Second, he failed to mention that in that very same conversation, I explained that my son, born to two immigrant parents like Sunak, is also, in my view, not English. No matter how evil Douglas Alexander thinks I am, even he could hardly accuse me of being racist against my own children. Third, he failed to mention that Fraser Nelson, the journalist with whom we were having the debate, wrote an article afterwards describing my view, with which he disagrees, as a perfectly fair point. Fourth, he failed to mention that Fraser was the one that brought up Rishi Sunak, not me. I don't go around discussing who's English and who isn't. And fifth, finally, and most importantly, he didn't mention that prior to being elected, Rishi Sunak described himself as British Indian, saying, British Indian is what I tick on the census. We have a category for it. I am thoroughly British. This is my home and my country. But my religious and cultural heritage is Indian. My wife is Indian. These 5 steps is how you go from...
Okay, but what do you mean when you say English? I don't know why he doesn't say that. I wonder if I ask him that, if he'll admit to that. Or what does English mean to you? Is there a necessary racial or ethnic component to it? Question mark. It's so weird. I don't know why they can't just say it.
From two people having a reasonable discussion about their views of what it means to be English and British, to pretending that one of them is evil. Even if you disagree with what I said or thought I didn't articulate my point well, this is dishonest framing. Why do they do this? Because it's easier than addressing the arguments I'm making. On Question Time, I made 2 basic points. One is that net zero is industrial suicide, which has destroyed our economy and produced zero growth since 2008. The second is that both Labour and Conservative governments have imported more people into Britain over their respective terms and power than had come between 1066 and 1950. Can they deny this? No. Can they dispute the fact? No. So all they have are the smears and the insults. Over the last few days, there's been an attempt by a few non-entities on social media to have me banned from further Question Time appearances. These people still think it's...
UK watershed laws, I'm pretty sure, ban any racial conversation before 9 p.m. too, so it might be a way to get around the law. That's a meme, right? I don't even know.
2016 when these tactics worked. Let me explain something to you. You've had the monopoly on the microphone for a long time, and it's made you lazy, and it's made you arrogant. More than 2 million people now watch and listen to Trigonometry. 100,000 read my Substack every week. Our show is part of a massive ecosystem of alternative media, which is the reason the legacy media is dying. You can keep trying to cancel people from the conversation to maintain your echo chamber. But even if you succeed, all that will achieve is driving more people into our arms. If you really hate my views and what I stand for, there's only one thing you can do. Make better arguments. Good luck. You're going to need it. One final...
It's not a meme. Watershed Broadcasting. Okay, I don't even, okay, Jesus. What the fuck?
Final thing. A lot of people on social media over the last few days have called me a grift.
Race, heritage, and British/English identity. What do white and ethnic minority adults in England think? White adults born in the UK. Ethnic minority adults in England who were born in the UK are much more likely than their white counterpart to say they feel a greater British than English identity. Which, if any, of the following best describes the way you think of yourself? White adults born in the UK. English, not British. More English than British. Equally English and British. Holy shit. More British than English, and British, not English. Ethnic minority adults born in the UK. English, not British. Okay, 4%. More English than British, 6%. Equally English and British, 29%. More British than English, and British, not English. And then ethnic minority adults born outside the UK. And then British, not English, or other. Okay. Are Britishness and Englishness based on family heritage, being born and raised, or on citizenship? First respondents, which of the three descriptions come close to their view on Englishness and Britishness? A heritage conception. That to be English and British, you have to have family heritage going back a certain number of generations. A cultural conception. That to be English/British, you have to have been born and or raised here, but that you don't need family heritage, or a legal conception. Okay. Who can be considered British? To be British, you have to have family heritage going back a certain number of generations. Who can be considered English? 32%. Okay. Being British/English is something you can be by being born and or raised in the UK, even if your parents are not British. English and who can be British or English is tied here. Okay. Okay. What is this? Don't care about this. Don't care about this. Don't care about this.
And because of that, I'd just like to remind you, you can find my work at www.konstantinkissin.com and of course trigonometry at triggerpod.co.uk. Most people think they're informed. In reality, they're selectively informed. Modern media doesn't just tell stories. It quietly decides which ones you never hear about.
Okay. Are we gonna do you think, do they still talk about the grooming gang stuff? I feel like I hear more about the small boats right now when it comes to immigration shit. Oh shit, this was Ben Shapiro's take on this 8 years ago. August 16th, so this was the day after Trump's comments.
Trump did is he played a double game in his press conference. he said, I'm not talking about neo-Nazis and white supremacists. I think that they're bad, right? But he said also, there are a lot of good people who showed up at these rallies. And then he also said that he didn't know what the alt-right was. So somebody asked him specifically about the alt-right, and he said he didn't know what it was. We're going to play all of these clips, and you're going to see that Donald Trump provided the alt-right most of what it wanted. The alt-right wants to be known not as a white supremacist group. They want their face to the public to be, we're just defending Western civilization, not white supremacism, even if they are actual white supremacists. And they want the President of the United States to lend them credence, as though they're a bunch of very fine people. This is what the alt-right wants. Okay, we talked on Monday about exactly what the alt-right is. The alt-right's basic creed is that Western civilization is inherently bound up with ethnicity and race, and that white people were the builders of Western civilization, and therefore people of other races and cultures cannot adapt to Western civilization. Right? That is the basic argument of the alt-right. Trump knows that because his chief strategist at the White House is Steve Bannon, who helped promulgate the alt-right and said that Breitbart was in fact a platform for the alt-right. Direct quote from Steve Bannon. But Trump played stupid, and in doing so, he gave the alt-right what they wanted. He focused on the left. Again, that's fine, but if you're going to focus on the left, you can't poo-poo the alt-right. Okay, this is the problem on both sides. The left is saying everything he said about Antifa is wrong, and the right is saying everything that he said about Antifa is right, and therefore he's right, or therefore he's wrong. No, he's right about Antifa, and he's totally wrong about the alt-right, and even granting them a smidgen of credibility is morally disgusting. Okay, and that's what he did yesterday. To pretend otherwise is to ignore that when Barack Obama did the same thing to Black Lives Matter, the right went nuts. And rightly so. When Barack Obama granted credence to the people who were burning down Ferguson and Baltimore, the right rightly went nuts. We went nuts. As well we should have. We said he was vague. And let's say, wait, he condemned the people rioting. And we said that wasn't enough. He needed to condemn what they were rioting about. Okay, but President Trump really tried hard to soft pedal this stuff yesterday. So he started off by defending his statement on Saturday. Why exactly? He was asked, why did it take till Monday for you to say neo-Nazis and the KKK and neo-Confederates were bad? Why didn't you just say it on Saturday? Here was his answer.
I had to see the facts, unlike a lot of reporters.
Oh, that hurts even more. I had to see the facts. So what did you see? Now he can't claim ignorance.
I didn't know David Duke was there. I wanted to see the facts. And the facts, as they started coming out, were very well stated. In fact, everybody said his statement was beautiful. If he would have made it sooner, that would have been good. I couldn't have made it sooner because I didn't know all of the facts. Frankly, people still don't know all of the facts.
Okay, so this is nonsense. Everyone knew all the facts virtually immediately. Antifa got violent, and then an alt-right protester drove a car into a crowd of people.
I don't know where the Antifa violence was, but okay.
Who included a bunch of innocent non-Antifa people, and the alt-right people were violent as well. Okay, so he says he had to wait for the facts. First of all, you know that's a tell. Okay, Trump has never, ever in his entire life had to wait for the facts. This is a guy who spends a year proclaiming that Barack Obama, without evidence, was born in Kenya. This is a guy who goes out preemptively and declares Muslim terrorist attacks before all the facts are in. Okay, some of that is not a huge problem, but to pretend that he is the considerate arbiter of the facts is just a joke. Okay, that is not a good excuse from President Trump. It's obviously not a good excuse. He repeated, it must have been 10 times in a 3-minute segment, how he was waiting for all of the facts. Such nonsense, such absolute nonsense, especially since we know from Eliana Johnson over at the Washington Post. By the way, Eliana is kind of conservative, okay? She's a Claremont fellow. When I was a Claremont fellow, Eliana Johnson, who writes for the Washington Post, she reported that Trump had a statement exactly the same as the one on Monday on his desk on Saturday. He was standing with it right there, and he went off script and decided not to say it. Okay, so there's another reason that Trump didn't want to do this, and that's because Trump is happy to pander to the alt-right. He was always happy to pander to the alt-right. During the campaign, he pandered to the alt-right. He continued to pander to the alt-right because he thinks that they're his biggest supporters and they're nice to him, so he has to soft pedal them. And he did that again yesterday. He was asked specifically about the alt-right, okay? The alt-right, I've defined it now 1,000 times, and they defined it themselves. Richard Spencer was at this rally. Okay, Jared Taylor, his people, were at this rally. The Daily Stormer, neo-Nazis, were at this rally. It was actually pitched like this, okay? The ad promoting the Unite the Right rally, it was designed to evoke a fascist posters, what John Podhoretz writes. He's correct. Okay, it invited speakers like Mike Enoch, who hosts a podcast called The Daily Show Up. Augustus Invictus, an alt-right figure who once said, I've prophesied for years I was born for a great war, that if I had not witnessed the coming of the Second American Civil War, I would begin it myself. And Christopher Cantwell, who called himself a fascist, along with Johnny Monoxide, who calls himself fasci. Okay, the march's organizer, Jason Kessler, described the views of the people who showed up. He said, you don't give a damn about white people. You people are implementing policies which are displacing us in our home countries, and we will not be allowed to survive. Okay, the goal of this rally was extraordinarily clear, so much so that Gavin McInnes, the head of the Proud Boys, and a guy with whom I've been friendly, Gavin said, I will not go to this rally because it's infused with white supremacists and neo-Nazis. Okay, the alt-right was a group of people who decided to show up for this rally because they are part of this movement. And the alt-right, and here's Trump being asked about the alt-right, and here is Trump pretending he doesn't know what it is.
When you say the alt-right, define alt-right to me. You define it. Go ahead. No, define it for me. Come on, let's go. Define it.
This is after Bannon was part of his campaign and everything to get elected and everything too, right? So it's just crazy.
Define it for me. Come on, let's go. Define it for me. It's not a fight. How about you define it? How about you say, if by the alt-right you mean X, then I condemn it. If by the alt-right you mean people who like memes, I don't. Right? How about he could do that? But the defensiveness about the alt-right is really, truly incredible. And then it gets even worse. And I'll show you the even worse part in just a second. But first, I want to tell you about Upside.com. So right now, Upside.com is the best travel site on the world. You get phone. They know that we allies are relying on. He says that he's condemned neo-Nazis and white supremacists, but here's what he says. I've condemned someone clip Ben, so they know that we sent you. Okay, so as I say, he went out of his way not to condemn the alt-right. And then here's the part that a lot of his allies are relying on. He says that he's condemned neo-Nazis and white supremacists, but here's what he says.
I've condemned neo-Nazis. I've condemned many different groups, but not all of those people were neo-Nazis, believe me. Not all of those people were white supremacists by any stretch.
Okay, so combine those two statements. He doesn't know what the alt-right is, and not all of those people were neo-Nazis and white supremacists. That is a defense of the alt-right. That is an attempt to paint the alt-right as non-white supremacist, non-neo-Nazi. That is what that is, okay? And then it got worse. He said, he specifically cited the Friday night Torchlight March, okay?
Hold on. What did he do specifically? Hold on, guys. I need to warn you, you need to be strapped into your seats, guys. Strap in, tie your heads up so you don't get whiplash from this. Hold on.
Where you had Richard Spencer, and you had Christopher Caldwell, and you had all these people literally chanting in the streets, carrying tiki torches and shouting, "Jews will not replace us." Right? This is what he had to say about that particular rally.
And if you reported it accurately, you would say. And you had some very bad people in that group. But you also had people that were very fine people on both sides. You had people in that group, excuse me, I saw the same pictures as you did. You had people in that group that were there to protest the taking down of, to them, a very, very important statue and the renaming of a park from Robert E. Lee to another name.
Okay, so again, this is really quite despicable when you look at the actual tape. Okay, so here is the tape of the protests. Okay, this is what the protests that he is talking about were filled with very fine people. This is the tape of the protest.
Very fine people, very fine people.
So this would be clip 3. This is what that actually looked like.
Hold up.
See the Hitler salute right there? Yeah, it's nice. There are a bunch of those. Screaming White Lives Matter. Okay, Vice has some pretty good tape of all this. They have a 22-minute documentary they brought out about this. The first 10 minutes is really stunning material. The rest of it is Vice's bias, but the first 10 minutes of this is stunning material. Here's what the rally actually looked like on Friday night.
Jews will not replace us! Blood and soil! Blood and soil! Blood and soil! Who screams? Our streets! Who screams? Our streets!
Hold up.
Protesters. So you can see in the center there, those are the anti-white supremacist protesters. And there's some tape from the actual fights that got started.
What just happened?
They maced me.
Who?
I don't know.
You can pause there for 1 second, okay? So, number one, you see that Friday night, that was not a lot of good people. There weren't some very fine people marching. And by the way, if you find yourself...
There weren't very fine people. There weren't... Wait, what?
...in a march, just a tip to people. If you find yourself in a march where people start shouting, "Jews will not replace us," maybe you should leave. Maybe you should leave. If you're not a piece of garbage, maybe you should leave. Why is it that even the people who are alt-right friendly, even people who ally with the alt-right from time to time, looked at this Unite the Right event and decided not to show? Why?
And then, but somehow, what happened? September 10th, 2024. Fine people on both sides lie. Stand back and stand by, lie. Bloodbath, lie. Where are the ABC moderators fact-checking? Or are their heads too far up Kamala Harris's ass to speak at this point? Ben did one of the most comprehensive mainstream-ish, I guess, if you do Daily Show, like breakdowns of why this very fine people thing was what Donald Trump meant. And now, 5 years later or whatever the fuck, actually, that was a total lie spread by the media. Motherfucker, you were the media that apparently spread that fucking lie. It's so crazy, dude.
Why is that? There's a reason for that. Even people like Mike Cernovich, who spent a year propping up the alt-right. Why is it the people like Mike Cernovich that I'm not showing up? Why do you think? Was it because it was filled with very fine people, as President Trump says? There were a lot of very fine people. Okay, also important to notice on this tape, the guy who's wiping his face off here is again Christopher Caldwell, open racist, says that President...
Also, look at the difference, too, in like coverage stuff, right? I think they're biased, but, here's 10 minutes of a Vice documentary. Here's video footage of the day before. Here are quotes from other people who wouldn't show up. Here are the people. Here are things they've said. Here they said, as opposed to... I guess I shouldn't say that. Maybe Ben Shapiro's show today is as... He incorporates as much stuff. Maybe he does, and it's not just all, Trump said this, let's dick suck.
He wishes President Trump were more racist, and he's very upset that President Trump would allow his daughter to marry a Jew. And he was maced here. Again, Christopher Caldwell is a disgusting piece of garbage. But macing people is not something that you get to do in the United States for peacefully protesting, even for evil causes. Here's some more of the tape from Vice.
We're here obeying the law. We're doing everything that we're supposed to do, trying to express opinions. And the criminals are over there getting their way. And that is a foundational problem in our society. And whatever you think of my opinions, that's going to be something that puts you in danger.
Yeah, and that is because this city is run by Jewish communists and criminals.
We did not initiate wars against anybody. We're not nonviolent. We'll kill these people if we have to.
Okay, so Christopher Caldwell, who you see saying that he'll kill people if he has to. But again, this is why Antifa's activities are really bad. Okay, Antifa is just granting credibility to the alt-right, saying, "Oh, we're just here for defensive purposes. We're just here for defensive purposes." Okay, so a lot of
I don't know where the Antifa fighting is yet. I'm still waiting to see that. I did see that one guy who got maced, though, and he said communists did it. I didn't see who maced him or any videos of that. And I thought I read earlier that there were people on the alt-right side that had brought, like, mace and bats and shit. But maybe it was Antifa as well. But I didn't see any arrests. I didn't see any videos of this happening. I didn't see any police reports or hospital things or...
Sorry, almost cursed there. A lot of really crappy people on both sides. Okay, that is true. But it is unfair for the President of the United States to say that there were a lot of very fine people who were marching on Friday night. There were not, or if there were, I would like to see the evidence of it. That does not mean that everyone who opposes the Robert E. Lee statue coming down is a bad person. Okay, I've said that. I started the show with that. I think that Trump is not wrong about some of the things he says about Confederate statuary. But when he says there are a lot of very fine people, and what's the alt-right? I've never heard of it. What does it do? Okay, that is really, really gross, and you can see why people are reacting so negatively to it. The President of the United States has a moral responsibility to say not only that white supremacists and neo-Nazis are terrible and believe terrible things, but that the alt-right is terrible, particularly because they claim him as an ally. That does matter. It does matter. When people claim you as an ally, it becomes more incumbent on you to disassociate from that.
He's a left-wing.
Okay, so the takeaway from the media here is that This
is how many years later? Oh, this is 2020? Oh, when everybody had to come around for election time. So this would be 3 years later, is Ben Shapiro in this video.
He is defending white supremacists. Okay, Joe Biden today tweeted out, there's no other way to put it. The president of the United States refused to disavow white supremacists on the debate stage last night. By the way, Joe Biden then put up a picture of Kyle Rittenhouse, the 17-year-old from Kenosha who shot 3 people, probably in self-defense, by all available evidence. There's zero evidence that Kyle Rittenhouse is a white supremacist. Not some, zero. Like, as in none. Zero, zip, zilch. Joe Biden is calling Kyle Rittenhouse a white supremacist. When Joe Biden jumps in and...
To be clear or fair, I don't necessarily like the video, but the one video he's talking about, I'm pretty sure was condemning white supremacy violence. And then I think they had like a lot of videos of protests and stuff. And I think Rittenhouse pops up there. I don't think it was like just a picture of Rittenhouse labeling him white supremacist, but I could see how somebody could watch that video and have that takeaway. It's not quite as bad as what Ben is saying, but probably not a good way for that video to be framed.
He says, you know, the Proud Boys. Okay, the Proud Boys are probably what you would call alt-right. They're not overtly white supremacist, the Proud Boys. The Proud Boys can get violent. They are not a group that anybody should be associated with. I got a lot of problems with the Proud Boys. They are not overtly white supremacist. They're not. In fact, the founders of the Proud Boys disassociated from the Proud Boys, like Gavin McInnes.
This was actually true in the founding. I think the Proud Boys for the first few years tried to stay away from explicit, like, ethno-nationalist stuff. Like, I think they were trying to be a bit different than like the Bannon, alt-right, all of that sphere of stuff. They just wanted to be like a far-right kind of extremist group, but not like the weird like Jews control the world and we're only for white people and everything. That was one of the reasons why Gavin said he didn't want anybody going there as a Proud Boy or anything like that.
He tried, I believe, to disassociate from the Proud Boys when he thought that they were that they were associating too closely with white supremacists. In any case, you don't have to defend the Proud Boys. And the bottom line here is that I think the Proud Boys are a bad group. Okay, bottom line here is that if you actually read the exchange that happened right there, if you read the exchange, what you will see is that Trump repeatedly says, sure, I'm willing to condemn white supremacists. Here is the actual exchange. Again, Wallace, are you willing to condemn white supremacists and militia groups? Sure. And to say they need to stand down and not add to the violence in a number of these cities, as we saw in Kenosha and as we've seen in Portland. Okay, so first of all, in Kenosha, that was not a white supremacist group. In Portland, Patriot Prayer is not a white supremacist group. So the basis of the question is in and of itself false. It is not a true statement. And Trump correctly says, I'm prepared to do it, but I'd say almost everything I see is from the left wing, not from the right wing. And I'm willing to do anything I want to see peace. And then Wallace, being again, we'll get to Wallace in just 1 second. Wallace, who was garbage last night, really bad.
Fucking garbage. Okay. Are your rape gang things? Is this like the, is that like your Epstein stuff? Wait, what is this? Hold on. Our rape gang inquiry is only just starting to scratch the surface. There is so very much evil among us. Do not kid yourselves. This is happening now, today, all over Britain. It is an organized criminal network of rape and slavery. It is so much worse than people realize. Rape gang survivor. It was all of the white girls in every home that I went to. And I mean, I've seen girls locked. I remember a man opening the back of a van and I saw maybe 15, 20 girls locked in dog cages. Looked like they're on drugs. Image quotes survivor from UK grooming gang scandals, organized networks that groomed, raped, and trafficked vulnerable white girls in places like, is it Rotherham? Am I pronouncing that? Or is it like Rotterdam or Rotterdam? Do you say these things differently? Rotherham? Rotherham?
In the UK is...
What does Boner Box say? The notion that there was a pattern of on-street grooming by mostly Pakistani gangs was popularized by an article written by Andrew Norfolk in The Times in 2011. The investigation used 17 court prosecutions between 1997 and 2011, which identifies 56 offenders, 53 of whom were Asian. Do you guys consider Pakistani people Asian? I think you guys consider Indians Asian. Do you consider Pakistani people Asian? No, yes, no, yes. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. In other words, this pattern is based on an average of 4 offenders per year. To put that into context, there were no less than 6,134 convictions for CSA. Is that child sexual assault in the year of 2021 alone? Grooming gang is not a legal term. It isn't recorded in police data, and it isn't used in the courts. It is a press term that has dominated the national discourse on CSA for over a decade, despite the fact that it only accounts for a marginal number of cases and offenders. Norfolk's article. UK police used to routinely dismiss victims as streetwise and consenting child prostitutes. Jesus Christ. 2022 inquiry. Victims of CSE, what is that, child sexual exploitation, were frequently seen by police and other professionals as making a choice, such as to be child prostitutes who consented to their own abuse. Like 17-year-olds or like 12-year-olds. Police identified the force using too narrow a working definition of CSE. A related difficulty arises if a police force has too narrow a working definition of child sexual exploitation. I believe some officers certainly had this. For example, the view that child sexual exploitation was about red light areas and was about gangs of men, principally of Pakistani heritage, led not only the force, but also probably the whole partnership to look for sense of exploitation in the wrong places. One superintendent describing the exploitation challenge today in his area characterized the local problem of revolving around white European males in their mid-40s, making extensive use of the internet for initial grooming, often of boys, and not operating as gangs at all. This is a very different profile. Direct involvement, December 2024. 2 former Rotherham police officers arrested on suspicion of CSA. Crimes involving 2 girls between 95 and 99. Grooming Gangs Task Force, set up in 2023 under Sunak. And Sunak was the Tory leader for 1 year after he was the last one, after Truss was there for 50 days. Truss? Fuck, hold on. Truss. Sunak was for about 2 years. And then Keir Starmer, that's how you say his name. Okay. Arrested over 550 suspects in 12 months. Identified and protected over 4,000 victims. Okay, the J Report 2014. Within the council, we found no evidence of children's social care staff being influenced by concerns about the ethnic origins of suspected perpetrators when dealing with individual child protection cases, including CSE. Perception that messages conveyed by some senior people in the council and police were to downplay the ethnic dimensions of CSE. Unsurprisingly, frontline staff appear to be confused as to what they were supposed to say and do, and what will be interpreted as racist. Too much reliance on traditional community leaders, whilst Pakistani women felt disenfranchised. Women and men in the community voiced strong concerns that other than 2 meetings in 2011, there were no direct engagements with them about CSE over the past 15 years. Frontline staff of the police did not report personal experience of attempts to influence their practical or decision-making because of the ethnic issues. Those involved in CSE recalled a general nervousness towards discussions about ethnicity. Let's see, victim blaming, other failures. We have victim blaming, lack of communication with the wider Pakistani community, focus on local imams, whilst people who had more information were disenfranchised, lack of resources, especially for reach-out services, lack of training for frontline police and council workers. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. All right, let's fucking watch this one. Fuck it. Why did you start this here?
It's horrific, has always been. Asking you the questions.
All right. Well, everyone can see that you don't want to answer the question.
They can. They can see that I want to ask you questions, not have you pepper me with questions. He has a right to.
So you're rolling over like Mark Zuckerberg as well. Wow,
do you believe he has a right to sue people?
But Donald Trump.
Does he have a right to sue people?
Of course he has a right to. But is he right to? Is he right to?
Then we're agreed.
Dodging.
Then we're agreed.
No, it doesn't. No, we're not agreed. Do you support his lawsuit? Yes or no?
Doesn't matter.
It's a very simple question.
Doesn't matter.
Oh, you're too scared to answer.
No, Donald Trump sues people all the time.
Do you think he's right to sue the pollster? And do you agree with it? You have strong views, Piers, but you're not telling me to.
Let's get to your strong. Let's get to your strong views, Mehdi.
Oh yeah, let's change the subject.
No,
so I
think you've forgotten whose show it is.
Do you support Donald Trump's lawsuit?
It's not your show.
Do you support Donald Trump's lawsuit?
It's not your show. I'm asking you the questions.
All right. Well, everyone can see that you don't want to answer the question.
They can. They can see that I want to ask you questions, not have you pepper me with questions. Now let me ask you a question. This gang rape scandal in the UK is horrific, has always been horrific. I think it was despicable in terms of the details. I think it was despicable it took so long for it all to get properly exposed. I still don't think it has been. I think it was utterly despicable, the scale of the cover-up, whether it was the police, whether it was council officials, whether it was social workers, everyone whose job it was to protect these young girls failed them spectacularly. I think on that we're probably completely in agreement.
Yes.
Vance launches into Trump's war on fraud by suspending Medicaid payments to Minnesota. How much money is that? That seems kind of spooky, no? We've decided to temporarily halt certain amounts of Medicaid funding that are going to the state of Minnesota in order to ensure that the state of Minnesota takes its obligation seriously to be good stewards of the American people's tax money. Oz said the Trump administration had notified Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, a Democrat, of its plan, which would keep the state from receiving a $259 million Medicaid reimbursement this month. Jesus. Keep the state from receiving $259 million in Medicaid reimbursement. What is the state budget, Minnesota? $2025. Almost $70 billion. Okay. It's a good chunk of change, but not like destroys the whole state. But damn, that's still pretty crazy. Okay. And it was... Oh, that was just for 1 month too, though. Jeez. Okay. If we projected that over 12 months, that would be... about $3 billion? It's getting to be more. Okay. It's kind of crazy. Jesus.
The issue that is raging now is whether there should be a new national inquiry and whether someone like Elon Musk, in his very blunt, often very abusive manner...
Isn't Gad Sad one of those proto-grifters from the marketplace of ideas / new atheist Delhunty type meta that don't know jack shit about anything? He's still making content. The Gad Sad dude is a crazy, like, retard. That guy's one of the dumbest. He's like Scott Adams, maybe even dumber, though.
As we've seen with the rhetoric he's used against Keir Starmer and Jess Phillips, and
dishonest,
which I don't agree with, the way he's phrased himself with some of these, particularly Jess Phillips after the murder of 2 MPs in the UK. So I think, again, we'd agree on that. But I've also taken the sort of back step and gone, actually, I do think there should be another national inquiry. I do think the first one, they didn't act on any of the findings anyway, but actually the first one was very wide-ranging. And actually what it needs, it seems to be, from all I've read and seen this week, it needs a more specific national inquiry that focuses specifically on this northern rape gang scandal in all the 50 towns and villages that was happening. So we can actually get to the bottom of exactly who got abused and raped, who did it, what happened to them, have the perpetrators properly been brought to account, have the ones who were here on, maybe dual passports being deported, whatever it may be. In other words, proper accountability right from bottom to the top, and potentially people go to prison over.
Okay, real quick, can somebody link me, what is the strongest example of like the rape gang stuff? Not just like sexual assault or whatever, but like this like idea of this coordinated child rape thing. Is what like, can somebody link me the strongest example? Is this a thing that actually exists, or is this like they're just like picking like numbers of sexual assaults and then saying or whatever? Somebody leave me like the strongest story on that if you can.
Over this, but not just the perpetrators of the rape, but perpetrators of the cover-up. Now, A, do you agree with that? And B, Elon Musk pushing this, is that actually a big problem? Notwithstanding you and I agree about the rhetoric being wrong.
So, okay, 2 questions. Let me deal with both of them. On number 1, I'm glad you asked that question. It's the first time I've been on your show, and we actually don't have to argue along left-right lines where I'm the lefty and you pretend not to be a right-winger. This isn't a left-right issue. It's actually an issue of what do you think is the right way forward, right? This is a horrific scandal. What happened to children in the UK is disgusting. It is one of the great crimes of our time. No doubt about that. And I can't even read the details. It's sickening. It's disgusting. And by the way,
Okay. Rotherham, how do you pronounce this stupid fucking word? Somebody like me, somebody's saying this. Child sexual exploitation scandal. From the late 80s until 2013, group-based child sexual exploitation affected an estimated 1,400 girls, commonly from care home backgrounds in the town of Rotherham. Rotherham, South Yorkshire or South Yorkshire, England, between 97 and 2013. Girls were abused by grooming gangs of predominantly Pakistani men. Researcher Angie Heel, who was hired by local officials and warned them about child exploitation occurring between 2002 and 2007, has since described it as the biggest child protection scandal in UK history. What? And then Rotherham is a constituency? Or just a city? Or these fucking fake named, fake bullshit ass places. Okay, I see. What the fuck? Okay. Jesus fucking Christ. "19 men and 2 women were convicted in 2016 and 2017 of sexual offenses in the town dating back to the late 1980s. What is a care home? Is this like foster, or not foster, but like for, I guess, children with no parents or whatever? Okay. Let me watch these guys go at it.
This happened, a lot of this, it's ongoing, obviously. It's an ongoing problem in every country. But, the real scandals happened 10, 15 years ago, and that's what's tragic that we're talking about it now. But I would say to you, look, on the national inquiry point, I don't know, it's not a left-right issue, so I did sit down this week to kind of get my thoughts together. What do I think about this? I'm not an expert on this stuff, nor are you. So kind of I looked at what the experts are saying, and 2 people I respect very much in this field. One is Professor Alexis Jay, who ran the independent inquiry on child sexual abuse. It was a 7-year investigation from 20...
What are we doing in my YouTube chat? Why are we speaking foreign languages right now, guys? Can you fucking chill?
2015 to 2022, cost over £100 million. I think it's 468 pages long. I haven't been able to read all of it, but I read the 20 recommendations she made, Piers, and I think it's a scandal that the Conservative government, people like Liz Truss and Suella Braverman and Robert Jenrick, who are jumping on this far-right bandwagon, to quote Keir Starmer, outrageously did nothing, Piers.
Well, he's actually reined back, to be fair, he's actually reined back on that phrase today in Parliament in PMQs, and he's said he understands that, he basically has made it clear you're not necessarily far-right if you think there should be a national inquiry, which I'm glad he's done.
No, of course not, and that wasn't the point.
I'm not far-right.
That wasn't the point. It's not, no, but that wasn't the point. His words were misconstrued. I heard his words. He was making very clear that Conservative politicians who are using this for political gain are jumping on a far right back. That's a set point. Obviously, calling for an inquiry is not far right. As I just said to you, I was about to call for an inquiry till I did some reading and said, here's what Alexis Jay said. She says, I did this report, 460
But there's a big problem with that report.
Recommendations. The Conservative...
Yeah, but you mentioned how many... Okay, but look, you mentioned how many pages are in the report. Do you know how many times Rotherham got mentioned?
No, but she did a separate report on Rotherham.
No, but do you know how many times it got mentioned in the national report?
But she did a report on Rotherham. No, she did a specific... You know there's an independent report on Rotherham.
What about the national report? Do you know how many times it got mentioned, Rotherham?
No.
Once. So the absolute...
She also did a separate...
She also did a separate... No, my point, though, is that the...
Why, God, the counter-signaling is so cringe. I don't understand why these blue MAGA snarkers are attacking my boy Hutchinson for being an actual liberal. I heard someone on his stream unironically argue for banning certain political parties. Blue snarker. Blue MAGA snarkers. What? Okay.
Epicenter of this scandal was Rotherham. And yet it merited one mention in her national report. And that's the point that people are making, which is actually, that national report was so wide-ranging, taking in all sorts of different kinds of abuse, that it couldn't properly focus on this actual specific scandal of predominantly British Pakistani men abusing young white girls. That's the scandal that needs a proper laser-like focus, I think.
Well, okay, and that's fair enough. I think that we can debate about the Pakistani man angle. There's a big debate about the ethnicity factor, as you know. But just one last point.
Not really. The vast majority were British Pakistani.
Can I finish a sentence?
Well, they were.
That's not true. In those specific towns, yes, but as a phenomenon in the UK.
What do you mean it's not true?
As a national phenomenon, the Home Office... Can I finish a sentence, Piers, or are we going to get through this interview?
Sure.
Every time I start a sentence, you interrupt me.
Go on.
The Home Office, under a Conservative government in 2020, put out a report, not sure if you've seen it, got a lot of coverage, saying that the majority of men in in grooming gangs, which is not a great phrase, are white men under the age of 30. That was the survey data that they found. They said we need more research. It's not a hard and fast result. We don't have enough ethnicity data. Do you know a lot of police forces, Piers, 30, 40, 50% of victims of perpetrators, they just don't register the ethnicity.
How many white men? How many white men?
Gangs.
Okay. How many white men?
That's not to say specific gangs in Rotherham and Rochdale and Telford were brown.
Okay. So let's just focus
on... But Piers, here's what bothers me. You asked me about Elon Musk.
Sorry,
no, can you cut me off?
Hang on, I'm allowed to respond to what you just said. Because the reality is, what you're doing is you're massively distorting. You're massively distorting the story, aren't you?
No, you are. I started telling you about Alexis J. You jumped in with your gotcha about Rotherham. Have you read the 20 recommendations of Alexis J's report? Can you tell your viewers the 20 recommendations?
Gotcha.
How many times is Rotherham mentioned in the report? It is. Have you read the 468-page report?
Many. When I went on your show recently, I let you ask me all sorts of questions because it was your show. Okay, I'm asking.
And I let you answer them. You haven't let me finish a sentence.
I have. You keep saying things which I want to challenge. You keep saying things I want to challenge.
Let me say them, and then you challenge them. Let me just say them, and I promise. I say them, and then you challenge me.
Let me ask you a question.
I say them really fast. I speak really fast. Let me just say them. Alexis J. says no need for a new inquiry because her 20 recommendations,
I don't agree with
you don't know what they are, haven't been implemented yet. That's fine. I do agree with her. David Greenwood, who was the lawyer for the victims in Rotherham. You mentioned Rotherham as a gotcha, I think. David Greenwood was the lawyer in Rotherham of the girls. He was that's my opinion. I have a right to opinion. David Greenwood, the lawyer in Rotherham, of the dozens of girls, he's the guy who represented the girls in Rotherham. He says, I don't think we should have another inquiry. There's too many inquiries. We need action. We need to get the recommendations done. Another inquiry, he says, would be a distraction. Now, that's not a gotcha on my end either. Maybe we should have another action inquiry. I don't feel that strongly about it. I'm just telling you, Piers, for your viewers who are following Elon Musk nonsense, a man who knows nothing about this stuff, that David Greenwood, a lawyer involved in this, and Alexis J, who did an inquiry in Rotherham and then did a national inquiry, says we shouldn't have another inquiry.
Yeah, and I'm making the point that in her national inquiry,
you and I are not experts.
I'm making the point in her national inquiry, she mentioned Rotherham once, and there to me is the problem. But the other problem,
and in her Rotherham inquiry, she covered it in detail. She also said, don't make a link between Pakistani men and this problem. Because white men also involved in grooming gangs.
Rape gang scandal and the 50 towns and villages involved in this rape gang scandal. Tell me this. You've just tried to suggest that more white men were doing it than British Pakistani men. Bit of a surprise. I would think to everyone you've just named who've done the report. Okay, so how many white men involved in this rape gang scandal? Hang on. How many white men have been taken to court, charged and or convicted of raping these white girls in these 50 towns and villages? Just for the record.
Okay. All right, I don't have the full numbers, but let me give you some examples. In 2023 in Glasgow, there were 7 years of child sex crimes prosecuted. Piers, we don't have the percentages. That's the whole point.
We know that the very vast majority are actually British Pakistanis.
So hold on.
You're trying to deflect it into thinking it's somehow white men doing all this.
Oh my God. So in Glasgow, there were white men. 11 people abused 3 children, one of them in a nappy diaper.
I'm not talking about Glasgow.
We're not talking about that, nor is Elon Musk. In the West Midlands, a decade of child sex crimes. 21 white people abused 7 children, all of them under the age of 12. Right. In Cornwall, in 2010,
these aren't the scandals we're talking about,
sex crimes. 6 men.
Okay. I feel like I think I understand more. Okay, so this was a real thing that there was a in Rotherham or whatever, there was some kind of child sex ring fucking thing that was very bad that seemed like it had some degree of organization and everything, right? Like taxi drivers, and it was primarily Pakistani taxi drivers picking up like little white British girls to gang rape and do really bad fucky shit with. This was a real thing that wasn't investigated or received an appropriate amount of attention until, I guess, like mid-2010s, until 2013. They went back, and I guess they investigated or arrested people related to this. But this refers to a very particular thing. But now the claim that people like Piers or other people are pushing is that the majority of the rape, or that there are a ton more of these like rape rings all over the UK, which I don't know if there's any evidence for that, and then they're trying to like rope in like all rape as part of like a rape gang thing, and then they don't want to look at anybody raping besides the ethnic groups of whatever, when they're Pakistani or Asian or whatever. Is that what we're doing here? Because that's what it sounds like these two are getting hung up on. Piers is focusing on the Rotherham scandal or whatever, which seems like it was predominantly Pakistani men, or almost completely. But Mehdi is saying that there was a report done on all the types of like grooming and rape and everything done in the country, and that obviously encompasses way more than just the Rotherham stuff.
Men. Well, I'll get to that in a moment. 6 men abused 30 girls, the youngest of whom was 5 years old. And you've just made my point for me. These are the scandals we're not talking about. Why? Why are we defining child sex crimes and grooming gangs by race, unless you're a racist or trying to make political hay out of it? I care about the victims of all crimes. I don't give a damn whether the perpetrator was brown, black, white, blue, or yellow. I think we should support the victims of those crimes. And if you're only obsessed with the perpetrators, as Elon Musk is, as Robert Jenner is, then you don't actually care about these girls. That's what Alexis J said.
But the argument...
It's about on a per capita. It doesn't sound like Piers is making any per capita argument. It sounds like he's making the argument of literally just he wants to go back to just the particular Rotherham scandal or whatever.
As you know, the argument, as you know, from those who do want a big further inquiry, is that actually it was a very specific section of the community, a very specific section of the Muslim community, and it was British Pakistani men who they believe were operating under some warped cultural thing, which they felt entitled them to behave that way.
Well, that's not proven, right? That's what we need. That's what we need. Obviously, more studying on, more research, and I agree with that because these guys in places like Rochdale Rotherham were British Pakistani men overwhelmingly in those cases.
Yes.
But it's very interesting that you pick a sample and then say these are the towns we're talking about. They're all brown. Well, why can't we talk about Cornwall or Glasgow or the West Midlands? I'm saying this is a phenomenon that happens nationwide. There are multiple peers. Surely you'd accept there are multiple factors. There are experts on child sex abuse who you should invite on the show. I'm not one who will tell you there are multiple factors that cause this stuff. I mean, this happens in every country in the world. In these towns, clearly there were a lot of things going on. We know about police corruption. We should be talking about police corruption.
I just
in places like
mentioned it
Rotherham, where the police knew what was going on, and there are allegations of like money and drugs going between the perpetrators and the police. These girls were treated badly, not just because they were white, just because they were white peers. Let's talk about the class issue, because they were seen as worthless, they were seen as poor, working class, not having any value or credibility. So there's a lot of things to talk about.
So where does this conversation about the white people doing it even come in? Well, Mehdi is, I think, making an argument for reports that found that on the broad, there's a lot of, I guess, like people getting raped or child sexual abuse stuff or whatever. On the per capita, though, it might be that certain immigrants are more likely to commit these crimes than white natives. White natives? Fuck. Somebody link me crime stats on this. Fuck. I need a link to that. But I think one of the accusations around this Rotherham stuff was that one of the reasons why it didn't receive the attention that it should have, or the investigatory attention that it should have, is because some of the institution here, the police or whatever else, were operating under kind of a fear of like they didn't want to be perceived as being racist or digging too much into a thing because they were racist. So that's why right-wing people or peers is leaning into this idea of, well, a lot of this stuff is flying under the radar because we don't want to be perceived as racist by investigating it. So we need to be more honest and blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Which it sounds like for this Rotherham thing, there was some degree of truth to that.
About here. And yes, we can talk about culture, but you know what? It's interesting you bring religion in. Religion is the most absurd thing of all. Do you think Islam sanctions any of this? These people applying girls with alcohol and drugs. Last time I checked, alcohol is forbidden in Islam. Even an ignorant person knows that. So any idea that this has anything to do with religion is absolutely absurd and laughable. And again, we don't define white people crimes by Christianity or Judaism. We don't talk about Hindu bankers or Jewish carjackers. I'm not sure why we're bringing religion into this. It's absolutely absurd. And last point on the victims, Piers, I just want to say this, and I'm sure you'll appreciate this point. The victims were overwhelmingly white, right? But they weren't only white. There's this new thing going on that these brown men decided to target white girls because they're seen as outside the community and fair game. Not true. If you read Alexis J's report on Rotherham, then you'll see she points out that there were a lot of young Asian girls who were also abused by these men, but who didn't come forward because of, quote unquote, the shame in their community, their parents saying they'll never get married. So there are actually a lot going on here that we've just glossed over. And Elon Musk coming in with his disinformation, his racism, his Islamophobia, championing Tommy Robinson. Surely you would condemn the championing of an Islamophobic, violent bigot like Robinson, and lying that he's in prison because he uncovered this. Robinson had nothing to do with this.
I've literally been doing that.
You know, Piers, good. And Piers, you know that Tommy Robinson almost jeopardized a trial against a bunch of brown guys in Huddersfield with his contempt of court antics.
Twice, he nearly wrecked 2 trials.
He's not a champion of the victims of gangs.
No, he's not. What do you say? I'm genuinely curious what you think of this. You know, I said on X yesterday that Tommy Robinson is, to me, is the embodiment of an Islamophobe. He's Islamophobic. And there's plenty of examples of where his rhetoric, I think, stacks that up. To which a lot of people, including Gad Saad, who's coming after you, say there's no such thing as Islamophobia. That's the argument that they come up with, which is there is no such thing as Islamophobia, that you're allowed to be as critical as you want of Islam without being accused of being an Islamophobe. What do you say to that?
Can you imagine if I came on your show and said there's no such thing as anti-Semitism, you should be able to be as critical of Judaism as you want? That's an absurd position to take. It's a de facto bigoted position. People say nonsense stuff. You've heard it all, Piers. Oh, it can't be a phobia. That's an irrational fear. That's not what Islam... Well, we have homophobia. We don't say we don't use it. Am I a fan of the term Islamophobia? No, but anti-Semitism, homophobia, Islamophobia, all these are made-up words to try and describe very real phenomenon, which is anti-Muslim bigotry, hate, discrimination, whatever you want to call it, right? The idea, look at Elon Musk, for example. He's now posting about Islamophobia being fiction. This guy who once pretended to be a liberal has gone full hard far right. He's backing a party in Germany, Piers, which is aligned with neo-Nazis who said outrageous things about Muslims and immigrants and minorities. The German intelligence community believes it's an extremist party. The German courts believe it's an extremist party. Musk is writing articles in German backing them. So this is where we are right now, where the normalization of bigotry and hate against minorities continues apace. And I think, Donald Trump winning is great to fight the woke. It's actually very worrying. We have a global far right. We have Orban. We have Trump. We have in the UK now, I was going to say Farage, but actually it's Tommy Robinson apparently that Elon Musk favors, who are being propped up. And they take very, very disturbing views of all this. And Piers, I just want to say this. People think, Islamophobia blown out of proportion, exaggerated by Muslims. Let me just tell you this. In New Zealand, in Christchurch, you remember the 2 mosque attacks in the last Trump presidency, when a far right attacker in New Zealand went and killed more than 50 Muslims as they prayed. Do you know what he had written on his ammunition, on his bullets? He had 4 Rotherham written on his bullets, right? That is what happens when you politicize scandals, politicize controversies, turn very real problems into, pawns in your political game, into weapons to attack minorities. What happens is extremists then jump on that. That's what Keir Starmer was talking about. There is a far-right bandwagon. In Rotherham, an 81-year-old grandfather, Piers, in 2015, was beaten to death by a gang who shouted groomer at him, right? So I'm not saying we shouldn't talk about this stuff. I'm on your show talking about it. I'm just saying how we talk about it is so important.
Is there also a problem, as the likes of Tommy Robinson have been screaming about now for a long period of time, albeit in my estimation purely for his own self-gain, but is there also a genuine problem in the way that Muslims in Britain who've come into the country have assimilated into communities? We have as many Muslims in Britain, I think, as America has, even though they're 5 times the size. Are there legitimate concerns that you might have about the way Muslims have assimilated or not? Is it fair to even ask the question?
Of course it's fair to ask the question, and I've asked the question myself. I've written about multiculturalism and integration and all these issues for over 20 years, back when I was in the UK for The Guardian, for The New Statesman. Again, it's how to do it, right? It's not my problem with the Telegraph and parts of the Times, and of course the Daily Mail and the Daily Express is they do it in a jingoistic, belligerent, one-sided manner. I just gave you the example earlier. We talk about rape gangs. Let's talk about rape gangs. We only talk about Pakistani men. Why aren't you talking about the people in Cornwall or the West Midlands or Glasgow? That becomes a problem. I want us to be able to talk about this in a way that is fair and not discriminatory, and not tropes about, oh, brown men are coming here to rape our daughters. That kind of stuff, Piers, I think you would agree is not helpful. Are there issues with integration in places like in some northern towns? Yes. By the way, integration is a two-way street. There's been a lot of white flight from some of those areas. There's been a lot of issues with white working class communities, as you know, with those areas, with deindustrialization, with globalization. There's a lot to get through here. It's not an easy topic. And if we're going to make sweeping generalizations about Pakistani men, well, the mayor of London, just elected for a third time, is the child of Pakistani immigrants. Why are we not talking about the success story that is the UK, which has a Muslim man as the first mayor of a major European city? Or in Scotland, where they elected a Muslim man to be the first Muslim British Pakistani descent, Hamza Yusuf, who was last year the first Muslim leader of a Western nation, right? There have been huge success stories that we don't talk about.
Mehdi Hassan, good to talk to you, as always. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Somebody you were watching very carefully there, very intently. What do you make of what he said?
Well, I agreed with about 60%. You started on woke ideology, and Mehdi seemed to deny that this had overridden and marched through our institutions. I think that's somebody in complete denial.
Yes, I do.
It seems to me very obvious that in the grooming gang scandal, the child rape scandal, there was a liberal bias about prosecuting mainly Pakistani men out of fear of cultural sensitivity. That is a catastrophe for us. You know, I think of academia, where 30 years ago, the number of academics, I think this is a poll in American university, who identified as conservatives in relation to those who identified as liberal, it was 2-1 in favour of liberal. Now it's gone to 10-1. There are some humanities subjects where it's over 100-1. I mean, I took a sabbatical from the Times and Sunday Times to do some research on cousin marriage. I think this is a scandal in this country. A very high proportion of people having cousin marriage. There are problems with cultural integration because when you marry cousins, you stay within a sequestered group and you don't integrate effectively. Also, congenital difficulties because of genetic recessive disorders. I would phone scientists who had written papers. I wouldn't get a call back. They were worried about talking about...
Terrified of putting their...
Because it's predominantly Pakistani community. And there was a piece of evidence in a paper that I found out off the record that showed...
important enough, and you bang that drum as Robinson has for a long time. It is complicated. It's more nuanced than people who take a visceral position either side would take, I think. Stay with us, Matthew. Fascinating to get your response to Mehdi. It might be even more fascinating to get your response to Gad Saad, who joins me now. He's visiting professor, global ambassador at Northwood University. Gad, great to have you back on Uncensored. And you and I have been having a little very friendly ding-dong on X the last few days. I want to start just by what Mehdi Hassan told me about Islamophobia, because I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think you're kind of the view it doesn't really exist, and that you shouldn't be silenced from criticising Islam by people shouting you're Islamophobic. Now, Mehdi Hassan, and I subscribe to this as well, I think if you launch the kind of ferocious, relentless attacks that someone like Tommy Robinson has done on Islam and Muslims in the way that he's done so many times, it's eventually pretty painfully obvious to people that you're coming at this from a bigoted position. And therefore, by the dictionary definition of Islamophobia, if it comes from a place of hate, that actually is Islamophobia, isn't it?
Thank you so much for having me back, Piers. The devil is in the details, right? So if I were to say that Jews are inherently diseased, they are degenerates, they are evil, they're parasites, that would be anti-Semitic. If I say there are teachings in the Torah that are abhorrent given today's moral codes, that wouldn't be anti-Semitic. So if you were to make dispositional statements about individual Muslims, that would be Muslim bigotry. But if you say anything you want about the codified content of Islam, then by definition, that cannot be Islamophobic.
Okay, so let me play you a little mashup of examples, I would say, where Tommy Robinson has displayed Islamophobia by the criteria in the dictionary. Let's take a look.
We will unify every community against the hostility and barbarianism of Islam. I'm not racist, I despise racism. Islam is not a race, Islam is a fascist, violent ideology which masquerades as a religion.
Every single Muslim watching this video on YouTube, on 7/7, you got away with killing and maiming British citizens.
We embrace migrants that come to this country and love it. The problem is Islamic migrants...
Okay. Last meme. I don't know how much I'll dig into Tommy Robinson or not, but supposedly Konstantin does a whole bunch of, should I say whitewashing for a white guy? Sane washing? I don't know of his views here. I'm not sure.
I've gone from being spat at, to being punched, to being hugged, to being embraced.
Before we get into all that, though, the one thing that I think is really important is for us just to understand for our audience and for ourselves what's your story and who you are and how you got here, right? And I think that's a really big part of it that gets missed very often. People
I love this guy. I don't even know anything about this guy.
Have an idea about you, as I once did, by the way. I will say this, right? But they do not have the full picture. So let's talk about that. Tell us why you were here.
So that idea, I remember 2015 was the first chance I got to get a presentation of my life. It was Oxford University.
Yeah.
I walked into Oxford University, everyone hated me. I was getting booed, shouted at, screamed at. You know when you go to Oxford University Debating Society, you get 3-course meal. I didn't get any of that, yeah? I was invited in, but by the end of the presentation, I got a standing ovation. And all the people there said I didn't know any of this, yeah? And I brought them back every time to growing up in Luton. And I remember saying to the audience, I don't know where you grew up, but please picture yourself. I'm going to tell you my story, what I saw growing up, what happened to my family members, all the changes I saw, and then ask yourself what you would have done. Keep asking yourself, what would you do if you saw this? So yeah, I was born in 1982 in Luton Town. My mum was an Irish immigrant to Luton. She's one of 8 from a poor family. And I grew up in a town that is one of the most diverse and multicultural towns in Europe, actually, in Europe. So I saw firsthand what it's like to grow up in a multicultural community, but also what it's like in a town that, when I was born, had 1 mosque in 1982 and now has 45.
Whoa.
So we're nearly at a 50% Pakistani population of Muslims. And I saw the problems from that. And I spoke about them. And I guess when people say I'm guilty of things, I'd say, yeah, I'm guilty of being a decade ahead. But that's not because I had some golden light bulb or could see into the future. I just saw my hometown. I saw from growing up as a child to what had happened. And when I grew up, and again, I'll start off. So if you line all my friends up and you get 30 of us, the majority of us are sons of immigrants. Whether it be St. Lucian, Bulgarian, Italian, Irish, all of us are sons of immigrants. Yeah? I went to school. Some of the best people I met growing up, some of the people I love from growing up are Muslim. But that doesn't change that there's a massive problem.
So talk to us about that, Tommy. You mentioned, look, I imagine most people listening to this can imagine what happened.
Wait, do you think so what is Tommy Robinson's background? Where did his parents come from? He had an Irish mother and an English father. Oh, okay. Is Irish considered English? Do you think if you had like an Indian, like an ethnically Indian parent and an ethnically English parent, whatever the fuck that means, would somebody like Konstantin consider you half English or not English or what?
Happens when a place goes from being mostly one group of people to mostly another group of people, right? And we have friends, we have a close friend of ours who grew up in Bradford, right? And he talks about what he experienced as a white guy in a mostly Pakistani school, right? Most people don't think about that. So when you talk about problems, right, what do you mean? Like, give us examples.
So I mean, going to school, and I noticed it when I got to high school, or even just, I talk about when we used to have an under-18s nightclub, and when people talk about racism and victim of racism, so I've been a victim of racism untold times. I remember going as a young group of lads going to an under-19s nightclub where we had to walk through the town. We'd get robbed, we'd get spat, in the end, we had to hide our money in our socks, because every time you went, you got robbed and mucked by Pakistani gangs. You get called a dirty gullah, little white boy, slapped around. So when people talk about racism, I think, I've experienced it my whole life. I've seen it my whole life. And when we're at school, so if you come into our high school, I went to a high school called Puttridge High School, which was still a majority non-Muslim school, but then they bussed children from the Muslim community up on buses into the school. Now, when you went into our school, and there's never been a racial tension in Luton. Never seen it. Never seen racism. The town is divided by religious lines. That's it. It's white and blacks like this growing up. And it always was, especially in Luton's football scene, which we can get onto. All of our groups of lads, we're a very diverse bunch of lads. Always have been. Luton's football hooligan element was always seen. The actual racist clubs from the 70s and 80s would always have a big day out in Luton, because Luton's lads that would be resisting them were always white and black, because that's what Luton has always been. But there was never really racial tensions at school, and we didn't create this. Muslim playground, that was the front playground. Non-Muslim playground at the back. So even in the playground, it was divided. When you walk into the school dinner hall, so go into the school dinner hall, and when you walk in, you'd have everyone sitting in a mix. Chinese, Indians, blacks, everyone sitting at tables together. In the corner, there'd be 10 tables of Muslims. That's just how it was.
And the playground, is that the school mandating that, or is it just how kids saw themselves out?
That's just how it divided. Right. That's just how it divided. And if one Muslim got in any fight, 100 of them got in a fight. So something very different. I've never seen that until I got to high school. And then I got to high school and see 10 or 20 men booting one kid. And I've never seen that, because people had a fight before, and they just had a fight. Now, literally, and then when you get outside the school gates afterwards, if you say when we were 13, 14, and we had some trouble with some Pakistani kids at school, and trouble's going on, when you come outside school, there'd be 30 men. There's no 30 black men or white men coming up to school, they're all at work, yeah? But there's 30 Pakistani men waiting outside school to confront the 12, 13, 14-year-old kids. So I saw that. Also at school, I very quickly saw young girls that were at our school, we viewed them at the time as children. I'll be honest, we used to view them as slags at that time, because the girls who were 13 were getting picked up by Pakistani men outside. They'd come up to school gates and literally pick the girls up in school uniforms, and the girls would be going out and giving blowjobs to taxi drivers, and we'd all know what's going on. But we never viewed them as victims at that time as children. We were children, and they were going out, basically, they were victims of this grooming gang. My cousin, when she was 14, she woke up naked in a house in Bury Park, being raped by loads of bearded men. She ran out on the streets, and the prostitutes rang her dad. The street prostitutes rang her dad. She was just a child.
Sorry to interrupt, Tommy. When was this?
This was when I was 13 years old.
So that would have been 96 or 95?
96, 95. And a lot, I do this at Oxford University, a lot happened in my life at that time, which whatever happens in your life shapes your worldview, shapes your view, you understand. Even there was a murder of a gentleman called Mark Sharp. Google this murder. Yeah? Mark Sharp was with his son. His son was my age, probably when I was 11, 12. His son was my age. He was friends with my uncles, and he's drove past, and he's had a bit of a road rage with a car full of Pakistanis, and he's called them a wanker as he's gone past. They've followed him. They've called for reinforcements.
He said his sister was raped when she was 14 or 13. What, is there like a news article or anything of that? Or is there any just to make sure this actually happened? Oh, it was his cousin? Ugh. I feel like that's like vague enough that... Okay.
More cars have turned up. As he's got out with his 12-year-old son to get a takeaway, they've jumped out, they've beaten with bats, beaten with poles. There was an explosion of violence in Luton that we didn't understand at the time, coming from the Muslim community. When we go back and speak to the elders in our community, it seemed to have been stemming from the Gulf invasion. After the Gulf, something was happening in Luton. They've followed him. And he's drove past. Mark Sharp was with his son. Shapes your worldview, shapes your view. You understand? Even there was a murder of a gentleman called Mark Sharp. Google this.
Mark Sharp killing United Kingdom. Murder charge has been dropped. Why? Let's see. A man charged with a murder committed in Bedfordshire 9 years ago. 9 years ago? How long does your court system take? Damn! It's appeared at Luton Crown Court. Mark Sharp has been died after being attacked by a group of men in a takeaway restaurant in Hightown Road. Abdul Abdin, 31, who had been in Bangladesh, turned himself into police last week. Remanded in custody. Another man is already serving a life sentence for Mr. Sharp's murder. Mr. Abdin had been held in custody awaiting extradition from Bangladesh for 43 months. Road rage. Murder charge dropped. Where's the... Is there like a information about this story? Callous yarn burglar denied knowing pal Mark Sharp, who died driving stolen off-roader in A19 special. Okay. Okay. At about 5:50 p.m. on the afternoon of Sunday, 27th of August, 95, as Mark Sharp was driving his motor car, he was forced to brake sharply when a black Nova motor car driven by Mr. Abdul Shahid stopped suddenly in front of him. Displeased by the actions of the driver of the Nova car, Mark Sharp overtook, making a rude gesture as he did. Shortly afterwards, he parked his car in Hightown Road near a laundrette. Does that mean laundromat? The Nova car pulled up beside him, and the four Asian occupants, Shahid the driver, Mr. Jamir Mia, Mr. Forid Mia, and Mr. Abdul Tahid, got out and confronted Sharp. An argument ensued, and one of the four who had been traveling in the Nova car returned to the car to make a call on a mobile telephone. Shortly afterwards, two other Asians, Mr. Rajan Udin and Mr. Abdul Abadan, and possibly two others, joined the four occupants of the Nova car. They were obviously friends. The two new arrivals appeared to Mr. Hughes, a witness, to be older and bigger than the original four. Sharp and the six Asians were all on the pavement and close to a wall. Mr. Hugh turned to go back to his car and had hardly taken a step or two when hearing a noise. He turned and saw that the six Asians were attacking Sharp. Three of them appeared to be using weapons made out of the bottom half of a snooker cue. What, bro, these are not real fucking words. Oh my God. The two new arrivals appeared to be Mr. Hughes, a witness to be older than the original four. Sharp. The two new arrivals appeared to be Mr. Hughes, a witness. Wait, so two different people? Okay, so argument ensued. There's two other Asians, possibly two. I'm so fucking confused. Is Mr. Hughes and a witness, are these two people supposed to be friends of Mark Sharp? Sharp and the six Asians were all on the pavement and close to a wall. Mr. Hughes turned to go back to his car and had hardly taken a step or two when hearing a noise. He turned and saw that the six Asians were attacking Sharp. The three used weapons. He saw Sharp being hit around the head and generally all over the body. The three who did not have weapons were punching and kicking Sharp. As he was being hit around the head, Sharp held his knees, but the attackers carried on until he fell down completely and was lying still. The six attackers then ran after their car. The attack had lasted, he thought, 30 seconds. He saw no attempt by Sharp to strike at the attackers or deliver any blows. I mean, if it was 6-on-1, probably not. His impression was that all 6 attackers were taking part in the violence, but he could not say which of them used weapons or which of them kicked or punched. Mr. Tatham on the laundrette also witnessed the attack. He had come from a shop about 2 doors away. Okay, not good. Not a good thing. He died 3 days later. 5 of those who were said to have taken part in the attack were arrested and charged with the murder of him. The 5 who were charged were tried on the Crown Court at Luton before Mr. Justice Dyson and a jury. These 2 were convicted of murder and sentenced for life. Other 3 were acquitted from murder but convicted of manslaughter. Okay. A stab wound delivered with moderate force near the base of the skull. Jesus. Okay. Okay, damn. All right, well, this definitely happened. All right.
This murder, yeah. Mark Sharp was with his son. His son was my age, probably when I was 11, 12. His son was my age. He was friends with my uncles. And he's drove past and he's had a bit of a road rage with a car full of Pakistanis. And he's called them a wanker as he's gone past. They've followed him. They've called for reinforcements. More cars have turned up. As he's got out with his 12-year-old son to get a takeaway, they've jumped out, they've beaten with bats, beaten with poles. There was an explosion of violence in Luton, but we didn't understand at the time, coming from the Muslim community. When we go back and speak to the elders in our community, it seemed to have been stemming from the Gulf invasion. After the Gulf, something was happening in Luton, which none of us knew about. Yeah? And it's only later, as I get in my life, which I'll get to, that I started to understand, oh, this is what's made it. This is what this is. Because there was always something different, which I didn't put down to the Muslim community, because at the time it wasn't about them being Muslims, it was just the Pakistanis are very different. That's how I saw it. But Mark Sharp, they snapped a knife off in his head and killed him. He survived for 3-4 days in hospital. I remember his family left the town. The Pakistanis all went on the run. They got them back in the end from Pakistan. I think they got 4 years. It's not justice. They got 4 years for a brutal murder where 6 to 8 of them jumped all over him, snapped knife off his head in front of his son.
Wait, did that change? Or, because it sounds like 2 of them were convicted of murder, and then 2 other got, and then 4 of them got manslaughter. Unless they appealed those murder convictions or something. He's not quoting that correctly, but...
So I remember seeing all these things. And then my cousin, when she was being prostituted in the end, the police would say she's a drug addict. Because she was on heroin, because they got her hooked on heroin. Now, and I remember even when I got a chance on Jeremy Paxman years later, and I remember saying to Jeremy Paxman, when I went on in 2010, and it hasn't aged well for him. And when I went on the chat show, I said, they're picking our daughters up from schools. They're picking our sisters up from schools. The gangs are operating so different. They're not challenged. And he was like, really? You expect us to believe this? I remember saying, Jeremy, do you know anyone who's hooked on heroin sold to them by a Muslim gang? You don't. I do. Do you know anyone who's been killed by a Muslim gang? You don't. I do. Do you know any girls that now wear full niqabs that aren't allowed to see their family? You don't, do you? I do. Do you know anyone who's been prostituted and groomed? You don't, do you? I do. Yeah. I said, so I don't expect you to understand, but I do expect you to listen, because this is happening in town. The reason why the English Defence League has gone bang is because what I've seen is mirrored across every working class community in this country.
If Islam was to evolve, which it needs to evolve to fit in with Western democracy, which is clearly not. Clearly, there's a problem. Clearly, the English Defence League is a phenomenon that swept this country. And with the issues I'm talking about, Jeremy, if I ask you, do you know anyone that's hooked on heroin sold to them by Muslim gangs? You probably don't. I do. Do you know any beautiful girls that you went to school with that are now wearing a burqa that don't see their family? Probably don't. I do. Do you know anyone who's been murdered by a Muslim gang? You probably don't. I do. Do you know any 15-year-old girls that you know that you've grown up with that have been raped or pimped? You don't. So I don't expect you to understand the issues.
These are all personal issues of yours.
Personal issues in towns and cities like mine that are happening, and they're not happening with the Sikh community. They're not happening with the Jewish community.
And indeed, they're not happening with most Muslims.
No, they're happening within the Islamic community. That's what I'm saying, that it's an Islamic problem. And when I'm just a simple person, so I'm just a normal person, but when I'm looking at, I have to look for where this hatred is coming from.
So are you seriously suggesting there aren't white drug dealers and there aren't white gangs?
Of course I'm not. No,
Sikh gangs or any other kind of...
No, I'm not. But I'm saying some of these specific issues are coming from the Islamic community, solely the Islamic community. Terrorists wanting to blow us up, constant hostile activity towards our youth. All these problems, and from sitting back, there's got to be something it's coming from. None of the other communities are spreading it, so we're a symptom of the problem. The English Defence League...
You're claiming that community is spreading it. Actually, what we're talking about here... Yes, exactly, as you could talk about members of the white community doing all sorts of atrocious things.
Yeah, but not 24-year-old groups of 10 of them hanging around outside school gates.
You've never seen a white gang?
And purposely targeting...
Never seen a white gang?
Are we going to pretend that Muslim groups are not out there purposely targeting our youth and pimping them? Are we going to pretend it's not?
You're not pretending white people aren't doing that?
They're not in the same manner, not in the same group. They're saying it's a cultural thing which is going on within their community.
So I grew up in Luton, I've seen all these problems, and again, I'm going to reiterate again, that doesn't mean, because some of the best lads I know were Muslim lads, yeah, at school. But when there's a divide, and I'll explain the story again, when there's a divide, something very different happens with this. I remember coming out of a nightclub in Luton, and I remember seeing about 6 Muslims beating one man, and it was my ex-wife said, stop him. And I remember going in to pull them off him, and then they attack you, and then as it's all going on, a Muslim friend of mine stood on their side against us, and he didn't even know him. And afterwards I spoke to him, and the whole town's going, there's all this chaos going on. It's us and them. The divide, you can think you're friends, it's us and them. When that divide line comes, it's us and them. And that divide, which I never understood again, I'll tell you the moment
Oh, that's true, actually. Wait, for the Mark Sharp guy, well, hold on. If somebody's from Pakistan, is it a good assumption that they're probably Muslim? Is that like a fair assumption? I don't know what the percentage of Pakistani immigrants to the UK are in terms of their religious. Oh, okay. Are these names? I don't know. When I see names and I don't recognize where the fuck it comes from at all, my assumption is they're Pakistani. Are these names all Pakistani names? So it's probably a fair assumption that these guys were Muslim, right? From that one murder, from the Mark Sharp case. I don't know anything about this one that he's talking about now, but
I understood it. But all this is going on. I'm seeing lots of changes in the town, seeing a level of aggression, a level of hate, rapes, criminality. Fast forward to 2000 and to when I'm 19, I think. I'm doing my apprenticeship. I left school at 16. I got an apprenticeship as an aeronautical engineer at Britannia Airways. I went to work there, and I saw. Do you remember the Beslan school massacre?
Yeah.
So
in Russia.
In Russia, that was my trip.
So, for people who don't know, Chechen terrorists took over a school. They held it, I think, for 1 or 2 days, and then the Russian special forces went in, and it was a bloodbath.
And for people who don't know, that's coming to the UK. I think that's so. This happens. Chechen terrorists take over the school, and I can still see it, yeah? Because, and this was my real. You know, everyone's had that moment that wakes them up. Everyone's had that moment that I think a lot of people would wish they could just close their eyes to it. I think once you're awake to this and you understand some of the problems, you can't turn off from it. But they take over a school, not one Muslim, not two, a whole massive gang of them, yeah, jihadists. Take over a school. The parents then get phone calls, so they know their children are in the school. They know terrorists have got their kids. The parents come to the school gates. The military there, you know, the Russian army there, and the parents are outside. And the women are dropping on their knees, holding their heads. As then you start hearing the Muslims butchering their kids, and they're killing them and butchering them. And I remember watching it, going, "The hell is this? What the hell is going on here?" Yeah. That was my moment to start looking at Islam. And 2 weeks after this, I saw a group in Luton called Al Mujahideen. The leader, the second in command of that group was a gentleman called Saif al-Islam, which translates as Sword of Islam. He's in a chicken shop in Luton, and he's doing an interview. And in that interview, he says, an attack like Beslan would be justified on a British school. And this is when I'm probably, I don't know, I might have been 19. I can't remember. I was young. And I'll be honest, and from my background growing up in Luton, as I said, Luton is so people understand the town, it's probably one of the most poverty-stricken towns in the country. It's a rough and violent town. It has a lot of problems. Take Islam out of the equation, it's still got a million problems, yeah? It's, and growing up there, I'd say chisel's who you become. But I grew up and I looked up.
For the Chechen stuff, I don't know enough of the details. The only thing I remember from this is apparently there was a big hostage situation, and when Russian special forces went in, I don't think you can do like hostage situations against Russian people or like the Russian military, because they'll just run in and fucking kill everybody. I don't think they give a fuck. And I thought that was a big deal with that. But like, there's a lot of bad blood between Chechens and like Russians and the ownership of that. I don't know what the fuck you even call it, territory or whatever the fuck you call it in Russia. Was this like a Muslim extremist thing, or the Beslan school siege, also referred to as the Beslan school hostage crisis or the Beslan massacre, was a terrorist attack that occurred from September 1st, 2004 to September 3rd, 2004. It lasted 3 days, involved the imprisonment of more than 1,100 people as hostages, including 777 children, and it ended with the deaths of 367 people. Crisis began when a group of armed terrorists occupied school number 1 in the town of Beslan, North Ossetia, an autonomous republic in the North Caucasus region of Russia. On September 1st, the hostage takers were members of the Riyadus Salihin, sent by the Chechen warlord Shamil Basayev, who demanded Russia withdraw from and recognize the independence of Chechnya. On the third day of the standoff, Russian security forces stormed the building. I don't know the details about this. I just know that I think it's the second Chechen war or whatever, is considered like one of the most destructive, like Russia basically just bombed and shelled like entire cities out of existence. This was like Aleppo before Aleppo. So would I call this like Muslim extremism? I mean, like even if they were Muslims, I feel like this is like territorial, crazy war of independence. Like, I'm not saying this is good. You should never do terrorist attacks, but I don't know if I would just look at something that's like, oh, Muslim extremism. Oh, maybe the first Chechen war was bad, not the second one. Sorry, I might have that mixed up. Both were really bad. Okay. Grozny is the city that I'm thinking of that people usually cite, I think. Grozny 2014 bombing? Is this what I'm... Jesus fuck. Not good. Someday we'll read more about this. After we bang your mom. Okay.
Up to my uncle's rule.
I feel like it's a little crazy to see this and be like, oh my God, this is coming to the United Kingdom. I feel like that's kind of a crazy extrapolation, but okay.
And then as it's all going on, a Muslim friend of mine, lots of changes in the town, seeing at Britannia Airways. I went to work there.
And terrorists took over a school.
School massacre.
Yeah.
So
in Russia.
In Russia, that was my trip.
For people who don't know, Chechen terrorists took over a school. They held it, I think, for 1 or 2 days, and then the Russian special forces went in, and it was a bloodbath.
And for people who don't know, that's coming to the UK. I think so this happens.
That's okay.
So Chechen terrorists take over the school, and I can still see it, yeah? And this was my real, everyone's had that moment that wakes them up. Everyone's had that moment that I think a lot of people would wish they could just close their eyes to it. I think once you're awake to this and you understand some of the problems, you can't turn off from it. But they take over a school, not one Muslim, not two, a whole massive gang of them, yeah, jihadists, take over a school. The parents...
Were they actually jihadists even? Fuck, I don't know enough about the background and everything of Chechnya or whatever, or what they were even... But it's... I feel like this is kind of a weird retelling of the conflict between Russia and their hold on Chechnya or whatever, but okay.
Then get phone calls, so they know their children are in the school. They know terrorists have got their kids. The parents come to the school gates. The military are there, the Russian army are there, and the parents are outside. And the women are dropping on their knees, holding their heads, as then you start hearing the Muslims butchering their kids, and they're killing them and butchering them. And I remember watching it, going, "What the hell is this? What the hell is going on here?" Yeah. So that was my moment to start looking at Islam. And 2 weeks after this, I saw a group in Luton called al-Mujahideen. The leader, the second in command of that group was a gentleman called Soy Islam, which translates as Sword of Islam. He's in a chicken shop in Luton and he's doing an interview. And in that interview, he says a attack like Beslan would be justified on a British school. And this is when I'm probably, I don't know, I might have been 19. I can't remember. I was young. And I'll be honest, and from my background growing up in Luton, as I said, Luton is so people understand the town. It's probably one of the most poverty-stricken towns in the country. It's a rough and violent town.
Destiny, they were actually all transgendered. Okay.
It has a lot of problems. Take Islam out of the equation, it's still got a million problems, yeah? It's, and growing up there, I'd say chisels who you become. But I grew up and I looked up to my uncle's rule lead members of Luton's football hooligan scene. So whilst I went to school, stayed out of trouble, I was always in the group that was getting in trouble, the likely lads, but I never got involved in any criminality, whereas a lot of the kids I grew up with did. My mum, probably because of my mum and her parenting, my mum was strict, but I done my apprenticeship. But when I saw this, I was a young lad full of testosterone, and I used to go to the football element with Luton Town football scene. And when I watched this Muslim say this, I thought, who's this man? And then I looked at him, and I understood al-Mujahideen. Now remember, there wasn't a terrorist attack in the UK till 2007, was it? So there hadn't been a terrorist attack. There hadn't been, no one understood jihad.
Yeah.
I look at this group, al-Mujahideen, who are now a prescribed terrorist organisation, but at the time they weren't. And I look and they're holding weekly events in our town centre outside Don Miller's bakery, outside the local bakery. So I looked at them, they were a global caliphate network, and their head office was on Biscuit Road, which is where we're from. And it's like, who the hell are this lot? And in my presentation at Oxford University, I showed, so after September 11th, like when you went to your local shops, I don't know what it was like, but at my local shops, there was not pictures of the 19 suicide bombers with Magnificent 19. Mm-hmm. It was celebrated in Luton. It was celebrated at a local college. They held a march for the anniversary, first year through the town centre. So it was celebrated. September 11th was celebrated.
Openly. People just openly celebrating
posters
terrorist
everywhere.
attack.
Look at my presentation at Oxford University. I showed the posters at my shop and all over the phone boxes, all over the shop.
Does anybody have a link to this? Is this true or?
It's Magnificent 19. Yeah, it was celebrated. And so I looked at this group and I went down the town centre the next Saturday and I'll be honest, it was celebrated to them. And I looked at, they were a global caliphate network, and the head office was on Biscuit Road, which is where we're from. And it's like, who the hell are this lot? And in my presentation at Oxford University, I showed, so after September 11th, like when you went to your local shops, I don't know what it was like, but at my local shops, there was not pictures of the 19 suicide bombers with Magnificent 19. It was celebrated in Luton. It was celebrated at a local college.
Luton, September 11th, Muslims celebrating what? Okay. City Journal. Jihadist mullahs urge 1,000 followers to learn the murderous lessons of the World Trade Center attacks. An obscene spectacle took place in North London. Is that where Luton is? On September 11, 2002, 1,000 Muslims gathered at the Finsbury Park Mosque to celebrate the bombings of the World Trade Center. The Metropolitan Police deployed a force 500 strong to protect the meeting, called a towering day in history from disruption. A dozen or so menacing-looking men with keffiyehs over their faces stood on the mosque steps to prevent unfriendly journalists from entering. Hold on.
Hometown of Luton.
Okay. The celebration began promptly at 1 p.m. so that participants could applaud the action of the WTC bombers at exactly 1:46 London time, the exact time a year earlier when the first plane hit its targets in New York. Chairing the meeting was Abu Hamza, an Egyptian-born engineer turned Muslim mullah who presides over the notorious Finsbury Park Mosque, where several of the detainees in Camp Delta, Guantanamo Bay, captured fighting for the Taliban and Al-Qaeda, received their theological training. Hamza also reportedly recruited to the jihad Richard Reed, the would-be shoe bomber who failed to blow up fuck this guy. This is the guy where we all have to fucking do, where we had to take our shoes off and everything for TSA, although I think they got rid of that like a year ago finally. Maybe, I think. The good imam is implicated as well in the training and instigation of Zacharias Moussaoui under arrest on suspicion of conspiring with the 19 murders of September 11th.
Imagine this is your town where you live. You've got posters glorifying terrorism. You've got billboards. As you walk up your street, the billboards are now painted over. Anything showing a woman's flesh is covered up. This is all to fit in with Sharia. And it's from certain sections.
Look at what this guy looks like. Wait a second. Does this guy kind of look like in Men in Black 3? Do you remember Boris the Animal?
Minority, but a dangerous minority within the town. I want to take you through on what you're trying to understand as me growing up. The changes I'm seeing, they're not for the good, okay? They're not for freedom. So this will just show some posters.
Okay.
That's the covering up on billboards. Right, the Magnificent 19 posters on a phone box. At the same time, Icknield High School.
Wait.
Me growing up, the changes I'm seeing, they're not for the good, okay? They're not for freedom. So this will just show some posters.
What? This is a picture. Is there, also, this is first 2003. Maybe they celebrated again the next year, though. But this is like a picture. What, or this is like an actual like image file. Where's a picture of this poster hung up somewhere? Those are the stickers? Where? Or does he show? Maybe he'll show them?
Covering up on billboards. Right, the Magnificent 19.
Oh, I see. Okay. It's just a low resolution picture. I can't fucking see shit. Okay.
19 posters on a phone box.
That's it there.
At the same time, Icknield High School. Many of you may remember the girl who ordered the full face veil in the cab to school. Sherry Blair represented her. Yeah? When she left there, when she got kicked out of that school for doing that, she went to the school I used to go to, Putridge. But her brother was part of Al-Mujahideen, an extremist organisation. They used to protest outside the school all the time. It's Icknield High School. They then had, at the same time, every year, they're outside the school handing out leaflets saying Christmas is a sin. Children are just trying to go to school, trying to paint a picture that things are going on across the town at this time. Now,
What is there? Is there like video footage of this or anything for London Muslims celebrate 9/11 on 2002? Apparently, this is a right-wing publication, but I doubt this whole thing is fake. I doubt that they would just fake all of this. I'm just curious. It's not good. If it's here, definitely not good. He made it sound like it was hung up inside every establishment. Yeah, I was curious how widespread this is. It would have been nice to see more pictures, but I don't know. Okay. All right.
They held a march for the anniversary, first year through the town centre. So it was celebrated. September 11th was celebrated.
Openly. People just openly celebrating
Posters
terrorist
everywhere.
attack.
Look at my presentation at Oxford University. I show the posters at my shop and all over the phone boxes, all over the shops, magnificent lightning. Yeah? It was celebrated. And
I feel like I only saw that. Does he
I'll
show
show you
more?
now.
Hold on.
This is a newspaper article. If you want to take one of them and pass them around, people can read them themselves. This, I feel, is very important. I think it's very important to show you where we were at in the town. This newspaper article is from September 2004. We're going back 10 years, okay? I was 21 years old. Anti-terror rally. I organised this rally when I was 21 years old. I made these leaflets, okay? This will show you that the English Defence League may have been born in 2009. There's a...
Okay, CNN article. A UK-based Islamist group is planning a conference on September 11th, hailing the suicide attackers who killed thousands in New York City and Washington as the Magnificent 19. The group is al-Muhajirun, or I can't pronounce that. Anything that calls themselves, by the way, Islamic and Islamist are two very different things. Islamist is like militant commitment to spreading the ideas of Islam. Islamist is always bad. Islamist is always bad. Islamic is a broader term or whatever, but just keep that in mind, okay? The poster seen on the group's website also shows images of Al-Qaeda leader Osama bin Laden superimposed on a picture of the World Trade Center. Reported the group plans to hold conferences in 4 British cities: London, Birmingham, Leicester, and Manchester. You guys, fuck this fucking con. Oh my god, okay. To mark December 11th, 2001 anniversary, British authorities and police come out on the group. And mainstream Muslim groups have denounced al-Muhajirun as a radical organizer that misrepresents the views of the country's 2 million Muslims. But a spokesman for the group, Abu Omar, said this week that the actions of the 19 hijackers were quite splendid. Omar said Muslims who condemned the attacks were apostates whose opinion should carry no weight. Okay.
Reason. There's a history behind it. When the Beslan massacre, remember the Beslan massacre? The school children were lined up and murdered by Chechen terrorists. They killed loads of kids in front of their parents. I remember watching that. And then I remember watching an interview of a Muslim from Luton. His name's Saif al-Islam, it means Sword of Islam. He was part of this organisation called al-Mujahideen. And he said what happened at that school was justified. And it's justified if it happens in a school in England. That is when I started reading, learning, and looking into who this group were. Al-Mujahideen.
Damn, he really repeats the same fucking stories for how many years? Holy shit. Okay, based. All right.
I doubt many people in 2004 had heard of them. Remember, this is before 7/7. This is before terrorist atrocities on our shores. I found that Omar Bakri and Abu Hamza, we all know who they are now. They were based in my town, in Luton. They were based there. Their head office was on Biscuit Road. I started looking, researching. What I found terrified me. And once my eyes were open, I couldn't close them to this issue. I made these leaflets. In these leaflets, it's clear. Leaflets circulated in Luton before the demonstration.
Okay.
So I looked at this group, and I went down the town centre the next Saturday, and I'll be honest, because on a Saturday, back then, as a young man, there might be 100 of us on a Saturday that would go to Luton football. And we'd travel around the country going to football together as young men. And I looked at this group, and when I went down there, there's a police officer there. And I said, and they were openly, like now they try and hide it, they were openly recruiting to send people to fight against our armed forces in Iraq and Afghanistan. They were openly promoting jihad. It was, remember this is at the time when Abu Hamza, Hook, when he was holding his seminars in Finsbury Park, when he had hundreds of men on the floor. This is at the time when Abu Hamza, the fight against our armed forces in Iraq and Afghanistan. They were openly promoting jihad.
Well, like, I mean, the Iraq-Iran war, like, this is like Muslim-on-Muslim violence. This is a huge war, no? I mean, like, I feel like he's oversimplifying a lot of regional stuff. I feel like everybody that talks about Islam does this. And it's annoying, too, because I don't like the radical, the weirdo Islamic people. I don't like these people at all. But I feel like he's collapsing a lot of stuff.
It was like, remember this is at the time when Abu Hamza, Hook, when he was holding his seminars in Finsbury Park, when he
This was the guy that we just
had
looked at.
hundreds of men on the floor in the road.
But apparently other mainstream Muslims were denouncing him, and he said those guys are fake losers. But I don't know what the names of those other mainstream people are, or how relevant anybody in particular is. It's hard to say.
Calling for war against Britain. Remember, they weren't getting a nick on hate speech or anything like that. They were just allowed to do it. So as I looked at this group, I thought they've been operating, a mass network have been operating for 20 years in my town. Which then explains, and I tried having this, I sat down with Bim
I
on.
thought he was talking about the NATO-Iraq war. Oh shit! I'm sorry. He might have been. I'm sorry. My brain just wiped. Well, because Iraq, I think, almost went to war again with Iran after. Fuck, I don't even remember. It was after we deposed the leadership, the Ba'ath government, and we put in everybody. But I don't think that would have ever been big enough to recruit from. Wait. So is he saying they were trying to openly recruit people to go and fight against like NATO in Iraq and everything? The timeline would make more sense. That
police officer there.
I think. Okay, hold on.
And they were openly now they try and hide it. They were openly recruiting to send people to fight against our armed forces in Iraq and Afghanistan.
Oh, I'm sorry. He's saying to fight against our own. I think is what he's saying, right? Fucking accents. He means to fight against our own forces. That's what he's saying. Sorry. Jesus. Right?
They were openly promoting jihad. It was remember this fight against our armed forces in Iraq and Afghanistan.
To fight against armed. That's what he's saying. He's to fight against our armed forces. Armed.
They're openly recruiting to send people to fight against our armed forces in Iraq and Afghanistan. They were openly promoting jihad. It was remember this is at the time when HASPEDO, Hook, when he was holding his seminars in Finsbury Park, when he had hundreds of men on the floor in the road calling for war against Britain. Remember, they weren't getting nicked on hate speech or anything like that. They were just allowed to do it. Yeah? So as I looked at this group, I thought they've been operating, a mass network have been operating for 20 years in my town, which then explains, and I tried having this, I sat down with Imams when we started the English Defence League and explained to him, your community, the Islamic community, is very entrenched. It's inward looking. You're all here. Yeah. Now within this little community, you've got, let's just say 200. We've got more. Let's say 200 pure radicals, who are working 25 hours a day, 7 days a week. And they're working to promote jihad, supremacy, intolerance against the non-Muslim community. So once they're operating all these years, the explosions of violence that are coming out, and they weren't just coming out onto us in the streets. Remember, 7/7 bomb plot, they picked up their bombs in Luton. Fertiliser bomb plot, come out of Luton. Stockholm bomber, come out of Luton. Luton was named by the CIA as the epicenter of terrorist atrocities and the planning for Europe. That's Luton. So when people are saying, I said, well, you know these lads, like the ones who were killed fighting for ISIS, the ones who, Saif al-Islam, who's done jail for terrorism, Roger Ibrahim, the ginger convert, I used to hang around him as a kid. So we're not talking about, when you read about terrorists, to some people this is a million miles away. I went to school with that mug. Yeah? I queue up next to him in the bank. His sister lives around the corner from me. Yeah? So this isn't a million miles away from us. So when in 2004, I went down town centre, police were there. I said, what is this? How are they allowed to do this? She said it's free speech. I said, okay, let's see if it's free speech next week. And then the next week, I organised my first ever protest, which was called Ban the Luton Taliban. That's what I called it. And
Tommy, can we pause there for 1 second? Because one thing that I wanted to ask you about, and honestly, I'm not coming at it from a place of judgment, but I do think it's an important part of the conversation. You mentioned the football hooligans, right, which you were part of. A lot of people, it's not a uniquely British thing now that you get these ultras in Italy, you get them in Russia.
But
it is kind of, to most people who don't know about it, they really don't know about it, right? So can you explain the firms and the hooligans? Because you say you go around the country supporting Luton, but it's more than that, right? It's young lads who like to get to a football game and have a fight with others, right? Is that fair?
That's fair.
If you're someone who values free inquiry and independent thinking, which, let's be honest, is why you're probably watching Trigonometry, then our sponsor, Venice AI, gives you the freedom ourselves. And if you're UK, thanks to the new team and not offended by grown-up content or ideas, you'll need to sign up for a pro account. If you want to use AI without fear of handing over your thoughts, ideas, or personal information to a corporation or the government,
I look at the problem from which is going
to AI/trigonometry and see what you've been missing. And now, back to the show.
That's fair, which is going to sound moronic. Yeah? So to most people watching this, they're going to think, idiots. Absolutely idiots. But remember, I'm 42 years old now, and I'm a father of 3. I was 20. I was 18, 17, 16. Young men finding their identity together, which I'd say I found my identity going football. I found it. Yeah? And when I say I found it, I look at the problem in Luton, and I look at the erosion of our identity as young English men. It's gone. And I'll give an example. When it's St. Patrick's Day in Luton, there's a 3-day festival for St. Patrick's Day. When it's St. Lucian Day, we have a massive tents, park, fairgrounds, everything. Yeah. When it's Eid, the whole place is locked off. Everything. They've got fairs. They've got everything. When it's St. George's Day, it's banned. So we're made to feel ashamed. Anyway, I remember it was St. George's Day, and the school, Icknield High School. Now, do you remember the Trojan Horse?
Fuck, there's so much like cultural shit here that I can't do. This would take me so long to chew through all of this. I know that every time I've looked up like legal stuff that Tommy Robinson is involved in, he says one thing publicly, but it feels like he's in the wrong when you actually dig into things. I remember a while ago there was something where he said that his freedom of speech was under attack because he couldn't criticize some person, but I don't know if it had to do with some court case or whatever. But the reality is that I think he was trying to get into the courthouse, and then 2, in Britain you're allowed to gag trials that are ongoing so as to not sway the jury or whatever. Like that's just a thing that in the UK they have that law, or in England or whatever they have that law, and he would continually break this over and over and over again until he would get arrested, and then he would say, well, it's because they don't like that I'm talking about Muslims or whatever. But I don't just any court related thing, or like defamation cases he's lost and everything too, which I think if there are several. But for all this like cultural norm stuff, I would have to look into so much stuff I just don't know. Somebody's saying St. George is the patron saint of England. It's never been a massive celebration day. Like, I don't know how true or not true that is. I have no idea. You should look at this. What is this? A 16-year-old youth was shown on video assaulting a 15-year-old Syrian refugee boy in a playground attack. The attack took place at Almondbury Community School on October 25th, 2018. The headmaster condemned the attack once it had received nationwide media attention. July 22nd, 2021, Tommy Robinson, activist and founder of the EDL, the English Defense League, was found to have libeled the Syrian boy. He was ordered to pay £100,000 plus legal costs, which runs to amount to a further £500,000. Jesus. An injunction was also granted to stop Robinson from repeating the libel. After breaching that injunction, Robinson was sentenced to 18 months in prison in October of 2024. Oh, well, damn. The clips show the victim with his arm in a cast being dragged to the floor by his neck as his attacker says, "I'll drown you." And what he's saying now on a school playing field while forcing water from a bottle into the victim's mouth. The video was filmed on a lunch break. The clip shows the victim walking away without reacting as the attacker and Isaac may heard continued to verbally assault him. The victim is a Syrian refugee, had previously suffered a broken wrist. This had been investigated by the police, who had interviewed 3 youths, but took no further action. No further action was taken as the evidential test required to prosecute was not met. Subsequently, a separate video emerged of a girl, reportedly the younger sister of the Syrian refugee, also being assaulted on the school playground. Damn. Previously, a girl forcibly removed the girl's hijab. The attacker was excluded from the school over the incident. Director of Advocacy at the Refugee Council, Lisa Doyle, said, "The idea that someone escapes war and brutality only to be met with violence here is truly awful." What was the Tommy Robinson claim? Tommy Robinson used photos taken from a 2017 article about a teenage cancer patient from Surrey, Canada, or... I don't like how we have a lot of the same names from over here. We should have named shit different stuff. I don't like that. It confuses the fuck out of me. Okay. About a teenage cancer patient from Surrey in the UK or whatever. Okay, in England. Okay. To claim incorrectly, we should have... You copied us. We upgraded. You should rename your shit, okay? Fuck you. Jesus. Fuck you. Hours after spreading... Okay. To claim incorrectly that the Syrian refugee had previously attacked 2 schoolgirls. Hours after spreading the claims, during 2 Facebook Live broadcasts, Robinson admitted to his followers that he had helped spread fake news, saying that he had been duped. He said, "I've been completely had. How embarrassing, man." The mother of a girl who'd been alleged to have been attacked posted to Robinson's Facebook page that Jamal was not the attacker. The Syrian refugee's family's lawyers issued a letter to Robinson stating, "We wish to place you on notice that our client anticipates legal action against you in respect to these contents of these publications, and you will be receiving pre-action correspondence." CNN International reported Robinson had deleted the videos and admitted to posting a fake photograph falsely purporting to show violence by a Muslim gang. Robinson's reporters said that the letter warning about legal action blocked free speech. The lawyer responded by stating that Robinson is being held to account for lying about a child and thinks it's a good idea to defame this 15-year-old boy and accuse him of being the author of his own bullying. It is actually sickening. Facebook protects prominent figures such as Robinson with normal rules of moderation that would see a page removed after posting content that violates the rules. On April 21st, 2021, the trial started. Why is this like a Ted Cruz thing? Like, I'm sorry. In the United States, Ted's name, I think is, I don't know if he even legally changed his name, but he was born as Raphael. And then at some point, he changed his name to like Ted or something, or Theodore. I don't even know if his name is Theodore. I think it's just Ted now, to be like more American. I feel like Tommy Robinson, that's like a good old, is that like a good old boy English name? But his actual name is Stephen Christopher Yaxley Lennon. Why did he change his name legally, or is this just his like online name, or? Is that even more British? Tommy 10 names. His real name sounds less working class. Okay, well, Katrin Evans, QC, representing Jamal Hizaji, told the court that Robinson's comments turned Jamal into the aggressor and the bullying of the righteous white knight. The trial heard evidence from former pupils, all 5 who supported and defended Lennon. The judge disbelieved them. On July... Wait, what? Trial heard evidence from former pupils, all 5 who defended Lennon. Oh, that's Tommy Robinson, right? So found to have libeled the boy and was ordered to pay $100,000. An injection was also granted. Robinson represented himself during the 4-day trial, said he was gobsmacked by the cost of the boy's lawyers were claiming, which he said included 70,000 pounds of taking witness statements. He added, "I've not got any money. I'm bankrupt. I've struggled hugely with my own issues these last 12 months. I ain't got it." In May of 2023, Robinson's film Silence was released. In the film, he repeats his defamatory claims about the boy. Wait, really? No shot. He depicts the incident and the resulting fallout as a story about how the law is being manipulated and exploited by the far left and Islamists to destroy the lives of anyone who speaks out against the so-called progressive, so-called liberal narrative. Robinson was due to appear at a high court hearing on July 29, 2024 after being accused of contempt of court for making the film, but instead fled the country. An arrest warrant issued after he left the country to be enacted in October should he fail to appear to follow up hearing. Ahead of that hearing on the 20th of October in Woolwich Crown Court, Robinson was held in custody after handing himself in to Folkestone Police Station. Robinson's film Silenced. Oh, I'm sorry, Tommy Robinson. Is this whole film on YouTube? Where in the video? Manipulated. Far left. And exploited by the far left and Islamists. Oh. This here.
Press actually left court when the witnesses stood up to give their evidence in my defence. It's alarming to think this people were lying, but
hold on.
About what Jamal was like. 12 different people lying about what Jamal was like. Why? You see, the judge has really helped us out here. The judge says people can lie for reasons that make no sense.
Is that the boy's name, Jamal? Is that what he's talking about here?
Sometimes, for no reason at all. He could not readily identify any explanation for why some of these people were prepared to do so and lie. He concludes the alleged assaults, they never happened at all. Despite Jamal's school record, which you've seen, the judge states the claimant's record is overwhelmingly positive. He acknowledged Jamal has a record of lying, but decides on this occasion it is Jamal who's telling the truth and everyone else is lying. Really? We waited 10 weeks for this? That's your conclusion? That's the logic from the highest libel judge in our land? There was no jury? That's right, there's no jury. All of these people were lying, but Jamal, he was telling the truth. Jamal, who could only find his dad, Jihad, to speak for him. Not a single teacher, not a classmate, not a friend, not a neighbour or a support worker came to court to support Jamal's version of defence. Jamal, who said he only broke the rules a few times at school, and even then, it weren't his fault. His school record suggests something very different. I want to be clear and fair to Jamal. He denies every accusation against him, completely and utterly. On the day the 5 courageous children appeared in the dock, giving testimony against Jamal didn't even show up in court that day to face his accusers. Neither did the press. The press actually left court when the witnesses stood.
To face his accusers? Well, but you were the one on trial, no? Or trial, would you even say this? A civil case, I guess? I don't know.
Up to give their evidence in my defence. It's alarming to think we have this kind of intellect at the top of our judiciary. The story of these two children is actually a story about free speech, or the death of it. It's a story about how the mainstream media is more interested in pushing an agenda than giving you...
Who were the 5 people that came to testify on Tommy's behalf? Were they the people that were bullying him in the video? Is that... Why, does he say, or... Mm-hmm. What is this? Hold on. Oh, nice. Totally irrelevant fuck link, which is exactly why... Okay.
Balance and truth. How it continues, despite Leveson, to act with impunity. Is the media held to account for what they report? Have Piers Morgan or Jeremy Vine been held to account? No. It's a story about how the law is being manipulated and exploited by the far left and Islamists to destroy the lives of anyone who high court to speak the truth.
So let me just look at one of the pupils that come to court and because obviously for me this was threatening phone calls a week before a high court trial, trying to pervert the course of justice. How come no one's been arrested?
Oh, wait. Is this whole film about his trial? Is that what the entire film is about? Oh, this whole... It's not just a little bit.
Weaponise the law system against us and how the legal system really only works for the rich. And finally...
Oh, he made this during the trial.
How do we keep our politicians accountable? If the police, the court, are bothered about intellectual and social progress, should we be silenced by the demands of Mufti Pandor and Sharia law? Should we sacrifice Mohammed? Was pushed off him, fell and broke his arm. The police considered the incident to have been dealt with properly.
He started calling my mum a white fat bitch and stuff, and then he like...
It's like calling you my mate?
A white fat bitch.
A white fat bitch.
And then I went up to him, and then I chucked a bottle at him, and then he put me in a headlock, and then my mate pushed him off me.
And I believe that's how he broke his arm?
Yeah.
There are all sorts of misconceptions, like the fact that he had a broken arm.
Oh, I've got 2 independent witnesses now.
No, he hit a year 8 kid. And another kid in year 11 stepped in and said, what are you doing? Pushed him over. Broke his arm.
Who he had in the headlock.
It must have been just out of year 11.
Wait, well, doesn't that mean he had a broken arm? Wait, I'm so confused. Wait, what?
And I believe that's how he broke his arm.
Yeah.
There are all sorts of misconceptions, like the fact that he had a broken arm.
There's misconceptions like the fact that he had a broken arm.
Oh, I've got 2 independent witnesses now.
No, he hit a year 8 kid.
He had an 8-year-old kid.
And another kid in year 11 stepped in and said, what are you doing? Pushed him over.
And then pushed him over and then broke his arm.
It must have been just out
Okay.
of year 11. Put this kid in a headlock. One of my friends wasn't having it. Didn't like how he was behaving. Grabbed him and just threw him off him. Like anyone do break up a fight, they just like throw him off him. But this wasn't a fight. This was just an all-out brawl, one-sided.
Oh, sorry. Year 8 is 13-year-old, not 8-year-old.
Completely one-sided. Because this kid had no match against Jamal. Just threw him off him and he landed on a curb.
Damn.
How big was he? Jamal's in year 11.
Yeah, half the size of Jamal easily.
Okay. You know, I know he was 12 and Jamal was 15.
But it was like kind of like half size-ish, kind of like up to shoulders kind of thing.
Yeah.
But he still had no match against him. And my friend just grabbed him, threw him off him, and he landed on a curb. And I was like,
So I've read it reported in by Jeremy Vine and in the newspapers that that was an incident of Jamal being bullied.
no, exact opposite. He was bullying this kid.
So you see, people thought that was all part of it.
But that's, do you know why
Can somebody be thrown to the floor with a broken arm?
But do you know why they thought it was part of it? Because the solicitor said it was.
No, well, that's not true. That genuinely is not true. I could even name it. I won't. But I could name the child in year 8 that he did it to.
Fuck. I hate digging into court shit because I feel like I have to read all the... I would have to read the underlying documents. I don't know what's available for stuff like this. I wonder why he chose to represent himself. He couldn't have, like, GoFundMe raised money for... No evidence is public, only arguments and decision? Ugh. Fucking horrible bonger fucks. Okay. Well, I'll organize this into questions tomorrow and on the flight. I love you guys. I'll be back in 5-7 days or some bullshit whenever the fuck I come back from Bonger land. Napkin, cook, baby, principal, dean, nurse, key, mother, basic, alkaline, harder, foster, diatribe, primary, brown, and Declan. Oh my god, purple. Boom, boom, boom. Kin, line, tribe, clan. Familial relation stuff. Boom. Holy shit. Sniped. That was a sniper pick. Jody Foster. Is that what Foster is, maybe? Basic. Nurse key. Primary. Colors? Basic colors, primary color. I don't think that's it. No. Cook, nurse. Oh, key, primary, principal. And basic? Okay. Elementary. Oh, yeah, okay. And then the school cook, nurse, the school dean. The school mother? No way, right? Fuck, I feel like there's gonna be like actor names or something. Cook, nurse, mother. Not even one off. Okay, well. Oh, to like take care of something or somebody. Care for. Boom. These are probably actor names, singer names, some bullshit. James's? Yeah, okay, whatever. All right. Be careful. I love you. Stay safe. Don't die.